Get.
The
Continue.
tent was looking into my face if I appeared content. And
I guess we
whom
don't
the
get a
new thirst
halftime
still
show.
goaded
Thank
on,
you,
without was
SpongeBob,
mute,
fucking
and
us
said
yet
within,
again.
Perchance the
Thanks,
too much questioning I make annoys him. But that true father, who had comprehended the timid wish that opened not itself, by speaking gave me hardihood to speak. Whence I, my sight is, master, vivified, so in thy light that clearly I discern whatever thy speech importeth or describes. Therefore I thee entreat, sweet father dear, to teach me love to which thou dost refer, every good action and its contrary. Direct, he said, towards me the keen eyes of intellect, and clear will be to thee the error of the blind who would be leaders. The soul, who is created apt to love, is mobile unto everything that pleases, soon as by pleasure she is waked to action. Your apprehension from some real thing an image draws, and in yourselves displays it, so that it makes the soul turn unto it. And if, when turned towards it she incline, love is that inclination, it is nature, which is by pleasure bound in you anew.
Alright, I guess I gotta go kill
Then,
Greed.
even as the fire doth upward move, by its
The
own
god
form
of
which
wealth.
to ascend is born, where longest in its matter it endures, so come the captive soul into desire, which is a motion spiritual, and never rests, until she doth enjoy the thing beloved. Now may apparent be to thee how hidden the truth is from those people who aver all love in itself a laudable thing, because its matter may perchance appear, aye, to be good, but yet not each impression is good, albeit good may be the wax. Thy words and my capacious intellect, I answered him, have love revealed to me, but that has made me more impregned with doubt. For if love from without be offered us, and with another foot the soul go not, if right or wrong she go, 'tis not her merit. And he to me, what reason seeth here, myself can tell thee. Beyond that await for Beatrice, since 'tis a work of faith. Every substantial form that segregate from matter is, and with it is united, specific power has in itself collected, which without act is not perceptible, nor shows itself except by its effect, as life does in a plant by the green leaves. But still, whence cometh the intelligence of the first notions man is ignorant, and the affection for the first allurements, which are in you as instinct in the bee to make its honey, and this first desire, merit of praise or blame containeth not. Now, that to this all others may be gathered, innate within you is the power that counsels, and it should keep you the threshold of ascent. This is the principle from which is taken occasion of desert in you, according as good and guilty loves it takes and winnows. Those who, in reasoning, to the bottom went, were of this innate liberty aware, therefore bequeathed they ethics to the world. Supposing, then, that from necessity springs every love that is within you kindled, within yourselves the power is to restrain it. The noble virtue Beatrice understands by the free will, and therefore see that
hey
thou
there, Danny.
bearest in mind,
Yes.
if she should speak of it. The moon, belated almost unto
we're in the
midnight,
Greed area right
now
now.
made
We're
the
gonna.
stars appear to us more rare, forms
It's gonna
like a
take a
bucket,
while.
that is all ablaze.
We're
And
gonna get outta
counter to
here.
the heavens ran through those paths which the sun sets aflame, where he of Rome sees it twixt Sardes and Corsicans go down. And that patrician shade, for whom is named Pietola more than any Mantuan town, had laid aside the burden of my lading, whence I, who reason manifest and plain in answer to my questions had received, stood like a man in drowsy reverie. Taken from me was this drowsiness suddenly by a people that behind our backs already had come round to us.
I'm
And
hoping
as of
after
old
the
is
next,
Ismenus and
after
Asopus
this step of the
beside
next
them
one,
saw
they'll
at
give,
night
like, the
the
health
rush and
benefit.
throng, if but the Thebans were in need of Bacchus.
Let's see.
So they
Nope.
along that
Okay.
circle curved their step, from what I saw of those approaching us, who
Let's
by
see.
good will and righteous love are ridden. Full soon they were upon us, because running moved
Yep, they are
onward all
chumps.
that mighty multitude,
No
and two
chumps
in the
here.
advance cried out, lamenting. Mary in haste unto the mountain ran, and Caesar, that
Let's
he might
see.
subdue Ilerda, thrust at Marseilles, and then ran into Spain. Quick, quick, so that the time may not be lost by little love. Forthwith the others cried, for ardour and well-doing freshens grace. O folk, in whom an eager fervor now supplies perhaps delay and negligence,
Ground pound.
put by
There we
you
go.
in well-doing through
J-Man
lukewarmness.
ground pound.
This
There we
one who
go.
lives, and truly I lie not, would fain go up, if but the sun relight us. So tell us where the passage nearest is. These were the words of him who was my guide, and some one of those spirits said,
I can't
Come
let
on
them have
behind
any
us,
fun.
and the opening shalt thou find. So full of longing are we to move onward that we cannot. Therefore pardon us if thou
There we
for
go.
churlishness our justice take. I was San Zeno's abbot at Verona, under the empire of good
Here we go.
Barbarossa,
Healing
of
light.
whom
There we
still
are.
sorrowing Milan holds discourse. And he has one foot in the grave already, who shall ere long lament that monastery, and sorry be of having there had power,
Let's see.
because his son,
Oh,
in his
exploding
whole
hand.
body
Don't
sick,
like those.
and worse in mind, and who was evil born, he put into the place of its true pastor. If more he said, or silent
Woof.
was, I knew not.
Spooky.
He had already passed so far behind us, but this I heard, and to retain it pleased me.
Oh, these are the
And
late
he,
the
who has in
booblies.
every need my succor, said, Turn thee hitherward. See two of them come fastening upon slothfulness their teeth. In rear of all they shouted, Sooner were the people dead to whom the sea was opened, than their inheritors the Jordan saw. And those who the fatigue did not endure, unto the issue with Anchises' son, themselves to life without in glory offered. Then, when from us so separated were those shades, that they no longer could be seen, within me a new thought did entrance find.
Alright.
Whence others
Just
many
gotta
and
remember to
diverse
span
were
this.
born, and so I lapsed from one into
And
another,
it usually works out
that
for
in
me.
a reverie mine eyes I closed,
There's someone
and
off screen that is
meditation
getting
into
hit.
dream transmuted. End of Canto 18. Canto 19. It was the hour when the diurnal heat no more can warm the coldness of the moon, vanquished by earth or
Alright,
peradventure
big
Saturn.
shiny.
When
What do you got for
geomancers
me?
their Fortuna Major see in the orient before the dawn,
Okay.
rise by a path that long remains not dim. There came to me in dreams a stammering woman, squint in her eyes and in her
okay.
feet distorted, with hands dissevered and of sallow hue. I looked at her, and as the sun restores the frigid members, which the night benumbs, even thus my gaze did render voluble her tongue, and made her all
Let's see
erect
here.
thereafter. In little while, and the lost countenance, as love desires it so, in her did colour. When in this wise she had her speech unloosed, she gan to sing so that with difficulty could I have turned my thoughts away from her. I am, she sang, I am the siren sweet, who mariners amid the main
Am I
unmanned.
invincible while doing the hook
So
them on the
full
scythe
am I of
attack?
pleasant
Sometimes
mist
yes, sometimes no.
I drew Ulysses
You know,
from
it's
his
only when I'm
wandering
doing like
way
the really
unto my song, and he
like
who
the
dwells with
like
me
the
seldom
good the
departs so
blue
wholly I
or the
content him.
red when it comes to like
Her mouth
what I
was not
do
yet
to
closed
souls
again
or
before
the
appeared a
the
lady
people.
saintly
That's when
and
I'm
alert,
invincible. Other
close
than
at
that,
my side
no.
to put her to confusion.
I'm a you know,
Virgilius,
I could die
oh,
right
Virgilius, who is this? Sternly she said, and he was drawing near, with eyes still fixed upon that modest one. She seized
Let's
the other,
see.
and in front laid open, rending her garments, and her belly showed me. This waked me with a stench that issued from it. I
It's a
turned mine
dangerous
eyes, and
game.
good
You know,
Virgilius
Inferno,
said,
it means
At
business.
least thrice have I called thee,
It
rise
means
and
business.
come,
You gotta
find we the opening
just
by
and
which thou
you
mayst
know,
enter.
and that's not including the
I
fact we're in the
rose, and
business
full
area
already
right
of high
now.
day were all the circles of the sacred mountain.
Speaking of which, I'm going to do some business.
And with the
I'm
new
going
sun at
to
her back,
look
we
up
went.
and see what
Following
the
behind
heck
him,
I'm supposed
I
to
my
do
forehead
here, 'cause,
bore
you
like
know,
unto one who has it laden with thought, who makes himself the half arch of a
let's
bridge.
see here.
When I heard say, Come, here
This
the
might be
passages,
the-
spoke in a manner gentle and benign, such as we hear not in this mortal region.
Hold
With
the
open
lever.
wings, which of a swan appeared, upward he turned
Green
us,
appears to
who
last
thus
for
spake
quite a
to us,
while.
between the two walls of the solid granite. He moved his pinions
see.
afterward and fanned us, affirming those Celugent to be blessed, for they shall have their souls with comfort filled. What aileth thee that eye to earth thou gazest? To me my guide began to say, we both somewhat beyond the angel having mounted. And I, with such
Pulling-
misgiving makes me go, a vision new
pulling
which
the
bends me to
lever.
itself, so that I cannot from the thought
Alright, so there
withdraw
is
me.
a lever somewhere
Didst
around
thou
here,
behold,
apparently.
he said, that old enchantress whose soul above us henceforth
Or not.
easily mented?
Or
Didst
not!
thou behold how man is freed from her?
I didn't think
Suffice
that would
it thee, and
insta-kill
smite
me,
earth
but
with
that's
thy
fine.
heels, thine eyes lift upward to the lure that whirls the eternal king with
Okay.
revolutions vast.
So apparently
Even
somewhere
as the
around
hawk that
here
first
there's
his
supposed to
feet
be
surveys,
something. Oh,
then turns him to the coal and stretches forward, the desire of food that draws him thither, such I became, and such as far as cleaves the rock to give away to him who mounts,
alright.
went on to where the circling doth begin. On the 5th circle I had come forth, people I saw upon it who were weeping, stretched prone upon the ground, all downward turned. Adhisit pavimento anima mea, I heard them say with sighing so profound that hardly could the words be understood. O ye elect of God, whose sufferings, justice, and hope both render less severe,
Okay.
direct ye us toward the high ascents.
Let's see.
If ye are come secure from this prostration and wish to find the way most speedily, let your right hands be evermore outside. Thus did the poet ask, and thus was answered
Alrighty.
by them somewhat in front
Let's
of us,
see.
whence I, in what is spoken, divined the rest concealed. And unto my Lord's eyes mine eyes I turned, whence he assented with a cheerful sign to what the sight of my desire implored. When of myself I could dispose at will, above that creature did I draw myself, whose words before had caused me to take
I think
note,
I have
saying,
what they,
O
an
Spirit,
idea,
in
a
whom
grasp,
weeping
if you will,
ripens,
of
that
what they
without
want me
which
to
to
do.
God we cannot turn. Suspend a while for me thy greater care. Who wast thou, and why are your backs turned upwards? Tell me, and if thou wouldst that I procure thee anything there whence living I departed. And he to me, Wherefore are backs the heaven turned to itself? No
Alright,
shalt
I say
thou,
that,
but beforehand,
maybe I don't.
seest quod ego fui successor Petri.
Clearly I
Between
need
Siestri
something
and
that
Chiavari
makes the
descends a
big...
river beautiful, and of its name the title of my blood its summit makes. A month and little more, said I, how weighs the great cloak on him from mire who keeps it, for all the other burdens seemed a feather. Tardy, ah, woe is me, was my conversion, but when the Roman shepherd I was made, then I discovered life to be a lie. I saw that there the heart was not at rest, nor farther in that life could one ascend, whereby the love of this was kindled in me. Until that time a wretched soul, and parted from God was I, and wholly avaricious. Now, as thou seest, I here am punished for it. What avarice does is here made manifest in the purgation of these souls
these
converted,
classic puzzles,
and no more bitter
video
pain
games
than the mountain
classic
has,
trick,
even as
you
our
know?
eye did not uplift
It's the
itself
classic
aloft,
video
being
game
fastened
dilemma.
upon
It's
earthly
like,
things.
we could get
So
you somewhere,
justice here has
but we
merged
want you
it
to use
in
your little
earth.
noodle first.
As avarice had extinguished our affection,
It's good
for
to use
every
your
good
noodle every
thereby
now and then, but
was
you know...
action lost. So justice here doth hold us in
Sometimes
restraint,
you get so frustrated,
bound
like,
and
I just
imprisoned
wanna,
by the feet
you know...
and hands, and so long as it pleases the just
Sometimes
Lord,
you
shall
just
we
wanna
remain immovable
press
and
square,
prostrate.
solve
I
your
on my
problems
knees had
and your
fallen
troubles
and
that
wished
way.
to speak, but even as I began, and he was ware, only by listening of my reverence. What cause, he says, has downward bent thee thus? And I to him,
the
for your
divine
own
comedy
dignity
and the
standing,
divine,
my
you know,
conscience
puzzle
stung me
sequence,
with
you know?
remorse. Straighten
all
thy
part of the
legs,
same,
and upward
you know,
raise thee, brother. He
all
answered,
part of the same
Ere
stuff.
not, fellow servant am I, with thee and with the others to
And,
one
of
power.
course, the divine B
If ever
button
that
press.
holy evangelic sound, which saith nec nubent, thou hast heard, well canst thou see why in this wise I speak. Now go, no longer will I have thee linger, because thy stay doth incommode my weeping,
now I will
with which I ripen
climb
that
over
which
here.
thou hast said. On earth I have a grandchild,
Wheel
named
of
Pelagia,
Fortune?
good in herself, unless
Oh, is
indeed
Pat
our
Sajak
house
here?
malevolent may make her by example.
Oh
And
man,
she alone
I hope I
remains
get
to
to
me
win
on
half
earth.
a car. I'm very excited.
Of Canto 19. Canto 20.
Let's see.
Ill strives the will against a better will. Therefore, to pleasure him against
Alright.
my pleasure, I drew the sponge, not saturate from
I like to
water.
buy a vowel.
Onward I moved, and onward moved my leader, through vacant places, skirting still the
This is
rock,
not what I wanted to
as on
buy.
a wall close to the battlements. For they that through their eyes pour drop by drop the melody which all the world pervades. On the other side, too, near the
Alright,
verge of
that's it.
search. Accursed mayst thou be, thou old she-wolf, more than all the other beasts hast prey, because of hunger infinitely
Oh,
held.
real smorgasbord of enemies
heaven,
here.
in whose gyrations some appear to think conditions here below are changed. When will he come through whom she shall depart? Onward we went with footsteps slow and scarce, and I attentive to the shades I heard,
Real video game hours right
piteously
now.
weeping and bemoaning them. And I, by peradventure, heard sweet Mary uttered in front of us amid the weeping, even as a woman does who is in childbirth, and in continuance.
Whee! Alright.
How poor thou wast is manifested by that hostelry where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down.
Where'd you
There
go?
afterward I heard. O good Fabricus,
You're off screen for a
virtue
moment
with
there. That's
poverty
probably why I
didst thou
couldn't see
prefer
you.
to the possession of great wealth with vice.
It's funny.
So
I'm pretty sure I'll be
pleasurable were
okay.
these words to me that I drew
fighting
farther
this
onward to
monster.
have knowledge, touching that spirit whence they seemed to come. He furthermore was speaking of the largesse which Nicholas unto the maidens gave, in order to conduct their youth to honour. O soul that dost so excellently speak, tell me who wast thou,
Alrighty.
said I, and why only thou dost renew these praises well deserved? Not without recompense shall be thy
Alrighty.
word if I return to finish the short journey of that life which is flying to its end. And
Up.
I
Woof.
tell thee, not for any comfort I may expect from earth, but that so much grace shines in thee or ever thou art dead.
Alright.
I was the root of that malignant plant which overshadows all the Christian world, so that good fruit is seldom gathered from it. But if Duane Ghent and Leland
Alright, I
had
will.
power, soon vengeance would be taken on it. And this I pray of him who judges all.
My healing touch.
To Capet was I called upon the earth. From me were born the Louis and Philips, by whom in later days has France been governed. I was the son of a Parisian butcher, what time the ancient kings had perished all, excepting one contrite in cloth of grey. I found me grasping in my hands
really
the
are
reign of the realm's
piling
government, and
on.
so great power of new quest, and so with friends
They're piling
abounding,
all the enemies
that
here.
the widowed
My
diadem
goodness. What a struggle.
promoted the head of mine own offspring was, from whom the consecrated bones of these began. So long as the great dowry
Oh,
of province
gosh.
out of my blood took not the sense of shame, 'twas little worth, but still it did no harm. Then it began with falsehood and with force, its rapine, and thereafter for amends took Ponthieu, Normandy, and Gascony. Charles came to Italy, and for amends a victim made of Conradin, and then
There
trust
we
Thomas
go.
back to heaven for amends. A time I see not very distant now, which draweth forth another Charles from France, the better to make known both him and his.
Just gotta do my
Unarmed
classic,
he
you
goes,
know,
and
my
only
classic
with the
letter T
lance
power.
That Judas jousted with, and that he thrusts, so that he makes the paunch of Florence burst.
I like
He
to buy
then
a
sought
consonant.
land, but sin and infamy
What letter?
shall gain.
Letter T.
So much more grievous to himself, as the more light such damage he accounts. The other, now gone forth, taken his ship, see I his daughter sell, and shaffer
Alright, I
for
think
her,
we did it.
as corsairs do with other female slaves. What more, O avarice, canst thou do to us, since thou my blood so to thyself hast drawn? It careth not for its own proper flesh, that less may seem the
Let's
future
see.
ill and past. I see the flower de luce Alagna enter, and Christ in his own vicar captive made. I see him yet another time derided, I see renewed the vinegar and gall, and between living thieves I see him slain. I see the modern Pilates so relentless. This does not sate him, but without decretal he to the temple bears his sordid sails. When, O my lord, shall I be joyful made by looking on the vengeance which, concealed, makes sweet thine anger in thy secrecy? What I was saying of that only bride of the Holy Ghost, and which
Alrighty.
occasioned thee to turn towards me for some commentary, so long has been ordained to all our prayers, as the day lasts, but when the night comes on, contrary sound we take instead thereof. At that time we
a
repeat
classic
Pygmalion,
squish.
of
You
whom
gotta
a
love
traitor,
it.
thief, and parricide
Classic way
made
to
his
die.
insatiable desire of gold, and the misery of avaricious Midas that followed his inordinate
The
demand,
classic,
at which
the
forevermore
classic
one needs but
whirligig.
laugh.
Classic way to
And
die.
foolish Achan each one then records, and how he stole the spoils, so that the wrath of Joshua still appears to sting him here.
Okay.
Then we
Just
accuse
a
the fire
nice
with her
spin.
husband. We laud the
You know, it was like the Sprite
had, and the
remix
whole
of
mount
Dying.
in infamy and
Very much
circles.
the Sprite remix
Calling
of Dying.
Nestor,
what we did
who
over
murdered
there.
Polydorus, here finally is cried, O Crassus, tell us
Alright, what
for
do we
thou
got
dost
here?
know, what is the taste of gold? Sometimes we speak, one loud, another low, sometimes to desire of speech that spurs us to greater now, and now to lesser pace. But in the good that here by day is talked of, erewhile alone I was not, yet near by no other person lifted up his voice. From him already we departed were, and made endeavour to overcome the road, as much as was
Alright, what do
permitted
we
to our
have
power.
here?
when I perceived, like something that is falling, the mountain tremble, whence a chill seized on me,
One-time
as
wife
seizes
of
him
Mark
who to
Antony,
his
possessed
death
by
is
unbearable
going.
greed, called the
Certes,
greediest
so
woman in all of
violently
Rome,
shook
she
not
pursued any
Delos
opportunity
before
to seize
Latona made her
power.
nest therein, to give birth to the two eyes of the heaven. Then upon all sides there began
Well,
a cry,
I can't see the
such
boobs
that the
for too
master
long,
drew himself
so
towards me, saying,
let's
"Fear
let
not,
you go.
while I am guiding thee." Gloria and excelsis Deo, all were saying, from what near I comprehended, where it was possible to hear the cry. We paused immovable and in suspense, even as the shepherds who first heard that
Let's
song,
see.
until the trembling ceased, and it was finished. Then we resumed again on our holy path, watching the shades that lay upon the ground, already turned to their accustomed plaint.
Damn.
No
All right.
ignorance ever with so great a strife had rendered me importunate to know, if erreth not in this my memory, as meditating then I seemed to have,
Alrighty.
nor out of haste to question did I dare, nor
Go.
of myself I there
I'm
could
counting
not
on that
perceive.
not counting as a boob.
So I went onward, timorous and thoughtful. End of Canto 20. Canto 21. The natural thirst that never is
Alrighty.
satisfied excepting
What do we
with
got
the
here?
water for whose grace the woman of Samaria besought, put me in travail, and
We have to
haste
fight a
goaded
greed
me
fiend
along the
boss
encumbered
battle.
path behind my leader. And I was pitying that righteous vengeance, and lo! in the same manner as Luke writeth that Christ appeared to two upon the way, from the sepulchral cave already risen, a shade appeared to us and came behind us, down gazing on the prostrate multitude.
There we go.
Nor were we ware of it until it spake, saying,
a
My
good
brothers, may God
beastie
give you
man.
peace. We turned us suddenly, and Virgilius rendered to him the countersign thereto conforming. Thereon began he, In the blessed council, we may the court veracious place in peace, that me doth banish in eternal exile. How, said he, and the while we went with speed, if
Alright.
ye are shades whom God deigns not on high, who up his stairs so far has guided you? And, said my teacher, if thou note the marks which this one bears, and which the angel traces, well shalt thou see he with the good must reign.
Don't
But
stop.
because
Don't be
she who
stopping
spinneth
too much.
day and night
Don't
for
be
him
stopping
had
too
not
much.
yet
I don't want to
drawn the
die.
distaff off, with cloth
I don't think this
allays
thing
for
is
each
meant to
one and
hold too much
compacts.
pressure.
His soul, which is
Okay.
thy
There
sister
we go.
and my own, in coming upwards
Now our
could
favorite
not come
QTE
alone, by
moment
reason that it
is the
sees not in our
classic you all
fashion.
love.
Whence I was drawn from
It's
out
the
the
XYB.
ample throat of hell to be his guide, and I shall guide him,
Beautiful.
as far on as my school has power to
Alrighty.
lead. But tell us if thou knowest why such a shudder. Erstwhile the mountain gave, and why together, all seemed to cry as far as its moist feet. In asking he so hit the very eye of my desire, that merely with the hope my thirst became the less unsatisfied. Naught is there, he began, that without order may the
Ow,
religion of the
that's
mountain
rude.
feel, nor aught that may be foreign to its custom. Freeze it here from every permutation, what from itself heaven in itself receiveth, can be of this the cause, and not beside. Because that neither rain, nor hail, nor snow, nor dew, nor hoar frost any
At this
higher
rate, we're gonna
falls
kill this
than the
monster
short
man.
little stairway of 3 steps, dense clouds do not appear, nor rarefied, nor coarse
Alright,
station,
is
nor
it-
the
is it our
dark earth
favorite?
famous, that all
Yeah, that's
upon
right.
earth her region shifts.
You know what? I love
No
it.
arid vapor
The
any farther
XYB.
rises than to the top of the 3 steps I spake of, whereon the vicar
Now, where
of
were
Peter
we?
has his feet. Lower down, perchance, it trembles less or more, but for the wind that in the earth is hidden, I know not how, up here it never trembles. It trembles here whenever any soul feels itself pure, so that it soars or moves to mount aloft, and such a cry attends it. Of purity the will alone gives proof, which, being wholly
That's right.
free to change its convent, takes by surprise the soul and helps it fly.
Burn.
First
My
it
favorite
rules
part
well,
of Dante's
but the desire
Inferno!
commits not, which divine justice with the self-same
Dante
will
loved it when the
there was
giant
to
beast
sin
went
upon
amok.
the torment
He
set.
loved them beasts.
And I, who have been lying in this pain 500 years and more, but just now felt a free volition for a better seat. Therefore thou heardst the earthquake and the pious spirits
Alrighty.
along the mountain rendering praise unto the Lord, that soon he sped them upwards. So said he to him, and since we enjoy as much in drinking as
Alright.
the thirst is great, I could not say how much it did me good. And the wise leader, Now I see the net that snares you here, and how ye are set free. Why the earth quakes, and wherefore ye rejoice.
That's right.
Now who thou wast
This is
be
probably the most
pleased
fun I
that
have
may
with this
know,
game, by the way, is
and why
actually
so many
controlling Monster
centuries thou
Mash
hast here been lying, let me gather from thy words. In days when the good Titus, with the aid of the supremest king, avenged the wounds whence issued forth the blood by Judas sold, under the name that most endures and honors was I on earth, that spirit made
Let's
reply.
see here.
Greatly renowned, but not with faith as yet. My vocal spirit was so
Uh-oh.
sweet that Rome me a Pelusian drew unto herself, where I deserved to deck my brows with myrtle. Satius the people name me still on
Oh,
earth. I sang of
got some
Thebes and
ants
then
at
of
my
great
feet.
Achilles, but on the way fell with my second burden. The seeds unto my ardor were the sparks of that celestial flame which heated me, whereby more than 1,000 have been fired. Of the Aeneid speak I, which to me a mother was, and was
Come
my
on.
nurse in song. Without this weighed I not a drachma's weight. And to have lived upon the earth that
There we
time
go.
Virgilius lived, I would accept one son more than I must ere issuing from my
That's
bed.
right.
These words towards
Stomp.
me made Virgilius turn with looks that in their
Gotta
silence
love a good
said,
stomp.
Be silent.
Nope.
But yet the power that wills cannot do all
Good.
things.
Good,
For
monster.
tears and
No.
laughter are such pursuivants unto the passion from which each springs forth, and the most truthful least the will they follow. I only smiled as one who
Beautiful.
gives the wink, whereat the shade was silent, and it gazed into mine eyes, where most expression dwells. And, as thou mayst consummate a labour so great, it said, why did thy face just now display to me the lightning of a smile?
Just
Now
a
am
nice
I
little
caught
stomp.
on this side and on that. One keeps me silent, one to speak conjures me,
That's right.
wherefore I sigh, and I am understood. Speak, said my master, and be not afraid of speaking, but speak out, and say to him what he demands with such solicitude. Whence I, Thou
Okey-dokey.
peradventure marvellest, O antique spirit, at the smile I gave. But I will have more wonder seize upon thee. This one, who guides
ourselves
on high
another
these eyes
puzzle.
of mine, is that Virgilius, from whom thou didst learn to sing aloud of men and of the gods. If other cause thou my
Alright.
smile impudest, abandon it as false, and trust it was those words which thou hast spoken concerning him. Already he was stooping to embrace my teacher's feet, but he said to
Alright,
him,
I know what they want me to do.
Brother, do
Alright.
not, for shade
Make
thou
me
art,
the
and
box,
shade
make me my
beholdest.
puzzle.
And he uprising,
Let my giant
thou
monster have
canst
some
thou
fun.
the sum of love which warms me to thee comprehend, when this our vanity I disremember.
Alright, let's see
Treating
if
a
my
shadow
Monster
a
Mash
substantial
also
thing.
can do the push thing that I can do.
End of Canto 21.
Oh, I can! Oh. Wow, look at that. With that, that is another point goes for books. Let's give books another point. 77 points. My God. My God. Books are killing it. Books are killing it, as it turns out. Books are very good at what they do. But we're now on Purgatory, Canto 22 through 27.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Purgatorio, Cantos 22 to 27. Canto 22. Already was the angel left behind us. The
I guess I
angel
need
who
to
to
figure
the
out a
sixth
way to-
round had turned us, having erased one mark from
To
off my
leave
face.
my monster.
And those who have injustice their desire had said to us, Beati, in their voices, with Sitio, and without more ended it. And I,
Let's see.
more light than through the other passes, went onward so, that without any labour I followed upward the swift-footed spirits. When thus Virgilius began, the love kindled by virtue, aye, another kindles, provided outwardly its flame appear. Hence from the hour that Juvenal descended among us into the infernal limbo, who made apparent to me thy affection, my kindliness towards thee was as great as ever bound one to an unseen person, so that these stairs will now seem short to me. But tell me, and forgive me as a friend, if too great confidence let loose the rein, and as a friend now hold discourse with me. How was it possible within thy breast for avarice to find place, mid so much wisdom as thou wast filled with by thy diligence? These words excited Statius at first somewhat to laughter. Afterward he answered, Each word of thine is love's dear sign to me.
Alrighty, I see.
Verily
what we
oftentimes
do.
do
Okie dokie.
things appear which give fallacious matter to our doubts, instead of the true causes which are hidden. Thy question shows me thy belief to be that I was niggard in the other life, it may be from the circle where I was. Therefore know thou that avarice was removed too far from me, and this extravagance thousands of lunar periods have punished. And were it not that I my thoughts uplifted, when I the passage heard where thou exclaimest, as if indignant unto human nature, To what impellest thou not, O cursed hunger of gold, the appetite
There
of
we go.
mortal men? Revolving I should fear the dismal joustings. Then I perceived the hands which spread too wide their wings in spending, and repented me as well of that as of my other sins. How many with shorn hair shall rise again because of ignorance, which from this sin cuts off repentance living and in death?
Alrighty.
And know that the transgression which rebuts by direct opposition any sin, together with it here its verdure dries.
I guess we're
For
just
if I
gonna
have
punch
been
this
among
thing.
that folk which mourns its avarice, to purify me, for its opposite has this befallen me. Now when thou sangest the relentless weapons of the twofold affliction of Jocasta, the singer of the songs bucolic said, from that which Clio there with 3 preludes, it does not seem that yet had made thee faithful, that faith without which
Alright.
no good works suffice. If this be so, what candles or what suns scattered thy darkness, so
Let's
that thou
see.
didst trim thy sails behind
Not
the
quite.
fisherman thereafter? And he to him, Thou
Come on,
first
stomp it.
directedst me towards Parnassus in its grots to drink, and first concerning God didst me enlighten. Thou didst as me who walketh in the night, who bears his light behind, which helps him not, but wary makes the persons after him, when thou didst say, The age renews itself, justice returns,
There we
and man's
go.
primeval time, and a new progeny descends from heaven. Through thee I poet was, through thee a Christian, but that thou better see what I design, to colour it will I extend my hand. Already was the world in every part pregnant with the true creed,
Alright.
disseminated by
Come on.
messengers of the eternal kingdom, and thy assertion, spoken of above, with the new preachers was in unison, whence I to visit them the custom took. Then they became
Go
so
bye-bye.
holy in my sight, that when Domitian persecuted them, not without tears of mine were their laments. And all the while that I on earth remained, them I befriended, and their
I'm getting
upright
a lot of
customs
souls
made
from
me
this.
disparage all the other sects. And ere I led the Greeks unto the rivers of Thebes, in poetry I was baptized, for out of fear was covertly a Christian,
There we go.
for a long time professing paganism.
Alright, get me through there.
And this lukewarmness caused me the 4th circle to circuit round
Your
more
father!
than 4 centuries. Thou, therefore, who hast raised the covering that hid from me whatever good I speak of, while in ascending we have time to spare, tell me, in what place is our friend Terentius, Caecilius, Plautus, Varro, if
This
thou
guy
knowest?
seems like a character.
Tell me if they are damned, and in what alley.
Alright, let's go
These,
punch the Wheel of
Perseus
Fortune.
and myself, and others many, replied my leader, with that Grecian
Or
are whom
push
more
it,
than
you
all
know,
the rest
that
the muses
works too.
suckled, in the 1st circle of the prison blind.
Tarot cards ain't shit.
Oft times we of the mountain hold discourse which has our nurses ever with itself. Euripides is with us, Antiphon, Simonides, Agatho, and many other Greeks
this my
who
dad?
have all their brows with laurel decked. There
I guess
some
this
of
is my
thine
father.
own people may be seen, Antigone, Deiphile, and Argia, and there Ismene, mournful as of old. There she is seen who pointed out Langia. There is Tiresias'
Daddy's cross,
daughter,
you know, he's
and there
still at it,
Thetis,
you know,
and
even
there
even in
Deidamia
greed,
with
he's
her sisters.
still doing his thing. He holds the
Silent
family
already
tea.
were the poets both. Attent once more in looking
Keeping the tea,
round
you know,
about,
he can't spell father
ascent
without tea.
from the
He can't
walls
spell father
released.
without tea.
and 4 handmaidens of the day already were left behind, and at the pole the 5th was pointing upwards still its burning horn. What time my guide? I think that towards the edge our dexter shoulders it behoves us turn, circling the mount as we are wont to do.
Woof.
Thus in that region custom was our ensign, and we resumed our way with less suspicion, for the assenting of that worthy soul. They in advance went on, and I alone behind them, and I listened to their speech, which gave me lessons in the art of song.
Well, I guess he was right. It
But
was
soon
something.
their
I died
sweet
right
discourses
there. I
interrupted
saw
a
people
tree
smothered
which
and filth
midway in
out
the
of
road
human
we found,
property. Okay.
with apples sweet
All right, Daddy.
and grateful to the smell. And even as a fir tree tapers upward from bough to bough, so downwardly did that, I think in order that no one might climb it. On that side where our pathway was enclosed, fell from the lofty rock a limpid water, and spread itself abroad upon the leaves. The poets twain
Let's see,
unto
T
the
versus
tree
T.
drew
Who's
near,
gonna win?
and from among the foliage a voice cried, "Of this food ye shall have scarcity." Then said,
You know, there's a
"More
T
thoughtful
in
Mary was
father,
of
but there's
making
also
the
a T in
marriage feast
Dante.
complete
You
and
know?
honourable,
Don't know if you
than
noticed
of her
that.
mouth which now for you responds. And for their drink the ancient Roman women with water were content, and Daniel disparaged food, and understanding won. The primal age was beautiful as gold, acorns it made with hunger savorous, and nectar every rivulet with thirst. Honey and locusts were the aliments that fed the Baptist in the
Seems like I'm
wilderness,
doing okay.
whence he is glorious and so magnified, as by the Evangel is revealed to you. Canto 23.
Well, it's a
The
difference
while
in
among the
downways
verdant
them to the
leaves mine
bottom, and
eyes I
so
riveted,
okay.
as he is wont to do who wastes his life pursuing little birds. My more than father said unto me, "Son, come now, because the time that is ordained us more usefully should be apportioned out." I turned my face, and no less soon my steps unto the sages, who were speaking so they made the going of no cost to me. And lo, were heard a song and a lament, Labia mea Domine, in fashion such that delight and dolence it brought forth. "O my sweet father, what is this I hear?" began I, and he answered, "Shades that go perhaps the not unloosing of their debt." In the same way that thoughtful pilgrims do, who, unknown people on the road o'ertaking, turn themselves round to them, and do not stop, even thus behind us with a swifter motion coming and passing onward, gazed upon us a crowd of spirits, silent and devout. Each in his eyes was dark and cavernous, pallid in face, and so emaciate that from the bones the skin did shape itself.
Well,
I do not
maybe he's
think
not
that so
entirely
to
wrong.
nearest rind could
Maybe he's not
Erysichthon
entirely
have
wrong.
been withered up by famine, when most fear he had of it. Thinking
Turns
within
out his
myself,
tea
I
is
said,
pretty powerful.
"Behold, this is the folk who lost Jerusalem
But
when
maybe we
Mary
can
made
make
a prey
ours
of
more
her own
powerful too."
son." Their sockets were like rings without the gems. Whoever in the face of men reads Omo might well in these have recognized the M.
Let's
Who
see.
would believe the odour of an apple, begetting longing, could consume them so, and that of water, without knowing how? I still was wondering what so famished them, for the occasion not yet manifest of their emaciation and sad squalor. And lo, from out the hollow of his head, his eyes a shade turned on me, and looked keenly, then cried aloud, "What grace to me is this?" Never should I have known him from his look, but in his voice was evident to me that which his aspect had suppressed within
All
it.
right.
this spark within me wholly re-enkindled my recognition of his altered face, and I recalled the features
All right.
of Forese.
Now we're invincible
Oh, do
to
not look at
Daddy's
this dry leprosy
tea
he
moves
entreated
for a
me,
while.
which doth my colour discolour, nor at default of flesh that I may have. But tell me truth of thee, and who are those two souls that yonder
Was that
make for
Daddy?
thee an escort?
What
Do
was
not
that,
delay
Daddy?
in speaking unto me. That face of thine, which dead I once bewept, gives me for weeping now no lesser grief, I answered him, beholding it so changed. But tell me, for God's sake, what thus denudes you? Make me not speak while I am marvelling, for ill speaks he who's full of other longings. And he to me, from the eternal counsel
Alrighty.
falls power into the water, and the tree
Okay,
behind
he's
us
got
left,
his tea has gotten really
whereby I
powerful.
grow
All
so
right.
thin. All of this people who lamenting sing, for following beyond measure appetite in hunger and thirst are here re-sanctified. Desire to eat and drink enkindles in us the scent that issues from the apple tree, and from the spray that sprinkles o'er the verdure. And not a single
That is a
time
very
alone this
telling
ground
attack.
encompassing is refreshed our pain. I say our pain, and ought to say our solace. For the same wish doth lead us to the tree which led the Christ rejoicing to say Eli, when with his veins he liberated us. And I to him, Forese, from that day when for a bitter life thou changedst
Well, I almost
worlds,
took him. I got
up
close.
to this time 5 years have
Daddy,
not rolled
coming
around.
for you.
If sooner
for
were
you,
the
Daddy.
power exhausted in
Daddy,
thee of
you ain't
sinning
shit.
more
Daddy, you
than
look
thee
horrible.
the hour surprised of that good sorrow which to God
Inferno
reweds
ain't doing
us.
any favors for
How
you.
hast thou come up hitherward already? I thought to find thee down there underneath, where time for time doth restitution make. And he to me thus speedily has led me to drink of the sweet wormwood of these torments, my Nella with her overflowing tears. She with her prayers devout and with her sighs has drawn me from the coast where one awaits, and from the other circles set me free. So much more dear and pleasing is to God my little widow, whom so much I loved, as in good works she is the more alone. For the Barbagia of Sardinia by far more modest in its women is than the Barbagia I have left her in. O brother sweet, what wilt thou have me say? A future time is in my
Not too
sight
bad, not
already,
too shabby.
to which this hour will not be very old, when from the pulpit shall be interdicted to the unblushing womankind
I don't
of
know, are you?
Florence to go about displaying breast and paps. What savages were e'er, what Saracens who stood in need to make them covered go, of spiritual or other discipline. But if the shameless women were assured of what swift heaven prepares for them, already wide open would they have their mouths to howl. For if my foresight here
That is a
deceive
very
me not,
funny
they
attack,
shall be
Dave.
sad ere he has bearded cheeks, who now is hushed to sleep with lullaby. O brother, now no longer hide thee from me. See that not only I, but all these people are gazing there, where thou dost veil the sun.
My tea is stronger than yours!
If thou bring back to mind what thou with me hast been, and I with thee, the present
My
memory will be
tea
grievous
is
still.
strong.
Out of that life he turned me back who goes in front of me. 2 days agone when round the sister of him yonder showed herself. And to the sun I pointed. Through the deep night of the truly dead has this one led me, with his true flesh that follows after him.
This is the power of a
Thence his
real
encouragements have led me
tea!
up, ascending and still circling round the mounts that you doth straighten, whom the world made crooked. He says
I
that
think
he
we're gonna
will
win
bear
this
me
one.
company
I don't know.
till I shall be
Feel
where
something
Beatrice
about-
will be. There it behoves me to remain without him. This is Virgilius who thus says to me, and him I pointed at.
I don't know, at this
The
point,
other
we've
is
gone
that
through
shade
7
for whom
hours of
just
hell.
now shook every slope your realm.
We've gone through 7
that
hours
from
of hell.
itself discharges him.
I did it.
Canto 24. Nor speech the going, nor the going.
This guy
that
looks like
slackened,
he's straight out
but
of
talking we
fighting
went bravely
game.
on,
What is it?
even as
Killer
a vessel
Instinct.
urged by a good wind. And shadows that appeared things doubly dead. from
I'm
out
gonna
the
be in
sepulchres
a
of their
rare
eyes portrayed
game!
wonder at me, aware that I was living.
No!
I, continuing my
I'm gonna
colloquy,
be in Conker's
said,
bed for a day,
"Peradventure
just
he
you
goes
wait!
up more slowly than
son!"
he would do, for other people's sake. But tell me, if thou knowest, where is Picarda? Tell me if any one of note I see among this folk that gazes at me so.
Sins of the father,
My sister, who twixt beautiful
wow.
and good, I know not which was more, triumphs rejoicing already in her crown on high Olympus. So said he first, and then, 'tis not forbidden to name each other here, so melted
right.
away is our resemblance by our dieting. This, pointing his finger, is Buona Giunta of Lucca, and that face beyond him there, more peaked than the others, has held the holy church within his arms. From Tours was he, and purges by his fasting Bolsena's eels and the Vernaccia wine. He named me many others one by one,
Good Lord.
and all contented seemed at being named, so that for this I saw not one dark look. I saw for hunger bite the empty air Ubaldin dalla Pila, and Boniface, who with his crook had pastured many people. I saw Messer Marchese, who had leisure once at Forli for drinking with less dryness, and he was one who ne'er felt satisfied, but as he does who scans, and then doth prize one more than others, did I him of Lucca, who seemed to take most cognizance of me. He murmured, and I know not what Gentuca from that place heard I, where he felt the wound of justice that doth macerate them so. O soul, I said, that seemest so desirous to speak with me, do so that I may hear thee, and with thy
so
speech
close to getting out of the green
thyself and
zone,
me.
y'all. I'm so excited.
A maid is born, and wears not yet the veil, began he, who to thee shall pleasant make my city, howsoever men may blame it. Thou shalt go on thy way with this prevision. If by my murmuring thou hast been deceived, true things hereafter I will declare to thee. But say if him I here behold, who forth evoked the new invented rhymes, beginning, ladies that have intelligence of love, and I to him, one am I who, whenever love doth inspire me, note, and in that measure which he within me dictates, singing go. O brother, now I see, said he, the knot which me, the notary, and Gittone held short
I really hate
of the
them
sweet new
spinning
style
dudes,
that
what can
now
I say?
hear. I do perceive full clearly how your pens go closely following after him who dictates, which with our own forsooth came not to pass, and he who sets him forth to go beyond no difference sees from one style to another, and as if satisfied he held his peace. Even as the birds that winter towards the Nile sometimes into a phalanx form themselves, then fly in greater
I think
haste
the final boss
and
of this
go in
game is
file.
Lucifer.
In such wise all the people who were there, turning their faces, hurried on their steps, both by their leanness and their wishes light.
I'm curious,
And as a man who weary is with trotting, lets his companions onward go, and walks,
the devil himself.
until he vents the panting of his chest, so did Forese let the holy flock pass
out and
by,
about.
and came with me behind it, saying,
You
when
know,
will it
EA
be that
games,
I again
you
shall
know,
see thee?
they
How
wanted
long,
to make
I
some
answered, I may
changes.
live,
You know,
I
this
know
is the
not.
Final Fantasy VII
Yet my
remake
return
of Dante's
will not so
Inferno.
speedy
You know,
be,
they had a
but I
whole
shall
trilogy
sooner in
planned,
desire arrive,
and it just didn't quite work out
because
for
the
them.
place where I was set to live from day to day of good is more depleted, and until dismal ruin seems ordained. Now go, he said, for him most guilty of it at a beast's tail behold I dragged along towards the valley where is no repentance. Faster at every step the beast is going, increasing evermore until it smites him and leaves the body vilely mutilated. Not long those wheels shall turn, and he uplifted his eyes to heaven, ere shall be clear to thee that which my speech no farther can declare.
Might be something up here.
Now stay behind, because the time so precious is in this kingdom that I lose too
All
much by coming onward thus abreast with thee. As sometimes issues forth upon a gallop a cavalier from out a troop that ride, and seeks the honour of the first encounter, so he with greater strides departed from us, and on the road remained I with those two who were such mighty marshals of the world. and when before us he had gone so far, mine eyes became to him such pursuivants as was my
Alrighty.
understanding to his words. Appeared to me with
Let's see
laden
here.
and living boughs another apple tree, and not far distant, from having but just then turned thitherward. People I saw beneath it lift their hands, and cry I know not what towards the
We made it
leaves,
to anger.
like little children,
Alrighty, so
eager
let's give
and
ourselves
deluded,
a point
who pray,
a point
and
here.
he they pray
Got
to
a
doth not
touchdown.
answer, but to make very keen their appetite, holds their
35.
desire aloft, and hides it not.
And I think
Then
we are
they
now officially
departed as if
in the
undeceived.
anger zone. So let's
And
say
now we came
goodbye
unto the mighty tree, which prayers and
Buy-Sell
tears
and
so
stocks.
manifold refuses.
We're in the anger zone
Pass
now.
farther
so
onward
let
without
us
drawing near. The tree of which Eve
Get
ate
into
is
the
higher
anger
up,
zone.
and out of that one has this tree been raised. Thus said I,
And
know
I
not
need
who
to
among the
adjust my
branches,
webcam here.
whereat Virgilius,
Where,
Statius, and myself went
what's a
crowding forward
nice,
on the side that
good
rises. Be mindful,
color-
said he,
color here.
of
We
the
gotta
accursed
get-
ones formed
We're
of the
red
cloud
now.
rack, who inebriate
Ooh,
combated
angry.
Theseus with their double breasts. And of the Jews who showed them
Rage.
soft in drinking, whence Gideon would not have them for companions when he towards Midian the hills descended. Thus, closely pressed to one of the two borders, on we passed, hearing scenes of gluttony, followed forsooth by miserable gains.
I'm
Then
so
set at
mad.
large
I'm
upon the lonely
so
road, 1,000
I'm
steps
so-
and more we onward
so
went
rageful.
in contemplation,
Ooh.
each without a word.
I'm gonna give everyone
What
a
go
stern
ye
talking
thinking
to.
thus, ye three alone? Said suddenly a voice, whereat I started as terrified and timid beasts are wont. I raised my head to see who this might be, and never in a furnace was there
is this the
seen
swamp
metals
level?
or glass so lucent
I didn't realize
and so
anger
red
translated to
as one I
swamp,
saw
but
who
you know.
said, if it may please you
I guess
to
that's
mount
fine.
aloft, here it behoves you turn.
It's time to
This
get-
way
time to
goes
get
he
red hot.
who goeth after
Time to
peace.
get red hot mad.
His aspect had bereft me of
Time
my
to-
sight, so that I
time to fart
turned me
blood
back
and
unto
whatever
my
it is you
teachers,
do.
like one who goeth as his hearing guides him. And as, harbinger of early dawn, the air of May doth move and breathe out of fragrance, and impregnate all with herbage and with flowers,
Alright, Wormy,
so
you gotta
did I feel
go.
a breeze strike in the midst of my front, and felt the moving of the plumes that breathed around an odour of ambrosia. And heard it said, blessed are they whom grace so much illumines, that the love of taste excites not in their breasts too great desire, hungering
Alright.
at all times so far as is just. Canto 25.
Might as well see what I can do up here
Now
now.
was it the ascent no hindrance brooked, because the sun had his meridian circle to Taurus left,
alrighty.
and night to Scorpio. Wherefore as doth a man
Let's
who
see
tarries
here.
not, but goes his way, whate'er to him appear, if of necessity the sting transfix him, in this wise did we enter through the gap,
Let's do that.
taking the stairway one before the other, which by its narrowness divides the climbers. And as the little stork that lifts its wing with a desire to fly, and does not venture to leave the nest, lets a downward droop, even such was I, with the desire of asking, kindled and quenched, unto the motion
Alright,
coming
yeah,
he
yeah,
who doth
yeah.
address himself to speak. Not for our pace, though rapid it might be, my father sweet forbore, but said, let fly the bow of speech thou to the barb hast drawn. With confidence I opened then my mouth, and I began, how can one meagre grow there where the need of nutriment applies not? If thou wouldst call to mind
There
how
we go.
leaguer was wasted by the wasting of a brand, this would not, said he, be to thee so sour. And wouldst thou think how at each
Alright,
tremulous
Wormy, you gotta
motion
go.
trembles within a mirror your own image, which seems hard would mellow seem to thee, and that thou mayst content thee in thy wish, lo Statius here, and him I call and pray he now will be the healer of thy wounds. If I unfold to him the eternal vengeance, responded Statius, where
That's-
thou
that's
present
Lucifer
art,
right
be
there.
my excuse
got
that I
your
cannot
Beatrice.
deny thee. But he began, Son, if these words of mine thy mind doth contemplate and doth receive, they'll be thy light unto the how thou sayest. The perfect blood which never is drunk up into the thirsty veins, and which remaineth like food that from the table thou removest, takes in the heart for all the human members virtue informative, as being that which to be changed to them goes through the veins, again digest,
Alright, there we go.
descends it where 'tis better silent to be
What do you
than
guys say?
and then drops thence upon another's blood in natural vase. There one together with the other mingles, one to be passive meant,
Yeah,
the
Virgil,
other
you tell
active
them,
by reason of the
kings.
perfect place it springs from,
You tell them.
and being conjoined, begins to operate, coagulating first, then vivifying what for its matter it had made consistent. The active virtue being made a soul as of a plant, in so far different
Alright.
this on the way is that arrived already. Then works so much that now it moves and feels like a sea fungus, and then undertakes to organize the powers whose seed it is. Now
Let's
some
see.
dilates and now distends itself the virtue from the generator's heart, where nature is intent on all the members. But how from animal it man becomes, thou dost not see as yet.
What do we got here
It
this
is a point
time?
which made a wiser
We got a
man
new
than
enemy?
thou once so far that in his doctrine separate he made the soul from possible intellect, and he no organ saw by this assumed. Open thy
Alright.
breast unto the truth that's coming.
Your classic
and
little
know that
little fire
as soon
ants.
as in the fetus the articulation
You just gotta
of the
do a
brain
nice
is
T
perfect,
attack, and there you go.
the final motor turns to it well pleased, and so great art of nature, and inspires a spirit new with virtue all replete, which what it finds there active doth attract into its substance, and becomes one soul, which lives and feels and of itself revolves. And that thou less may wonder at my word, behold the sun's heat which becometh wine, joins to the juice that from the vine distills. Whenever lachesis has no more thread, it separates from the flesh, and virtually bears with itself the human and divine. The other faculties
Alright.
are voiceless all, the memory, the intelligence, and the will in action far more vigorous than before. Without a pause it falleth of itself
All you got?
in marvellous way on one shore or the other. There of its roads it
There we
first
go.
is cognizant. Soon as the place there circumscribeth it, the virtue informative rays round about as, and as much
guess
as in
there
the
is-
living members. And even as the air, when full of rain by alien rays that are
Oh,
therein
no!
reflected, with diverse
Ah,
colours shows itself
insta-death.
adorned,
Grrr,
so there the neighbouring
rage!
air doth shape
Ah,
itself into that form which
F!
doth impress upon it virtually the soul that has stood still. And then in manner of the little flame, which followeth the fire where'er it shifts, after the spirit followeth its new form, since afterwards it takes from
Let's
this
see
its
here.
semblance
After she was
its
flogged
full
and her
shade,
children. Okay.
and thence it organizes thereafter every sense,
That's
even
fine.
to the sight. Thence it is
This
that
is
we
truly a
speak,
Dark Souls
and thence we
situation
laugh.
indeed.
Thence it is that we form the tears and sighs that on the
Right.
mountain thou mayhap hast heard, according as impresses our
Alrighty.
desires and other
A,
affections,
Y,
so
B.
the shade
Love that
is
Guitar
shaped.
Hero.
And this
I
is
mean,
cause
I hate
of
it.
what thou wonderest
Grrr,
at.
rage!
Unto the last of all
Rage!
the
Raging
circles
against
had
the
we arrived,
sins!
and to the right hand turned, and were attentive to
A,
another
Y,
care.
X!
There the
How do you spell
embankment
rage?
shoots forth flames of fire, and upward doth the cornice breathe a blast that drives them back and from itself sequesters.
Alright, bonus souls. Gimme,
Hence
gimme,
we
gimme.
must needs go on the
Alright,
open
you go
side,
bye-bye.
and one by one. And I did fear the fire on this side,
Bye-bye.
and on that the falling down.
Thy kingdom come.
My leader said, along this place one ought to keep
Alright.
upon the eyes a tightened rein, seeing that one so easily
Let's
might
see.
err. Summe Deus clementiae, in the bosom of the great burning chanted then I heard, which made me no less eager to turn round, and spirits saw I walking through the flame,
Let's do that one.
wherefore I looked to my own steps and theirs, apportioning my sight from time to time. After the close which to that hymn is made,
Alright, there we
aloud
go.
they shouted,
That seems like a
Virum
big
non
beefy-
cognosco.
Big beefy
Then
combo.
recommenced the hymn with voices low. This also ended, cried they, to the wood Diana ran, and drove forth Helise therefrom, who had of Venus felt the poison. Then to their song returned they, Then the wives they shouted, and the husbands who were chaste, as virtue and the marriage vow imposes. And I believe that then this mode suffices, for all the time the fire is burning them. With such care is it needful, and such food, that the last wound of all should be closed up. Canto 26. While on the brink, thus
Horny man, you going down?
we went upon our way. Oft the good master said, "Take thou heed, suffice it that I warn thee."
I'm gonna
Right
get
shoulder
some.
smote me now the sun.
There's only gonna be rage points
Weighing
here.
out already the whole west, changed from its azure aspect into white. With my shadow did I make the flame appear more red, and even to such a sign the shades saw I many as they went with heed. This was the cause that gave them a beginning to speak of me, and to themselves began they to say, "That seems not a factitious body." Then towards me, as far as they could come, came certain of them, always with regard not to step forth where they would not be burned. O thou who goest, not from being slower but reverent perhaps behind the others, answer me.
Oh, he's like, no, you killed my brother, how dare you?
To me only is thine answer needful, for all these have greater
probably said something way cooler than that,
for
but you know.
cold water, Ethiop,
We're doing, you know,
Tell us
we're all about
how
the
is it
rage.
that
We
thou
don't care what
makest
they're really
thyself
thinking.
a wall unto the sun, as if thou hadst not entered as yet into the net of death. Thus one of them addressed me, and I straight should have revealed myself, were I not bent on other novelty that then appeared. For through the middle of the burning road there came a people face to face with these, which held them in suspense with gazing at them. There see I hastening upon either side each of the shades, and kissing one another without a pause, content with brief salute.
Come on,
Thus
alright.
in the middle of their brown battalions, muzzle to muzzle,
There we
one
go.
ant meets another, perchance to spy their journey or their fortune.
Get us
No
up
sooner
there.
is the fight ended, or ever the first passes
Alright.
onward, each one endeavours to outcry the
We
other.
got another piece
The Newcomb
of,
people,
you know, golden
Sodom and
blues.
Gomorrah, the rest into the cow Pasiphae enters, so that the bull unto her lust may run. Then as the cranes that to Riphaean mountains might fly in part, and part towards the sands, these of the frost, those of the sun avoidant, one folk is going and the other coming, and weeping they return to their first songs,
I wonder
and
how
to the
long
cry
the
that
anger
most
section
befitteth
will
them.
be.
And close to me approached, even as before, the very same who had entreated me, attent to listen in their countenance. I, who their inclination twice had seen, began, O souls secure in the possession whene'er it may
Oh
be
no,
of the
time for
state
another
of peace,
flashback!
neither unripe nor ripened have remained my members upon earth, but here are with me with their own blood and their articulations. I go up here to be no longer blind. A lady is above, who wins this grace, whereby the mortal through your world I bring. But as your greatest longing satisfied may soon become, so that the heaven may house you, which full of love is, and most amply spreads, tell me, that I again in books may write it, who are you, and what is that multitude which goes upon its way behind your
Let's
backs?
see, Queen of Troy, who watched her
Otherwise with
city
wonder
tell
is
in battle,
bewildered
her
the mountaineer, and staring round is dumb, when rough and rustic to the
I'll
town
let
he
you go.
goes, than every shade
We'll let you
became in
go.
its appearance. But when they of their stupor were disburdened, which in high hearts is quickly quieted, blessed be thou who of our borderlands, he recommenced who
Borderlands!
first had questioned us,
Borderlands
experienced
confirmed
freightest for a
for,
better
you know,
life.
Dante.
The folk that comes not with us have offended in that which once
I
Caesar,
knew it had to come at some
triumphing,
point.
heard himself called in contumely Queen. Therefore they separate, exclaiming
Let's see here.
Sodom, themselves reproving,
Let's get
even as thou
this.
hast heard, and add unto their burning by their shame. Our own
Well, I got a
transgression
lot of
was
sins out of her.
hermaphrodite, but
I got a
because
lot
we
of sins
observed
out of
not
her.
human law, following like unto
All right,
beasts
here you
our
go.
appetite, in our opprobrium by us is read, when we part company, the name of her who bestialized herself in bestial wood. Now knowest thou our acts, and what our
Alright,
crime
let's
was.
see what happens here.
Wouldst thou perchance by name know who we are? There is not time to tell, nor could I do it. Thy wish to know me shall in sooth be granted.
I'm gonna guess there's some
And
enemy or
Guido
something that's like,
Ginicelli, and
we
now
caught
purge
ya!
me, having repented ere the hour extreme. The same that in the sadness of Lycurgus 2 sons became, their mother, we beholding, such I became, but rise not to such height. The moment I heard name himself, the father of me and of my betters, who ever
that's right.
practised
Get
the
up there.
sweet and
Get up there,
gracious
Dante.
rhymes of
We
love,
got work to do.
and without speech
We got work
and
being
hearing,
mad!
sought thee for a light and went, beholding him, nor for the fire did I approach him nearer. When I was fed with looking, utterly myself I offered ready for his service, with affirmation that compels belief, and he told me, Thou leavest footprints such in me from what I hear, and so distinct, Lethe cannot efface them nor make dim. But if thy words just now the truth have sworn, tell me what is the cause why thou displayest in word and look that dear thou holdest me. And I to him, those dulcet lays of yours which, long as shall endure our modern fashion,
I did not realize
shall
there was
make
a time
forever
limit there.
dear thy
Oops.
very ink. O brother, said he whom I point out,
Alright.
and here he pointed at a spirit in front,
I guess
was
we'll
of the
let
mother
you go
tongue
again,
a better
Hecuba.
smith.
We got a lot of souls out of
Verses
you.
of love and proses of romance he
Or
mastered
sins,
all,
rather.
and let the idiots talk who think the Lemmersin surpasses him. To clear more than truth they turn their faces, and in this way establish their opinion, ere art or reason has by them been heard. Thus many ancients with Gittone did, from cry to cry still giving him applause, until the truth has conquered with
Alright.
most persons. Now if thou hast such ample privilege, 'tis granted thee to go unto the cloister wherein is Christ the abbot of the college. To him repeat for me a paternoster,
Alright, 38,
so far
okay.
as needful to us of this world,
Probably around the same
where
amount.
power of sinning is no
Bye-bye.
longer ours. Then, to give place perchance to one behind, whom he had near, he vanished in the fire as fish in water going to the bottom. I moved a little towards
Alrighty.
him pointed out, and said that to his name my own desire an honourable place was making ready. He of his own free will began
Alright,
to
now,
say,
okay. Now I
Tannabelis
see.
vostre cortes de man, que je non puesque ni vuele a vos cobrir,
I'll be very
je suis
mad
Arnaud,
if...
que plora ve chontan, consiros ve la passada falor, ve Josen la jaune que sperdanan, ara vus preter aquella valor, que vus condus al son de la scalina,
Alrighty.
sovenja vus a temprar ma dolor, then hid him in the fire that purifies the air. Footnote translation. So pleases me your courteous demand, I cannot and I will not hide me from you. I am Arnaud, who weep and singing go, contrite to see the folly of the past, and joyous see the hoped-for day before me. Therefore do I implore you, by that power which guides you to the summit of the stairs,
Just asking
be
you to...
mindful to assuage my
Alright,
sorrow.
now I'll kill you.
Canto 27.
Woo-wee!
And when he vibrates forth his earliest rays, in regions where his maker shed his blood, the Ebro falling under lofty Libra, and waters in the Ganges burnt with noon, so stood the sun. Hence was the day departing, when the glad angel of God appeared to us. Outside the flame he stood upon the verge, and chanted forth, Beati mundo corde, in a voice by far more living than our own. Then, no one farther goes, souls sanctified,
shit.
if first the
Alright.
fire bite not, within it enter, and be not deaf unto the song beyond. When we were close behind him, thus he said, wherefore e'en such became I, when I heard him,
Okay,
as he
come on.
who was put into the grave.
Ooh, come on.
Hands I straightened me,
No, come on.
scanning the fire, and vividly recalling the human bodies I had once seen burn. Towards me turned themselves my good conductors, and unto me Virgilius said, My son, here may indeed be torment, but not death. Remember thee, remember, and if I on Geryon have safely guided thee, what shall I do now I am near a god? Believe for certain, shouldst thou stand a full millennium in the bosom of this flame, it could not make thee bald a single
Okay.
hair. And
Woo!
if perchance thou think that I deceive thee, draw near to it, and put it to the proof that thine own hands upon thy garment's hem. Now lay aside all fear.
I am very
Turn
glad I
hitherward,
instinctively
and
went
onward
over
come
there.
securely. And I
That
still
would have been an
motionless
instant
and
death. That would have been
conscience.
that would have
Seeing
been
me stand
very
still, motionless
rage-inducing.
and stubborn, somewhat
Very
disturbed,
angry.
he said,
Would have
"Now
been
look
very
thou, son,
angry indeed.
twixt Beatrice and thee there is this wall." As at the name of Thisbe oped his lids the dying Pyramus,
Oh, that seems
and
bad.
gazed upon her, what time the mulberry became a vermilion. Even thus, my obduracy being softened, I turned to my wise guide, hearing the name that in my memory evermore is welling. Whereat he wagged his head and said, "How now? Shall we stay on this side?" Then smiled as one does at
All
a
right,
child
Virgil, you
who's
keep
vanquished
talking.
by an
You
apple.
keep talking, Virgil. I
Then into the
care.
fire in front of me he entered, beseeching Stasius to come after me, who a long way before divided us. When I was in it, into molten glass I would have cast me to refresh myself, so without measure was the burning there. And my sweet father, to encourage me, discoursing
Angry
still of
politician who
Beatrice, went
opposed
on,
Dante's
saying,
return to
"Her
Florence.
eyes
Their
I seem to
families were
see
bitter
already."
rivals.
A voice that on
Well,
the other side
Dante
was
never
singing
killed him in real
directed
life,
us,
so it
and
probably
we,
wouldn't be
attent
fair to kill
alone
him in
on
the
that,
video game.
came forth
That's
where
my
the ascent
opinion.
began. Venite benedicte patris mei sounded with a splendour which was there, such it overcame me, and I could not look. The sun departs, it added, and night cometh. Tarry ye not, for onward urge your steps, so long as yet the west becomes not dark. Straight forward through the rock the path ascended, in such a way that I cut off the rays before me of the sun that now was low. And of few stairs we yet had made essay, ere by the vanished shadow the
Alrighty.
sun setting behind us we perceived.
Almost
I and
40
my
sins
sages.
solved. My
And ere in all
goodness.
its parts immeasurable the horizon of one aspect had become, and night her boundless dispensation held, each of us of a stair had made his bed, because the nature of the mount took from us the power of climbing more than the delight. Even as in ruminating passive grow the goats, who have been swift and venturesome upon the mountain tops ere they were fed, hushed in the shadow while the sun is hot, watched
Oh,
by
the
the
sticks,
herdsman who upon his
Marsh.
staff is
Ooh.
leaning, and in leaning tender. And as the
Unleash
shepherd,
the tease!
lodged out of doors, passeth the night beside his quiet flock, watching that no wild beast may scatter it, such at that hour were we, all three of us, I like the goat, and like the herdsman they, begirt on this side and on that by rocks. Little could there be seen of things without, but through that little I beheld the stars more luminous and larger than their wont. Thus ruminating, beholding these, sleep seized upon me. Sleep
Here we
that
go.
oftentimes before a deed is done has tidings of it. It was the hour, I think, when from the east first on the mountain Cytherea beamed, who with the fire of love seems always burning. Youthful
Just to
and
think, we have
beautiful in
5 more
dreams,
layers
methought I saw a
of,
lady
you know,
walking in a meadow,
the Inferno
gathering
after
flowers,
this, if
and
we can even
singing,
make it that
she was
far.
saying, "Know whosoever may my name demand that I am Lear, and go moving round my beauteous hands to make myself a garland, to please me at the mirror, here I deck me, but never does my sister Rachel leave her looking-glass, and sitteth all day long, to see her beauteous eyes, as eager as she, as I am to adorn me with my
Oh,
hands.
thank you, giant
Her
hands.
seeing and me doing satisfies. And now before the
Look at that.
Antilucan splendours that unto pilgrims the more grateful rise, as home returning less remote they lodge, the darkness fled away on every side, and slumber with
Damn
it,
you,
whereupon I
giant
rose,
man.
seeing already the great masters risen. That apple sweet which through so many branches the care of mortals goeth in pursuit of, today shall put in peace thy hungerings. Speaking to me, Virgilius of such words
Alright,
as these made
and then
use,
an X.
and never were there guerdons
an
that
A.
could in pleasantness compare with these. Such longing upon longing came
Hi
upon
there.
me, to be above, that at each step thereafter for flight I felt in me the pinions growing. when underneath us was the stairway all run earth, and we were on the highest step. Virgilius fastened upon his hands, and said, The temple of fire and the eternal sun thou hast seen, and to a place art come whereof myself no farther I discern. By intellect and art I here have brought thee. Take thine own pleasure for thy guide henceforth. Beyond the steep ways and the narrow art thou. Behold the sun that shines upon thy forehead. Behold the grass, the flowerets, and the shrubs which of itself alone this land produces. Until rejoicing come the beauteous eyes which weep
Yeah, you go bye-bye.
to come unto thee. Thou canst sit down, and thou canst walk among them. Expect no more or word or sign from me. Free and upright and sound is thy free will, and error were it not to do its bidding. Thee are thyself,
Let's see.
and therefore crown and mitre. End of Canto 27.
Do we have another
of
bit of a
Purgatorio.
flashback in store for us, or what we got here?
How did I come to this fate?
I do believe we have a deal.
Yeah, sweetie.
Why has Dante forsaken me?
That's gonna be a little fucked up. Okay, that seems easy enough. Okay, now it's not easy. And the babies are back. Great. There we go. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Woof. Alright, go. And go bye-bye. Alright. There we go. Thank you very much. I guess I need to open you. go bye-bye. Grrr! Alrighty. Okay, we still got more, I see. Alright. I'm on. Alright, Giant Monster Mash, I could use your help. Alright. Did not actually kill them, huh? There we go. What do we get now? And blocks ranged attacks. Ooh. Let's see. Think this might be a good idea. Alright, now we'll be good for a bit. We got our good point. We gotta get our good boy points up a bit more. Go away. Alright. You know, sometimes I forget that at the beginning of this game I murdered Death. I'm surprised there even still is an Inferno. They really love to pad this out, don't they? I feel like at some point I should have been done with this by now. Alright. Alrighty. Are you gonna do the burn? You're doing the burn. that finally do it? That almost did it. Oof. Okay. Grr, 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 grr. Okay. Good boy zone! Good boy punch. And I just now realized that Books gets another point. I was too distracted. Can't believe it. All right. 84. 84 points for Books. Let us proceed. 47. Okay, that was number 12. All right, we're almost done with the Purgatory section of the Divine
This is a
Comedy.
LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Oof.
That's LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Nowak. The
Alrighty.
Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Purgatorio, Canto 28 to 33. Purgatorio, Canto 28. Eager already to search in and round the heavenly forest, dense and living green, which tempered to the eyes the newborn day, without more delay I left the bank, taking the level
That's really
country
funny.
slowly
I
over
love
the
my
soil
I love
that
my
everywhere
husband so
breathes
much,
fragrance.
you know.
A
That I'll sell my
softly
soul.
bleeding air that no mutation had in itself upon the forehead smote me no heavier blow than of a gentle
I owe the
wind.
soul to you.
Whereat the branches, lightly tremulous, did all of them bow downward toward that side where its first shadow casts the holy mountain. Yet not from their upright direction swayed, so that the little birds
apple!
upon their tops should leave the practice of
Apple!
each art of theirs. But with full ravishment the hours
Apple!
of prime, singing, received they in the midst of leaves that ever bore a burden to their rhymes, such as from branch to branch goes gathering on through the pine forest.
Oh
on
no,
the
she's
shores of
gonna grow a
Chiasso when
beanstalk
Aeolus
in her
unleashes
belly!
the Sirocco. Already my slow steps had carried me into the ancient wood so far that I could not perceive where I had entered it. And lo, my further course a stream cut off, which toward the left hand with its little waves bent down the grass on which its margin sprang. All waters that on earth most limpid are would seem to have within themselves some mixture compared with that which nothing doth conceal, although it moves on with a brown, brown current under the shade perpetual that never
that's
ray of
hot.
the sun lets in, nor of
Oh,
the moon.
right in front of
With feet I
Dante.
stayed,
Oh,
and
he's
with my
giving the
hands I
look.
passed beyond the rivulet to look upon the great variety of the fresh May.
Oh, right. Oh, that's got.
And there appeared
ooh.
to me, even as
Ooh.
appears suddenly
That
something
makes-
that
that
doth
makes him
turn
mad.
aside through very wonder every other thought.
That's
A
that's gonna
lady,
make him
all
real mad.
alone, who went along singing and culling floweret after floweret, with which her pathway was all painted over. Ah, beauteous lady, who in rays of love dost form thyself, if I may trust to looks which the heart's witnesses are wont to be, may the desire come unto thee to draw near to this river's bank, I said to her, so much that I might hear
Man, that
what
thing's
thou
got a
art
big
singing.
butt.
Thou makest me remember where and what Proserpina that moment was when lost her mother her, and she herself the spring. As turns herself, with feet together
Gonna take a
crossed
nice
into the
slow
ground,
walk
a
and
lady
think
who is
about how
dancing
I maybe
and hardly
shouldn't have
puts
cheated
one
on my
foot
wife.
before the other. On the vermilion and the yellow flowerets,
I cheated on my wife, and I'm gonna make this all about me.
The maiden who her modest eyes
This is
cast
all about
down.
me.
And my entreaties made to be content, so near approaching that the dulcet sound came unto me together with its meaning as soon as she was where the grasses are.
Hey there, Scott.
Bathed by the waters of the beauteous
We've been
river
at this
to
for a
lift
long
her
time,
eyes, she granted me the boon.
About 8 hours and almost
I do
8.5
not think
hours
there
now.
shone so great a light under the lids of Venus when
Thank you.
transfixed by her own sun.
I'm starting to
beyond his
think I
usual
might not
custom.
win.
Erect upon
I had to
the
lower the
edge,
difficulty to normal
full,
because
many
it
colours in
turns
her
out
hands,
hard
which
was a little
that high
bullshit.
land produces without seed. Apart 3 paces did the river make us, but Hellespont, where Xerxes passed across, a curb still to all human arrogance, more hatred from Leander did not suffer for rolling between Cestus
We
and
still have, I
Abydos
think,
than
4
that
more
from me, because
layers
it
to
oped
go.
not then. Ye are newcomers, and because
Did
I
I-
smile, began she, peradventure in this place elect to human nature for its nest, some apprehension keeps you marveling, but the psalm, Delectasi, giveth light which has the power to uncloud your intellect.
Okay.
And thou who foremost art
just
and
like
didst
the big-
entreat me,
big-
speak,
big
if thou
strong
wouldst
guy
hear
from
more,
earlier.
for I
All
came
right.
ready to all thy questionings as far as needful. The water, said I, and the forest's sound are combating within me my new faith in something which I heard opposed to this.
Alright.
Whence she, I will relate how from its cause
City of
proceedeth
Dis,
that
who
which
dis?
maketh thee to wonder, and purge away the cloud that smites upon thee.
New giant, who
The
dis?
good supreme, soul in itself delighting, created man good, and this
Out of my
goodly
way,
place gave
I'm
him as handsome
angry.
eternal peace.
I'm
By
angry.
his default,
Roar!
short while he sojourned here. By his default, to
Why
weep in
didn't
and
my
to
wife
toil, he
accept that I
changed his
cheated on my
innocent
wife
laughter
because
and
I'm a
sweet
big
play.
smelly loser?
That the disturbance which below
I was
is
too
made
busy
by
murdering
exhalations of the
people
land and water,
and sewing
which fires
clothes
may
to
be
my
follow
skin.
after heat,
I didn't
might
know I
not
wasn't supposed to
upon
cheat.
mankind wage any war. This mount ascended towards the heavens so high and is exempt from there where it is locked. Now, since the universal atmosphere turns in a circuit with the primal motion,
I still got
unless
4
the circle is broken on
hours-ish.
some side, upon this height that all is disengaged in living ether, doth this motion strike and make the forest sound, for it is dense. And so
If I don't
much
take any
power the
breaks,
stricken
I
plant
think I might be able to
possesses
get-
that with its virtue it
I'm
impregnate
hoping
the
that some
air,
layers
and
of
this
hell are
revolving
shorter than
scatters
others.
it around.
That's my hope.
And yonder earth, according as 'tis worthy in self or in its clime, conceives and bears of diverse qualities the diverse trees. It should not seem a marvel then on earth, this being heard, whenever any plant without seed manifest there taketh root. And thou must know, this holy tableland in which thou art is full of every seed, and fruit has in it never gathered there. The water which thou seest springs not from vein restored by vapor that the cold condenses, like to a stream that gains or loses breath, but issues from a fountain, safe and certain, which, by the will of God, as much regains as it discharges, open on 2 sides. Upon this side with virtue it descends, which takes away all memory of sin. On that, every good deed done restores it. Here Lethe, as upon the other side Unui it is called, and worketh not if first on either side
Still have
it
not
be
reached
not
the point
tasted.
in the Divine
This
Comedy.
every other savour doth transcend, and notwithstanding slaked so far may be thy thirst,
Yep,
that
seems
I
that
reveal
way.
to thee no more. I'll give thee a corollary still.
We're
in
at the-
place.
we're at- this is the
Nor think
final
my speech will be to
purgatory
thee
one.
less dear if it
There's still
spread out
all of
beyond my promise
Paradiso.
to thee. Those who in ancient times have feigned in song the age of gold and its felicity dreamed of this place perhaps upon Parnassus. Here was the human race in innocence. Here evermore was spring, and every fruit. This is the nectar of which each one speaks. And then backward did I turn me wholly round unto my poets, and saw that with a smile they had been listening to these closing words. Then to the beautiful lady turned mine eyes. End of Canto 28. Purgatorio, Canto 29. Singing like unto an enamored lady, she, with the ending of her words, continued, Beati quorum pecta sunt peccata. And even as nymphs that wandered all alone among the sylvan shadows, sedulous, one to avoid and one to see the sun, she then against the stream moved onward, going along the bank, and I abreast of her, her little steps with little steps attending. Between her steps and mine were not 100, when equally the margins gave
Alrighty.
a turn in such a way that to the east I faced. Nor even thus our way continued far before the lady wholly turned herself unto me, saying, Brother, look and listen. And lo, a sudden lustre ran across on every side athwart the spacious forest, such that it made me doubt if it were lightning. But since the lightning ceases as it comes, and then continuing more and more, within my thought I said, What thing is this? And a delicious melody there ran along the luminous air, whilst holy zeal made me rebuke the hardihood of Eve. For there, where earth and heaven and beauty and horror, the woman only, and but just created, could not endure to stay neath any veil, underneath which, had she devoutly stayed, I sooner should have tasted those delights ineffable, and for a longer time. And amid such many varied first fruits I walked of the eternal pleasure all enwrapped, and still solicitous of more delights. In front of us, like an enkindled fire, became the air beneath the verdant boughs, and the sweet sound, as singing, now was heard.
Oof.
O Virgin sacrosanct, if ever hunger, vigils, or cold for you I have endured, the occasion spurs me their reward to claim. Now Helicon must needs pour forth for me, and with her choir Urania must assist me to put
I was telling Scott, I don't know.
Difficult to think. A little further on,
I think it is entirely possible that I can lose.
In semblance, the long space still intervening between ourselves and them did counterfeit. But when I had approached so near
keep in
to
mind,
them,
if we beat the game before the book ends, the book has to disqualify itself because it could not finish.
He that lends discourse to reason did apprehend that they were
That's the rules we're going by.
And in the voices of the song Hosanna,
at least the one I'm going
above them
by.
flamed the harness beautiful, far brighter than the moon in the serene of midnight at the middle of her month. I turned me round with admiration filled to the good Virgilius, and he answered me with visage no less full of wonderment. Then back I turned my face to those high things, which moved themselves towards us so sedately they had been distanced by new-wedded brides. The lady chid me. Why dost thou burn only so with affection for the living lights, and dost not look at what comes after them? Then saw I people, as behind their leaders, coming behind them, garmented in white, and such a whiteness never was on earth. The water on my left flank was resplendent, and back to me reflected my left side, even as a mirror.
These are the chump enemies.
When upon my margin had such host that nothing but the stream divided us, better to see I gave my steps repose.
Alright.
And I beheld the flamelets onward go, leaving behind themselves the air depicted, and they of trailing pennons had the semblance, so that it overhead remained distinct with sevenfold lists, all of them of the colors whence the sun's bow is made, and Delia's girdle. These standards to the rearward longer were than was my sight, and, as it seemed to me, 10 paces were the outermost apart. Under so fair a heaven as I described,
that is
the
true.
24 elders, 2 by 2, came in
hey Mike, it's, it's going.
They all of them were singing, Blessed thou among the daughters of Adam art, and blessed forever.
We're currently in the rage area right now.
After the flowers and other tender grasses in front of me upon the other margin were disencumbered of that race elect, even as in heaven star followeth after star, there came close after them 4 animals, in coronet each one with verdant leaf.
Let's see.
Plumed with 6 wings was every one of them, the plumage full of eyes. The eyes of Argus, if they were living, would be such as these. Reader, to trace their forms, no more I waste my rhymes, for other spendings press me
the book,
so,
it got points. We made it through the Inferno while I was stuck on the boob
but
woman.
read Ezekiel, who depicteth them as he beheld them from the region cold, coming with cloud, with whirlwind, and with fire. And such as thou shalt find them in his pages, such were they here, saving that in their plumage John is with me, and differeth from him. The interval between these 4 contained a chariot, triumphal on 2 wheels, which by a griffin's neck came drawn along. And upward he extended both his wings between the middle list and 3 and 3, so that he injured none by cleaving it. So high they rose that they were lost to sight. His limbs were gold so far as he was bird, and white the others with vermilion mingled. not only Rome with no such splendid car e'er gladdened Africanus or Augustus, but poured to it that of the sun,
Wait
which
for it.
swerving was burnt up at the importunate Orison earth when Jove was so mysteriously just. 3 maidens at the right wheel in a circle came onward dancing, one so very red that in the fire she hardly had been noted. The second was as if her flesh and bones had all been fashioned out of emerald. The third appeared as snow, but newly fallen. And now they seemed conducted by the white, now by the red, and from the song of her the others took their step, or slow or swift. Upon the left hand 4 made holiday, vested in purple, following the number of
now
one
that
of
we
them
are
with 3 eyes
officially in
her head.
heresy.
In rear of all the group here treated of 2 old men I beheld, unlike in
is
habit,
heresy
but like
still
in gait,
rage?
each dignified and grave.
I'm not feeling as confident
One
right
showed
now.
himself as one of the disciples of that
I'm not
supreme
feeling as
Hippocrates,
confident.
whom
I'll be-
nature
I'll
made
be
for
real.
the animals she holds most dear. Contrary care the other manifested,
Okay,
with
where-
swords
which
so
one is-
shining and
let's
so
see here.
sharp it caused terror to me on this side
Did
of
I
the
not
river.
put one down for...
Thereafter 4 I saw of humble aspect, and behind all
Let me
an
see
aged
here,
man
hold on.
alone, walking in sleep with countenance acute. And like the foremost company, these 7 were habited.
Inferno.
Yet of the flower de luce, no
I may have
garland round
accidentally
about the head they
mistyped,
wore,
like,
but that of
a
rose
layer
and
of the
other
Inferno,
flowers
so I have to
vermilion.
figure out which
At
one.
little distance would the sight have sworn that all were in a flame above
Let
their
me
brows.
see. Technically, I'm letting
And
the
when
book
car was
cheat here
opposite
for a
to
bit.
me, thunder was heard, and all
Okay,
that
yeah, no,
folk
there is.
August
All right,
seemed to have
we're-
further
we are
progress
done
interdicted
with
there,
anger.
with the
We
vanward
finished anger,
ensigns
so-
standing still.
It's not fraud.
End of Purgatorio, Canto
It's
29.
not treachery.
When the septentrion of the highest
It's not
heaven,
violence.
which never either setting knew or rising, nor veil of other cloud than that of sin, and
Did I
which
forget
made
to add
every one
one-
therein aware of his own
1,
duty,
2,
as the lower
3,
makes
4,
whoever turns the helm to
5,
come to
6,
port,
7, 8.
motionless
I did.
halted,
Where
the voracious
is-
people that came at first between it and the griffin turned themselves
Let
to the
me-
car
hold
as
on.
to their peace. And one
I gotta pause that for a moment. Where is heresy? I had an entire... Let's see here. I know I made one. I made a background for heresy. Where did you go? Let's see. Treachery boob. Oh, it may be on my my drive here. It's very important that I represent all of the... Let's see here. This might be a case where I have to run to my might need to run to my computer and try to get this. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait a minute. Let's see here. Heresy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alrighty. So I did download it. Okay. Give me 1 second, folks. I need to find this very special... There we go. Aha. 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 I say aha, but I have to actually... Let's see. Let's get you in here. There we go. There's heresy. Beautiful. There we go. And where did my webcam go? Oh, you know what? Here's why. I guess I need to turn off my filter, my red filter now. There we go. We're back to normal. Okay, we're back at it. Let's get this back going. Sorry about that.
One of them, as if by heaven commissioned, singing,
All right, we're back in business.
Veni sponsa de Libano shouted 3 times, and all the others after. Even as the blessed at the final summons shall rise up quickened, each one from his cavern, uplifting light the reinvested flesh, So upon that celestial chariot,
Alrighty.
100 rose ad vocem pante senis.
So Rage did not
ministers
last
and
as long.
messengers of
Anger did
life
not last as
eternal.
long as I thought it did. So
They all were saying,
I just have
Benedictus
3
qui
layers
venis,
of
and
the
scattering
Inferno to
flowers
go.
above and round about.
I'm 2/3 of the way
Manibus
done.
audate lilia plenis. Ere now have I beheld, as day began, the eastern hemisphere all tinged with rose, and the other heaven with fair serene adorned, and the sun's face uprising, overshadowed, so that by tempering influence of vapors for a long interval the eye sustained it. Thus, in the bosom of a cloud of flowers, which from those hands angelical ascended, and downward fell again inside and out, over her snow-white veil with olive scent appeared a lady, under a
Let's see
green
here. Come on.
mantle, vested in color of the living flame. And my own spirit,
Good boy zone, here you go.
known so long a time had been, that in her presence, trembling with awe, it had not stood abashed. Without more knowledge, having by mine eyes, through occult virtue that from her proceeded of ancient love and mighty influence felt. As soon as on my vision smote the power sublime that had already pierced me through ere from my boyhood I had yet come forth, to the left hand I turned, with that reliance with which
Thank
the
you,
little
yeah.
child runs to his mother.
I had a lot of
and
fun
fears
making all
when
of
he is
these
afflicted. To
formats
say unto
here.
Virgilius,
That's why I
not a
was very
drop of
like.
blood remains in me that does
I
not
spent
tremble.
a long.
I
I spent a
the
while
traces of
making
the
9
ancient flame.
different like stream formats.
Thus,
Really,
Virgilius
so
of himself deprived had left Virgilius.
you can understand why I was like, I cannot keep going if I don't have my stream
forsaken me.
formats I worked so hard on.
Nor whatsoever lost the ancient mother availed my cheeks now purified from dew, that weeping they should not again be darkened. Dante, because Virgilius has departed, do not weep yet. Do not weep yet a while, for by another sword thou needst must weep.
Just let me drink out of the sippy fountain. Oh my god.
The prow comes to behold the people that
What?
are working in other ships and cheers them to well-doing. Upon the left-hand border of
That
the
was some
car
Dark
ran at the
Souls
sound of
bullshit
hand in
right
my own
there.
name, which of necessity is here recorded. I saw the lady, who erewhile appeared veiled underneath the angelic festival, direct her eyes to me across the road. Although the veil that from her head descended, encircled with the foliage of Minerva, did not permit her to appear distinctly, in attitude still royally majestic, continued she, like unto one who speaks and keeps his warmest utterance in reserve. Look at me well. In sooth, I'm
Good
Beatrice.
boy
How
zone.
didst thou deign to come unto the mountain? Didst thou not know that man is happy here? Mine eyes fell downward into the clear fountain, but seeing myself therein, I sought the
Oh.
grass, so great a shame did weigh my forehead down. As to the sun, the mother seemed superb, so she appeared to me, for somewhat bitter tasted the savor of severe compassion. Silent became she,
Take care of you
and
too.
the angel sang,
Good boy
suddenly,
zone.
Ite Domini speravi, but beyond Pedis Meus did not pass. Even as the snow among the living rafters upon the back of Italy congealed, blown on and drifted by Sclavonian winds, and then dissolving,
Alright, I
trickles
got a
through
gold
itself
doubloon.
whene'er the lamb that
Rather a
leaves a
silver
shadow
one.
breathes, so that it seems a fire that melts a taper. E'en thus was I without a tear or sigh before
Oh,
the song
nice
of
try.
those who sing forever after the music of the eternal spheres.
Nope.
But when I heard in their sweet melodies compassion for me, more than had they said, O wherefore, lady, dost thou thus upbraid him? The ice that was about my heart congealed to air and water changed, and in my anguish through mouth
You are
and
going to the good boy zone.
she, on the right-hand border of the car, still firmly standing, to those holy beings thus her discourse directed afterwards.
Alright,
Ye
what's
keep
up?
your watch in the eternal day, so that nor night nor sleep can steal from you one step the ages make upon their path.
A mighty one.
Therefore, my answer is with greater care, that he may hear me who is weeping yonder, so that the sin and dole be of one measure. Not only by the work of those great wheels that destine every seed unto some end, according as the stars are in conjunction, but by the largesse of celestial graces, which have such lofty
that
vapors for their
Jesus?
reign that near to them our sight approaches not. Such had this man become in his new life,
Now, Jesus didn't
potentially
have
that
kids.
every righteous habit would have made
I'm a
admirable
fake
proof
Jesus
in
fan
him.
over here. Oh,
But so
I
much
just
more
realized,
malignant
let
and
me
more
get-
savage becomes the land untilled and with
take
bad
care of
seed, the
this
more
little
good
issue
earthly
right
vigor
here.
it possesses.
There we go.
Some time did I sustain him with my look, revealing
As long
unto
as I
him
have
my
the
youthful
video capture
eyes,
device
I
over
led
the
him with me
format,
turned
it
in
stops
the right
this,
way.
this weird line
As
from
soon
appearing.
as ever of my second age I was upon the threshold and changed life, himself from me he
All right.
took and gave to others.
Emperor Frederick
When from the
II.
flesh to spirit I ascended, and beauty and virtue were in me
His soul
infused,
dwells
I
in the
went to
circle of
him
heresy
less
as punishment
dear
for his
and less
constant war
delightful.
with the Pope and the
And
Church.
into ways untrue
Hey, that's-
returned
you
his
know,
steps, pursuing
we
the
all
false
make
images of
mistakes.
good that never any promises fulfill. Nor prayer for inspiration
You know,
me
sometimes
availed
we start
by
a war
means
with
of
a
which
pope,
in
you
dreams
know,
and
we think it's a
otherwise
good
I called him
idea.
back.
Sometimes
so
it's not.
little did he heed them. So low he fell that all appliances for his salvation were already short, save showing
There are
him
worse
the people
wars
of
you could
perdition.
do.
For this I visited
be a
the
crusader.
gates of death,
That'd be
and
pretty
under
bad.
him who so far up has
Imagine
led
being
my
a crusader. That'd be
intercessions
pretty
were with
embarrassing.
weeping born. God's lofty fiat would be violated if Lethe should be passed, and if such viands should tasted be without any scot of penitence that gushes forth in tears.
Alrighty, 420, baby.
End of Canto 30. Purgatorio, Canto 31. O thou who art beyond the sacred river, turning to me the point of her discourse, that edgewise even had seemed to me so keen, she recommenced, continuing
Is that a
without
big heart?
pause.
What do we got here?
Say if this be true, to such a charge thy own confessions need
Aldrian!
be conjoined. My faculties were in so
What the
great
fuck is
confusion,
that?
The voice moved, but sooner was extinct.
Is that a pope?
It was set at large. A while she waited, and then she said, What thinkest? Answer me, for the mournful memories in me not yet are by the waters injured. Confusion and dismay together mingled forced such a yes from out my mouth that sight was needful to the understanding of it. Even as a crossbow breaks, when 'tis discharged, too tensely drawn, the bowstring of the bow, and with less force the arrow hits the mark, so I gave way beneath the heavy burden, outpouring in a torrent tears and sighs, and the voice flagged upon its passage forth. Yes, she too. In those desires of mine which led thee to the loving of that good beyond which there is nothing to aspire to, what trenches lying traverse, or what chains didst thou discover, that of passing onward thou shouldst have thus despoiled thee of the hope? And
You
what
know,
allurements,
some folks
or
go
what
to hell.
vantages upon the
Some
forehead
folks
of the
do.
other
Just because you're a
showed
pope
that
doesn't mean
thou
you
shouldst
can't.
turn thy
You know,
footsteps
entirely
unto
possible.
them. After the heaving of a bitter sigh, hardly had I the voice to make response, and with fatigue my lips did fashion it. Weeping, I said, the things that present were with their false pleasure turned aside my steps, soon as your countenance concealed itself. And she, shouldst thou be silent, or deny what thou confessest, not less manifest would be thy fault by such a judge 'tis known.
Alrighty.
But when from one's own cheeks
officially
comes
in
bursting
heresy.
forth the accusal of the sin, in our tribunal against the edge the wheel doth turn itself. But still, that thou must feel a greater shame for thy transgression, and another time, hearing the sirens, thou mayst be more strong. Cast down the seed of weeping and repent, so shalt thou hear how, in an opposite way, the buried flesh should have directed thee. Never to thee presented art or nature pleasure so great as the fair limbs wherein I was incurred, which scattered are in earth. And if the highest pleasure thus did avail thee by reason of my death, what mortal thing should then have drawn thee into its desire? Thou oughtst verily at the first shaft of things fallacious have risen up to follow me, who was no longer such. Thou oughtest not to have stooped thy pinions downward to wait for further blows, for little girl,
Alright, come
or
on, get
other
over here.
vanity of such brief use. The callow birdlet waits for two or three, but to the eyes of those already fledged, in vain the net is spread or shaft is shot. Even as children, silent in their shame, stand listening with their eyes upon the ground, unconscious of their fault, and penitent, so was I standing. And she said,
No,
If thou
no,
in hearing
no.
sufferest
That,
pain, lift up
die,
thy beard,
die.
and thou shalt feel a greater pain in sin. With less resistance is a robust home uprooted, either by a native wind or else by that from regions of Argus, then I upraised at her command my chin.
Being very rude.
She, by the beard the face demanded, well, I perceived the venom of my name. And, as my countenance was lifted up, mine eye perceived those creatures beautiful had rested from the strewing of the flowers.
Your channel points are
Still but
666.
little
That
assured,
is
mine eyes saw
absolutely
Beatrice
fitting for
turned
this
round
stream.
towards the monster that is one person only in two natures. Beneath her veil, beyond the margined green, she seemed to me far more her ancient self to excel
Okay.
than others here when she was here. So pricked me then the thorn of penitence that of all other things, the one which turned me most to its love became
Alright,
the
gonna
most
stab the
dreadful.
demon again.
Such self-conviction
Oh,
stung me.
oh shit. Let me,
Overpowered I felt, and what I then
you
became,
know what? Let
she
me
knoweth
get-
who had furnished me the cause.
move
Then,
the... Where'd
when
the
the heart
points?
restored my outward sense, the lady I
There we
had
go.
found alone, above me, I saw, and she was saying, hold me, hold me. Up to my throat she in the stream had drawn me,
Well,
and dragging me behind her she was
I'm
moving
cool with
upon
the
the
devil
water
in most
lightly as a
media.
shuttle.
I don't know if I'm cool with this
When I
devil.
was near unto the blessed shore, Aspergus me, I heard so sweetly sung, remember it I cannot, much less write it. The beautiful lady opened wide her arms, embraced my head, and plunged me underneath, where I was forced to swallow of the water.
This devil in this
Then,
game, he's
forced
no
she came,
good.
and all dripping, brought into the dance of the four beautiful, and each one with her arm did cover me. We here are nymphs, and in the heaven are stars. Ere Beatrice descended to the world, we as her handmaidens were appointed her. We'll lead thee to her eyes, but for the pleasant light that within them is, shall sharpen thine and three beyond who more profoundly look. Thus, singing they began, and afterwards unto the griffin's breast they led me with them, where Beatrice was standing, turned towards us.
I
See
did it.
that thou dost not
I
spare
solved
thine
your
eyes.
puzzle.
Before the emeralds have we stationed me, whence love aforetime drew for thee his weapons. 1,000 longings, hotter than the flame, fastened my eyes upon those eyes releasing, but still upon the griffin steadfast stayed.
This game is like God of War, but a little less fun.
Otherwise
That's
within them was the twofold master shining, now with one.
it may be slightly more. I say slightly. I think it's a lot more problematic
Within
than regular
myself
God
I
of War
marveled When I
is.
beheld the thing itself stand still, and in its image it
I think there's a lot of decision points here that are kind of a problem.
And jubilant, my soul was tasting of the food that while it satisfies us, makes us hungry. Themselves revealing of the highest rank and bearing did the other three advance, singing to their angelic saraband, turn, Beatrice, O turn thy holy eyes. Such was their song. Unto thy faithful one who has to see thee taking so many steps. Embrace, do us the grace that thou unveil thy face to him, so that he may discern the second beauty which thou dost conceal. O splendor of the living light eternal, who underneath the shadow of Parnassus has grown so pale, or drunk so at its cistern, he would not seem to have his mind encumbered, striving to paint thee as thou didst appear, where the harmonious
Alright, let's
heaven
help you out.
o'ershadowed
Who are
thee,
you?
when in the open air thou didst
Merchant
unveil.
banker of Florence, who
And
was
the
denounced as a
very
heretic
one.
for his atheist belief. Oh, let's help him
Purgatorio.
out.
Canto
Yes, I am
32.
playing this on the Xbox fridge.
So steadfast and attentive were mine
that's why I'm
eyes
able
in
to get all these
satisfying
tasty
their decennial
beverages.
thirst, that all my other
Although,
senses
granted,
were
I get a lot of them
extinct,
from
and
the
upon
food
this
cam
side
zone.
And on that, they had walls of indifference. So the holy
Which, honestly,
smile
if we
drew
keep
them
up
unto
the,
itself with the old net, when
the
forcibly
pace
my
we're
sight
doing,
was turned away
we might have
towards
a
my
chance
left
to go
hand
back
by
to the
those
food cam
goddesses,
zone.
because I heard from them a too intently.
Although I am pretty sure at some point
And
I have
that
to go to
condition
the
of
bathroom
sight which is in
zone,
eyes,
which
but
will not
lately
be
smitten
filmed
by the
because
sun,
that would be
bereft
gross.
me of my vision some short while, but to the less when sight reshaped itself.
I do
I say
probably
to
need
the
a
less
visa.
in reference to the greater splendor from which I perforce
I think
had
once we're
withdrawn.
done with Heresy,
I
if
saw
I
upon its
can
right
hold it
wing
for that
wheeled
long.
about the glorious host returning with the sun and with the sevenfold flames.
Yeah, this
upon
game
their
is on
faces.
Game Pass
As
Ultimate
underneath
because
its
it's on
shores to save
EA's
itself, a squadron
deal.
turns, and with its banner wheels
Which
before
I
the
really
whole
appreciate.
thereof
I
can change its
appreciate
front, that
having the
soldier
chance to
of
play
the
this
celestial
game and
kingdom
go,
which
I'm
marched
glad
in
I didn't
advance
buy
had
it
wholly
when it
passed
came
us
out.
before the chariot had turned its pole. Then to the wheels the maidens turned themselves, and the griffin moved his burden benedight, but so that not a feather of him fluttered. The lady fair who drew me through the ford followed with Statius and myself the wheel which made its orbit with the lesser arc. So passing through the lofty forest, vacant by fault of her who the serpent trusted,
It makes me wish, it makes me wish the PS5 had more backwards compatible stuff other than the PS4. Like, I think that is still a big bummer.
Moved when Beatrice descended. I heard them murmur all together, "Adam!"
Like,
Then
imagine
circled
being
they
able to
about a
play,
tree
like, the
despoiled
old
of
Gran
blooms and other
Turismo
leafage on
games
each bough.
in a more
Its
accessible way
tresses,
than
which so much the more
emulators.
dilate as higher they ascend, had
think that'd be
been,
pretty sick.
by Indians among their forests, marveled at for height. Blessed art thou, O Griffin, who dost not pluck with thy beak
Ah!
the sweet to taste, since
Heresy!
appetite by this was
Lost
turned
are we,
to
and we
evil.
are only so punished!
After this fashion, round the tree robust, the others shouted, and the twofold creature. Thus is preserved the seed of
Yeah,
all
I
the
don't know.
just.
That's my thing, is that, like,
And
I
turning
don't
to the
know
pole which he
if
had
current
dragged, he drew
Sony
it
is
close beneath
interested
the
in doing
widowed
anything
bough,
other than
and what was
PlayStation
of it
now.
unto it left bound.
They'd rather just remake everything
In the same
and
manner as
make it
our
look
trees,
ugly.
when downward falls the great light, with that together
Yeah, I'm
mingled
not a
which
fan of
after the
PlayStation
celestial
now.
lustre shines,
Not a
begin to
fan.
swell,
You
and
could
then
say
renew
it's
themselves,
heresy
each one with its
against
own
those
color,
original
ere
games.
the sun harnesses steeds beneath another star, less than of rose, and more than violet, a hue disclosing, was renewed the tree that had erewhile its so desolate. I never heard, nor here below is sung,
Hold
the
on.
hymn which afterward the people sang.
That's what happens
nor
when you
did I
get
bear the
obsessed
melody
with a bit.
throughout.
Hold on.
Had I
There we
the
go.
power to paint how fell asleep those eyes compassionless, of
There we
searing
are.
hearing,
That's my
eyes
fault.
to which more watching cost so dear, even as a painter who from model paints I would portray how I was lulled asleep. He may, who well can picture drowsyhood. Therefore I pass to what time I awoke,
3.
and say a splendor
Not this
rent
time.
from me the veil of slumber, and a calling, "Rise! What dost thou?" As to behold the apple tree in blossom, which makes the angels greedy for its fruit and keeps perpetual bridals in the heaven, Peter and John and James conducted were, and overcome, recovered at the word by which still greater slumbers have been broken, and saw their school diminished by the loss not only of Elias,
Oh, man.
but
Oh,
of
I broke his
Moses,
head.
and
Oh,
the
no,
apparel of their
Zeus.
master changed. So I revived, and saw that piteous one above me standing, who
Alright,
had
I
been
definitely
conductress
need my
aforetime of my
green
steps beside the river.
Jolly Rancher and my purple Gatorade.
Behold her seated underneath the leafage new upon the root of it. Behold the company that circles her. The rest behind the griffin are ascending with more melodious song and more profound. And if her speech were more diffuse I know not, because already in my sight was she who from the hearing of aught else had shut me. Alone she sat upon the very earth, left there as guardian of the chariot which I had seen the biform monster fasten. Encircling her, a cloister made themselves the 7 nymphs, with those lights in their hands which are secure from Accolon to Auster. Short while shalt thou be here a forester, and thou shalt be with me forevermore a citizen of that Rome where Christ is Roman. Therefore, for that world's good which liveth ill, fix on the car thine eyes, and what thou seest, having returned to earth, take heed thou write. Thus Beatrice, and I, who at the feet of her commandments all devoted was, my mind and eyes directed where she willed. Never descended with
Alrighty.
so swift a motion fire from a heavy cloud when it is raining from out the region which is most remote, as I beheld the bird of Jove descended down through the tree, rending away the bark as well as blossoms and foliage new. And he with all his might the chariot smote, whereat it reeled like a vessel in a tempest tossed by the
I get
waves,
it.
now starboard, now larboard.
I gotta hurry.
Thereafter
and
saw I
push
leap
that
into the
block.
body of the triumphal vehicle a fox that seemed unfed with any wholesome food.
Come
But
on.
for his hideous sins upbraiding him, my lady put him
Alright.
to as swift a flight as such a fleshless skeleton could bear. Then, by the way that it before had come, into the chariot's chest I
Alright.
saw the eagle
Let's see that
descend and
cutscene
leave
play
it
out
feathered
again.
with his plumes.
I
And
get
such
it.
as issues from a heart that mourns, a voice from heaven there issued, and it said, My little bark, how badly art thou frightened! Methought then that the earth did yawn between both wheels, and I saw rise from it a dragon, who through the chariot upward fixed his tail. And as a wasp that draweth back its sting, drawing unto himself his tail malign,
Backtracking?
grew out the floor,
Oh.
and went his way rejoicing. That which remained behind,
Oh,
even
no.
as with grass, a
This
fur
really
region,
is hell.
with the feathers, offered perhaps with pure intention and benign, reclosed itself.
I'm
and
sorry,
with them
Inferno.
reclosed the
Gotta
pole
stay on
and
brand.
both the wheels so speedily, aside doth longer keep the lips apart. Transfigured thus, the holy edifice thrust forward heads upon the parts of it, 3 on the pole and 1 at either corner. The first were horned like oxen, but the 4 had but a single horn upon the forehead, a monster such had never yet been seen. Firm as a rock upon a mountain high, seated upon it, there appeared to
Let's
me
see, come
a
on.
shameless whore, with eyes swift glancing round,
Woo!
and, as if not to have her taken from him, upright beside
There are
her,
definitely
I
some
beheld
readers
a
we've heard
giant,
tonight that have been
and ever and
better
on
than
they kissed each
others.
other. But
There was one that
as
was
she,
really
her
confusing because
wanton,
there was
roving
like
eye
2
turned
people
upon
at
me,
once.
her angry paramour did
Did not
scourge
care
her
for
from her
that.
head unto her feet. Then, full of jealousy and fierce with wrath, he loosed the monster, and across the forest dragged it so far, he made of that alone a shield unto the whore and the strange beast.
Alright.
End of Canto 32. Purgatorio, Canto 33. Deus venerunt gentes, alternating, now 3, now 4, melodious psalmody the maidens in the midst of tears began, and Beatrice, compassionate and sighing, listened to them with such a countenance that scarce more changed was Mary at the cross. But when the other virgins place had given for her to speak, uprisen to her feet, with
Let's
color
see.
as of fire, she made response. Modicum et non videbitis me, et iterum, my sisters predilect, modicum et vos videbitis me. Then all the 7 in front of her she placed, and after her, by beckoning only, moved me and the lady and the sage who stayed. So she moved onward, and I do not think that her 10th step was placed upon the ground when, with her eyes upon mine eyes, she smote, and with a tranquil aspect, "Come more quickly to me," she said, "that, if I
Wait
speak
for
with
it.
thee,
There we
to
go.
listen to me thou mayst be well placed." As soon as I was with her as I should be, she said to me, "Why, brother, dost thou not venture to question now, in coming with me?" And unto those who
Alright,
are too
got that
reverential,
stuff that
speaking
was
in
opened
presence
up
of
for me, I
superiors who
appreciate
drag
it,
no
but-
living utterance to their teeth, it me befell that without perfect sound began I, "My necessity, Madonna, you know, and that
I guess
which
there
thereunto
really
is
isn't
good."
anything for me in here. They
And
really
she
meant
to
it.
me,
Like,
"Of fear and bashfulness henceforward
gotta-
I will have thee strip thyself, so that thou speak no more as one who dreams. Know that the vessel
Alright.
which the serpent broke was and is not, but let him who is guilty think that God's vengeance does not fear a sight. Without an heir shall not forever be the eagle that left his plumes upon the car, whence it became a monster, then a prey. For verily I see, and hence narrated, the stars already near to bring the time from every hindrance safe, and every bar within which of 510 and 5, one sent from God, shall slay the thievish woman, and that same giant who is sinning with her. And peradventure my dark utterance, like Themis and the Sphinx, may less persuade thee, since, in their mode, it clouds the intellect. But soon the facts shall be the Naiades, who shall this difficult enigma solve, without destruction of the flocks and harvests. Note thou, and even as by me are uttered these words, so teach them unto those who
Alright,
live that
nothing
life
there.
which is a running unto death. And bear in mind, whene'er thou writest them, not to conceal what thou hast seen the plant that twice already has been pillaged here. Whoever pillages or shatters it, with blasphemy of deed, offendeth God, who made it holy for his use alone. For biting that, in pain and in desire, 5,000 years and more, the firstborn soul craved him, who punished
Alrighty, there we
himself
go.
to bite. Thy genius slumbers, if it deem it not for special reason so preeminent in height, and so inverted in its summit. And if thy vain imaginings had not been
Pope,
longer
be
cast
gone.
around about thy mind, and Pyramus to the north.
I know these are probably like archbishops or something, but you know.
circumstances only, the justice of the interdict of God morally in the tree wouldst recognize. But since I see thee in thine intellect converted into stone and stained with sin, so that the light of my discourse doth gaze thee, I will too, if not written, at least painted, thou bear it back the dignity, for the reason that sank with palm the pilgrim's staff is borne. And I, As by a signet is the wax which does not change the figure stamped upon it, my brand is now imprinted by yourself. But wherefore, so beyond my power of sight soars your desirable discourse that the more I strive,
Great.
so much the more I lose it. That thou mayest recognize,
All right.
she said, the school which thou hast followed, and mayest see how far its doctrine follows after my discourse, and mayst behold your path from the divine, distant as far as separated is earth from the heaven that highest hastens on. Whence her I answered,
Take a little bit of
I
it
do
beating
not
there.
remember that ever I estranged myself from you, nor have I conscience of it that reproves
I'll just keep
me.
on climbing on top
And
of all
if
these
thou
dead
art not
souls. I
able
hope
to
they don't
remember,
mind.
Smiling, she answered, recollecting now that thou this very day hast drunk of Lethe, and if from smoke a fire may be inferred, such an oblivion clearly demonstrates some error in thy will elsewhere intent. Truly, from this time forward shall my words be naked, so far as it is befitting to lay them open unto thy rude gaze. And more coruscant with slower steps the sun was holding the meridian circle, which with the point of view shifts here and there when halted, as he cometh to a halt who goes before a squadron as its escort, if something new he find upon his way. The lady seven at a dark shadow's edge, such as beneath
We don't
green
talk about
leaves
that
and
game.
branches
No, it's
black,
okay.
the elp upon its
Good
frigid
joke.
border
We don't talk
wears.
about that game here.
In front of them, the Tigris and Euphrates methought I saw forth issue from one fountain.
That game should
and
be on
slowly
Twitch's
part,
ban list,
like
Yakuza
friends
Dead
from one
Souls.
another.
For what it did.
O
It
light,
knows what it did.
O glory of the human race,
It knows what it
stream
did.
is this, which here unfolds itself from out one source, and from itself withdraws? For such a prayer 'twas said unto me, pray Matilda that she tell thee.
All
And
right.
here answered, as one does who
Well,
doth
I
free himself from
backtracked.
blame, the beautiful lady. This and other things were told to him by me, and sure I am the water of Lethe has not hid them from him. And Beatrice. Perhaps a greater care which oftentimes our memory takes away has made the vision of
Let me
his
look and
mind
see.
obscure. But you know we
Exactly.
behold that yonder rises. Lead him to it, and, as thou art accustomed, revive again the half-dead virtue in him. Like gentle
Part
soul that
2.
maketh no excuse, but makes its own will of another's will as soon as by a sign it is disclosed. Even so, when she had taken hold of me, the beautiful lady moved, and unto Statius said, in her
Let's
womanly
see
manner,
here.
come with him. If, reader, I possessed a longer space for writing it, I yet would sing in part of the sweet draught that ne'er would satiate me. But, inasmuch as full are all the leaves made ready for the second canticle, the curb of art no farther lets me go. From that most holy water I returned
All right.
regenerate in
May
the
have gone
manner
a
of
little
new
bit too
trees
far
that are
back.
renewed
Let me
with
see
the new
here.
foliage, pure and disposed to mount unto the stars. End of Purgatorio, Canto 28 to 32.
Oh,
End of the Divine Comedy, Purgatorio, by Dante Alighieri, and translated by Henry Wadsworth
alrighty.
Longfellow.
Another score goes for books. 84 plus 7. All right, 91. 91. We are now in a danger situation. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more audio logs to go. But some of these get a little longer. So, but I say that's a lie. They're about the same length. So, we'll see what happens. Let's keep going.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lehman. TuneIn.com. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Paradiso. Cantos 1 to 5. Paradiso. Canto 1.
Nah.
The glory that moveth everything doth penetrate the universe and shine in one part more.
It's not officially
and in another
sponsored,
less.
but they are very helpful
Within
and
that
it is
heaven
public domain.
most is light received, arise, and things beheld which to repeat, nor knows, nor care,
It's litter. I think it's
From above.
lit. I think that
because in drawing
Hold
near
on.
to his desire. Our intellect engulfs itself so far.
It's
without
like
drift
literature
memory.
box, essentially, like a litter box.
Truly,
Which sounds...
whatever of the Holy Will might have the power to treasure in my mind shall now become the
see
subject
here.
of my soul.
It sounds like a cat website, but
O
it's
good
not.
Apollo, for this last emprise, make of me such a vessel of thy power as giving the beloved laurel asks. One summit of Parnassus hitherto has been enough for me.
Oh, look at you.
But now
You're
with
hiding
both,
over here.
I needs must enter the arena left.
Tuscan Istrica had military to
to
believe that the soul dies with the body, denying life after death. He was condemned.
Thou didst draw out of the scabbard of
It's
those
okay.
limbs
He
of
can
his.
live.
O power divine, lend'st thou thyself to me, so that the shadow of the blessed realm, stamped in my brain,
You
I
got
can
a
make
lot of
manifest.
sins, don't you?
Thou'lt see me come unto thy darling tree, and crown myself thereafter with those leaves, of which the
Woo-wee!
theme and thou shall make me worthy. So seldom, Father, do we gather them for triumph, or of Caesar or of poet, the fault and shame of human inclinations, that the Penean foliage should bring forth joy to the joyous Delphic deity, when anyone
38
makes
souls.
the
Alright. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
a little spark,
Delightful!
followed by great flame. Perchance with better voices after me, shall prayer be made that Syrah may respond. To mortal men by passages diverse uprises the world's lamp, but by that one which circles four uniteth with three crosses.
Alrighty.
With better course and with a better star joined it issues, and the mundane wax tempers and stamps more after its own fashion. Almost that passage had made morning there and evening here, and there was wholly white that hemisphere, and
Come
black
on,
the
come
other.
on.
When Beatrice, towards the left-hand side, I saw her
Ah!
and gazing at the sun, never did eagle fasten so upon it.
Let's see.
And even as a second ray,
I think I gotta
once
save
issued
that
from the
person's
first,
soul
me
again.
saved, like to a pilgrim to its vain return. Thus of her action, through the eyes infused in my imagination, mine I knew, and sunward fixed mine eyes beyond our watch. There much is lawful, which is here unlawful unto our power, by virtue of the place made for the human species and its enemy.
What?
Not long I bore it, nor so little while, but I beheld it sparkle
Half my
round
deaths,
about.
I feel like, are from, like, weird camera angle jumps where I
And
feel like
suddenly
I
it seemed
have it
that
and then I
same
don't.
day, beside it, as
I
if
think
he
most of
who
my
has the
stream is
power
just me
had with
getting
another
very
sun
upset with-
heaven adorned. With eyes upon the everlasting world, the business all intent, and I on her, fixing my vision from above the moon. Such that her aspect inwardly became as Glaucus, twisting of the earth that made peer and the other gods beneath the sea. To represent transhumanity in words, impossible one. The example then.
Alright, let's go save this dude again.
If I was merely what of me thou merely createdst, love who governest
Alright.
the heaven, thou knowest who didst lift me.
I
with
don't
thy
really
light.
need to grab him by the neck every time, but
When
okay.
now the wheel, which thou dost make eternal,
Alright.
desiring
Time
thee,
has stopped all the
made me attentive
sins.
to it, by harmony thou dost modulate and measure, then seemed to me so much of heaven enkindled by the sun's flame, that neither rain nor river e'er made a lake so widely spread abroad. The newness of the sound,
my favorite rhythm
the
game
great
right
light
here.
kindled in me a longing for their cause.
Hatsune Miku
Never
was
before
inspired
was
by
such a
this
cupid
many
son.
years later.
Whence she, who saw me as I saw myself, to quiet me my perturbed mind, opened her mouth, ere I did mind to ask.
Alright, that's a
and
lot
she
of
began,
souls. That's still good.
Thou makest
Delightful!
dull,
So delightful!
that thou seest not what thou wouldst see if thou hadst shaken it off. Thou art not upon earth, as thou believest, but lightning, fleeing its appropriate sight, ne'er ran as thou, who thitherward returnest.
Ah, damn, it existed. But
If
this,
of my former doubt
well.
I was divested by these brief little words, more smiled than spoken.
I thought since this,
I
you know,
knew
Dante's Inferno, you know, the Divine Comedy came out
Except
before a lot of
Already
stuff.
I rest content in great amazement. But I'm now amazed.
All right,
what
let's
way I
see.
transcend clouded light. Whereupon she, after a pitying sigh, her eyes directed towards me with that look a mother casts
All
on
right.
a delirious child, she began. All things, whatever they be, have order among themselves. And this is form that makes the universe resemble God.
Made it this time.
Here do the higher creatures see the footprints of the eternal power, which is the end, whereto is made the law already mentioned. In the order that I speak of, are inclined all natures, by their destinies diverse, more or less near unto their origin. Hence they move onward unto ports diverse, o'er the great sea of being, and each one with instinct given it which bears it on. This bears away the fire towards the moon. This is in mortal hearts the motive power.
Please, no more
binds
backtracking.
together and unites them. Nor only the created things that are without intelligence this bow shoots forth, but those that have both intellect and love. The providence that regulates all this makes with its light heaven forever quiet, wherein that turns which has the greatest haste. And thither now, as to a sight decreed, bears us away the virtue of that cord which aims its arrows at a joyous mark. True is it, that as oftentimes the form accords not with the intention of the art, because in answering is matter deaf, so likewise from this course doth deviate sometimes the creature.
I guess we'll
who the
find out what
power
happens if I
possesses,
drop down.
though thus impelled to swerve
I
some other
sincerely
way.
hope I don't have to do the fire
In the
puzzle
same
again. I just
wise
wanted to
as
see
one
what would
may see
happen.
the fire fall from a cloud.
Okay, good.
If the first impetus earthward have rested by some false delight,
Sometimes you just
thou
gotta
shouldst not
know.
wonder more, if well I judge.
I see
find
things
this
down
tale.
below. My guy survived a lot of long
On a
drops.
high mount,
Sometimes you gotta be sure.
Marvel it would be in thee, if deprived of hindrance, thou wert seated
Alrighty.
down below, as if on earth the living fire were quiet. Thereat, she heavenward turned again. Paradiso,
It
canto.
was really that easy, wasn't it? That's fine.
O ye, who in some pretty little boat, eager to listen, have been following behind my ship, that singing sails along, turn back and look again upon your shores.
Alright.
Do not put out to sea, lest peradventure in losing me, you might yourselves be lost. The sea I sail has never yet been passed.
Alrighty.
Minerva breathes, and Pallas may follow, and muses nine.
I'm gonna guess I'm about to go into another boss fight or something.
Ye other few who have the neck uplifted, betimed to the bread of angels, on which one liveth here, and grows not sated by it. Well may you launch upon the deep salt sea your vessel, keeping still my wake before you on the water that grows smooth.
Oh no.
Those glorious ones,
Will I make it in time?
we're not so wonderstruck as you shall be, when Jason they beheld a plowman. The cause
No,
of the
it turns out
actual
no.
thirst for the realm deiform did
Justice
bear us
divine
on.
doth spite them with its
Swift
jumping.
almost, as ye the heavens behold. Upwards gazed Beatrice, and I at her.
A difference in
In
downways
such
them
space,
to the bottom
perchance
with
he
gravity.
strikes a bolt and flies, and from the notch upon himself. Arrived I saw, where a wondrous thing drew to itself my sight. Therefore she, no care of mine could be concealed, towards me turning,
Alrighty.
said to me, fix gratefully thy mind on God, who unto the first star has lost. It seemed to me a cloud
Was not
and
really
solid
sure.
and
Was I
bright,
supposed to jump
as
for it?
adamant
Because
on
they
which the
was
sun is
blocking
striking.
the whatever.
Into itself did the eternal pearl receive us, even as water.
You can't
doth
always
receive a
question,
ray of light.
you know, a survival jumping.
If I was body, and we here conceive not how one dimension tolerates another, which needs must be if body and body, the more the desire should be.
You know, this is something I don't miss from the video games I play to game and stuff like this. This is like very bad Crash Bandicoot.
There will be seen what we receive by faith, not demonstrated, but self-evident in the guise of the first truth that man believes. I made reply, Madonna, as devoutly as most
I mean, part of the issue is that you feel
give
like you
thanks
should have
to
a
him
double jump, and then
who has
it's
removed me
not.
from the mortal world. But tell me what the dusky spots may be on this body below on earth make people tell that fabulous tale of Cain.
I pressed it.
Somewhat she
I
smiled,
pressed it.
and then, if the
It's one
opinion of mortals
again.
be erroneous, she said.
I can't. How am I? How is this
Where the
supposed?
king
You
sends.
cannot turn the difficulty down on a jumping mechanic.
Certainly, your shouts of wonder should
The
not
only way
be
you could turn down the difficulty is give me the option to skip it, video game.
senses. Thou seest that the reason has short wings. But tell me what thou seest of thyself.
Yeah, I just think this stuff just is just weird padding.
What seems to us up here diverse is caused, I think, by bodies rare and dense. She, why truly shall thou see immersed in error thy belief, if well thou hearest the argument that I shall make against it. Lights many the eighth sphere displays to you, which in their quality and quantity may noted be of aspects different.
There are 3 more circles.
If this were caused by rare and dense alone,
Each full of accursed
one only virtue would there be in all, or more or less diffused, or equally. Virtues diverse must be perforce the fruits of formal principles, and these, save one, of course would by thy reason be destroyed. Besides, if rarity were
violence.
this dimness, the cause
Let's
thou
put a-
askest,
We're
either
gonna put a
through
score
and
up
through,
for
as planet
us
thus
here.
attenuate were of matter, or else as in a body is apportioned the fat and lean, so in like manner this would in its
Alrighty.
volume interchange the leaves.
Just to give. I did
Were it
promise
before,
I would take bathroom breaks
in
and
the
let the
sun's
book,
eclipse
audiobook
it
keep
would be
going,
manifest
so I'll
by
be
the
right
shining
back.
through of light,
In the meantime, let me
as
go
through
ahead
aught
and turn
tenuous and
on the
diffused.
violence.
this is not so. Hence we must scan the other.
The
And if it
violence
chance the
one
other
here.
I demolish, then falsified will thy opinion be.
Let's see here.
But if this rarity go not through and through, there needs must be a limit, beyond
And
which
let's
its
get
contrary
the.
prevents the further passing,
Hold on.
and thence
still-
the foreign radiance is reflected, even as a color cometh back from
Where
a
did violence
glass,
go? I still
which
need
behind
violence
itself
right here.
concealeth lead.
There we go.
Now thou wilt say the sunbeam shows itself more dimly there than in the other parts, by being there reflected farther back. From this reply experiment will free thee, if e'er thou try it, which is wont to be the fountain to the rivers of your arts. 3 mirrors shalt thou take, and 2 remove alike from thee, the other more remote between the former 2 shall meet thine eyes. Turn toward these, cause that behind thy back be placed a light, illuming the 3 mirrors and coming back to thee by all reflected. Though in its quantity be not so ample the image most remote, there shalt thou
Hands and
see how it
everything.
perforce
Alrighty.
is equally resplendent. Now, as beneath the touches of warm
Let us
rays,
continue.
naked the subject of the snow remains, both of its former color and its cold.
Violence now!
Only
Yeah!
thus remaining in thy intellect will I inform with such a living light that it shall tremble in its aspect to thee.
I'm sure there was
Within
probably a
heaven,
soul I could
the
help, but I
divine
got no
repose.
time.
Revolves a body, in whose virtue lies the being of whatever it contains. The following heaven, that has so many eyes, divides this being by essences diverse, distinguished from it, and by it contained. The other spheres, by various differences, all the distinctions which they have within them, dispose unto their ends and their effects. Thus do these organs of the world proceed, as thou proceedest now from grade to grade, since from above they take an act beneath. Observe me well, how through this place I come unto the truth thou wishest, that hereafter thou mayst alone know how to keep the form, power, and motion of the holy spheres, as from the artisan the hammer's craft, forth from the blessed motives must proceed. The heaven,
I think I see what they want us to do
lights so
here.
manifoldly fair, the intelligence
You get
profound,
all the way back, Mr. Minotaur.
the image takes, and makes of it a seal. And even as the soul within your dust, through members different and accommodated to faculties diverse, expands itself,
Okay, that's
so
way
likewise
too fast
this
for me to...
intelligence diffuses its virtue multiplied among the stars, itself revolving on its unity. Virtue diverse doth a diverse a voyage make with the precious body that it quickens, in which, as life in you, it is combined. From the glad nature whence it
Alright,
is
maybe
derived,
not.
the mingled virtue through the body shines, even as gladness through the living pupil. From this proceeds whatever from light to light appeareth different, not from dense and rare. This is the formal principle that produces, according to its goodness, dark and bright.
I think maybe... Okay, I'll try... Let me
Paranis,
try getting up there
Come
2
to
more
me.
times, and I'll look up and see if that's what I'm supposed to do.
that sun, which erst with love my bosom renewed, of beauty's truth that unto me discovered, by proving and reproving the sweet aspect.
Oh, I guess that...
And, that I might confess myself convinced and confident so far as was befitting, I lifted more erect my head to speak. And there appeared a vision, which withdrew me so close to it
What?
in order to be seen, that my confession
That's not what I wanted to do.
such as through polished and transparent glass, or waters crystalline and undisturbed, but not so deep as that their bed be lost. Come back again the outlines of our faces, so feeble that a pearl on forehead white is not less speedily into our eyes.
That's okay.
Such saw I many faces prompt to speak, so that I ran in error opposite to that which kindled love twixt man and fountain. As soon as
Okay,
I
that sounds like a
aware
bad
of
place to be.
esteeming them as mirrored semblances, to see of whom they were, mine eyes I turned, remembering saw, and once more turned them forward, directed into the light of my sweet guide, who smiling, kindled in her holy eyes.
In violence,
Marvel thou
wounds
not,
and death are
she said to
inflicted
me,
against one's neighbors.
because I smile at this thy puerile conceit, since on the truth presses not yet its foot, but turns thee as 'tis
Oh
wont.
man,
and
murderers.
true substances are these
Oh, that's a cool looking dude.
irrelevant and breaking of some kind. Therefore speak with me, listen and believe. For the true light, given peace, not to turn from it their feet. And I unto the shades of the most grateful speak directly as I began, as one whom too great even bewilders me. Oh, well created
You seem like a good opponent to use this on.
with the rays of life eternal, the sweetness taste, which being untasted ne'er is comprehended. Grateful 'twill be to me, if thou content me both with thy name and thy destiny. Whereat she properly with laughing eyes. Our charity doth never shut the door against a just desire, except as one who wills that all her court be like herself.
Good boy
I am the
zone.
virgin sister of the world, and if thy mind doth contemplate me well, the being more fair will not conceal me from thee. Thou shalt recognize I am Takarda, who stationed here among these other blessed, myself am blessed in the slow sphere. All our affections that alone inflamed are the pleasure of the Holy Ghost, who rejoice in being of his ordered form.
That seems
And
bad.
this allotment, which appears so low, therefore is given us, because our vows have been neglected and sometimes void. Whence I, in your miraculous aspect, there shines I know not what of the divine, which doth transform you from our first conception. Therefore I was not swift to grant reference. But what thou tellest me now aids me so, that the
Okay.
refiguring is easier to me. But tell me, ye who in this place are happy, are you desirous of a higher place? Would see more, or make yourselves more friends? First, with those other shades, she smiled a little. Thereafter, she also full of gladness,
Alright.
to burn the first fire of love. Brother,
Shoot my teas out!
our will is quieted by virtue of charity, that which makes us wish alone for what we have, nor gives us thirst for more. If to be more exalted we aspire, discordant what our aspirations be, unto the will that here secludes us, which thou shalt see finds no place in these circles. Being charity needful here, if thou lookest well into its nature, nay, it is essential to this blessed existence to keep itself within the will divine, whereby our very wishes
Okay, locally dokely.
as we are stationed above station throughout this realm, to all the realm 'tis pleasing, as to the king, who makes his will our
Alright. Don't even need to use it.
will, and his will is our peace.
I love to see it.
This is the sea to which is moving onward whatsoever doth create, and all that nature makes. Then
Oh.
it is clear how
Maybe I do need it
everywhere
after all
is
now.
paradise, although the grace of good supreme there reign not in one measure. But as it comes to pass, if one food sates, for another still remains the longing, we ask for this, and that to grant thanks. E'en thus did I, with gesture and with word,
Let's try
learn from
now.
her what was the web.
Nope, I cannot grab that ledge. Oh well. Some ledges are just not made
Merit high
equal.
in heaven, a lady o'er us, said she, by whose rule down in your world they vest and veil themselves, that until death they may both watch,
Alrighty.
beside that spouse, who every vow accepts, which charity performs to pleasure.
And
Follow
maybe
her,
that's good enough.
girlhood from the world, I fled. Her had it shut myself,
Woof.
What is this?
and pledged me to the pathway of her sect.
Go back, as your friend.
Then men accustomed unto evil more than unto good, from the sweet cloister tore me.
Friend,
God knows what afterward my life
so
became.
far I've been ready for everything.
This other splendor, which to thee reveals itself on my right side, and is enkindled with all the
Wood
illumination
of
our
the
spirit.
suicides. Okay.
Wood of myself, I say.
I
applies
don't
to
think
her.
this is going to be a good level.
A nun
I'm
she
gonna-
was.
I'm gonna say that right now.
Likewise, from her head was tamed the
Hands
shadow
upon
of the sacred
oneself.
wimple.
And therefore in
When
this
she
place,
too was to the world returned
those
against her
who
wishes, and
deprive
against good usage
themselves of their lives
of the heart's veil, she never was
repent
divested.
in vain.
Great Costanza, Zuzieta. The second ruled Suabia brought forth the third and latest puissance. Thus unto me she spake, and then began Ave Maria, and then singing vanished through these waters. My sight, that followed her as
Tree,
long
go
a time
bye-bye.
as was possible, when it had lost her, turned round and marked with more desire, and wholly unto Beatrice reverted. But she, such lightning flashed into mine eyes, that at first my sight endured it not. And this question more backward made me. Paradiso, Canto 4. Between two vehicles, equally removed, intended, three men would die of sleep ere either he could bring unto his feet. So would a lamb between the ravaging of two fierce wolves, and fear and both alike. And so would stand a dog between the two hills. And if I held my peace, myself I blame not, and held in equal measure by my death, the would not be so, nor do I pretend.
Alright, there we go.
My desire was painted upon my face. The question is that one further.
Birds go bye-bye.
Beatrice did as believing me that I never wrath, which rendered him unjust and merciless.
God.
Said,
Alrighty.
well see I, how attractive the
Thank
being
you
was,
for the purple Gatorade!
that thy care
I'm outta
binds
here.
itself, so that forth it does not breathe. Thou arguest, if goodwill be permanent, the violence of others. For what reason doth it decrease the measure of my pain? Again for doubting furnish the occasion, souls seeming to return unto the
What do we
stars,
got here?
according to the sentiment of Plato.
Chancellor, the Holy Roman
These are
Emperor
the questions
Frederick
which
II
upon thy
failed to
wish are
defend the
thrust in
honor
your
of his
core.
master, imprisoned and ruined.
And
he
therefore
took-
first will I treat that which hath the
you know,
most
that's
gall.
not nice of them to send
He
them
of
to
the
hell for
seraphim,
that. That's
most absorbed in
mean.
God,
Let's
nor
get
is
you
it
out of
Samuel.
there.
And whichever John thou
Let's
mayest
get you out of
select,
there.
I say, and even Mary, have not in any other heaven their seats, than
Let's
have
see.
those spirits that just
We're
appear
gonna
to
play
me,
some
not
DDR,
of existence
save
more
this
or
man's
fewer
soul,
years,
get him,
but
get
all
him
make
out of
beautiful
this
the primal
yucky
circle.
forest, yucky
Seize
yuck.
life in different degrees by feeling more or less the eternal breath. They showed themselves here, not because allotted this fare has been to them, but to give sign of the celestial which is least exalted. To speak thus is adapted to your mind, since only through the sense it apprehendeth what then its worthy makes mental.
Bye-bye. I thought that's what he was doing. I thought he was giving a
The Scripture
salute.
condescends unto your faculties,
Let's
and feet
see.
and hands to God attributes, and means something else. And Holy Church under an aspect human, Gabriel and Michael represent to you, and him who made
Okay.
Tobias whole again.
Yeah, I want that.
That which Timaeus argues of the soul doth not resemble that which here is seen, because it seems that as he speaks, he thinks. He says the soul unto its star returns, believing it to have been set of them whenever nature gave it as a form. Perhaps his doctrine is
No,
of other
I'm not gonna
guidance
do that.
than the words sound, and possibly may be with meaning that is not to be derided. If he doth mean that to these wheels return the honor of their influence and the blame, perhaps his bow doth hit upon some truth. This principle ill understood once warped the whole world nearly, till it went astray invoking Jove and Mercury and Mars. The other doubt which doth disquiet thee, less venom has, for its malevolence
Alright, I
can never
see
leave the
here.
otherwhere from me. That as unjust our justice should appear, and as
Ah,
moral,
damn. Alright, I got it.
Argument
Timed
of
this
faith.
right.
and not of sin heretical. But still,
There we go.
that your perception may be able to thoroughly penetrate this verity, as thou desirest, I will satisfy thee. If it be violence, then he who suffers cooperates not with him who uses force. These souls were not displeased. For will is never quenched, unless it will, but operates as nature doth in fire, if violence 1,000 times distort it.
Alright,
Hence.
good.
If it yieldeth more or less, it seconds the force.
As long as I don't pay
And these
attention
have
to
done
the
so,
forest surroundings,
having
I'm
power of
okay.
turning back unto the holy place.
It's just a creepy forest.
Their will had been perfect, like that which the Lord fast upon his good iron pole, and Mutius made severe to his own hand. It would have urged them back along the road whence they had ran, soon as they were free. Such a solid will is all too rare. And by these words, thou hast gathered them with thy foot.
Shut up, you tree!
The argument is
Alright,
refuted,
fine.
that would have still annoyed thee many times. But now another passage runs across before thine eyes, and such, that by thyself thou couldst not thread it ere thou wouldst be weary.
Wouldn't it be funny if this was like a
As for
Lost
certain,
Woods, where
in
you
thy
just
mind,
like...
that soul
It's like, you
beatified
didn't do this part
never
right,
lies,
you gotta go through the
but
woods
is near the
again.
final truth. And then thou, from Picarda, mightst have heard Costanza kept affection for the veil.
Oh
so
no.
She seemeth here to contradict
This
me.
is a Lost Woods situation!
Many times,
Fuck!
brother, has it come to pass, that to escape from peril, with reluctance
No!
done it was not right to do. E'en as Alcmaeon, who being by his
Where
father
am I
thereto
supposed to
entreated,
go?
his own mother slew. Not to lose pity, pitiless became. At this point I desire to remember that force and will commingles, because the offences cannot be excluded. Will absolute consenteth not to things, but in so far consenteth as it fears to refrain to fall into the fault. Hence, pardon this expression, which meaneth the will absolute, and I the other, so that both of us speak truth.
No, no, no.
Such was the flowing of the holy river that issued from the fount from its spring of truth. With the breath of my wishing smile, O marvelous first lover, divine in all powerful breath, with speech and faith and life and sin, more and more revives me. My own affection is not so profound, and rendering grace for grace. Let him
Good boy zone.
thereto
You go.
Well, I see. Never Satan our intellect as the truth of limit, beyond which nothing truly stands itself. Rests therein wild beasts flare. And it cannot be. Not in each desire which frustrates the evil. Therefore springs up from fashionless doubt.
Alright, you go bye-bye.
Wait, assurance gives me reverence to inquire of another reason which is here. I wish to have, if that can satisfy this broken balance with other goods, so that in their balance they will not be light. Gaze their eyes full of the power of love, and so divine that, overcome by her, I turned my back.
Here we go. That should be it, right? Last one?
Paradiso. Canto 4. If in the heat of love I flame upon thee beyond the measure that on earth is seen, so that the valor of thine eyes I vanquish, marvel thou not thereat.
Mother.
For this proceeds from perfect sight, which as it apprehends to the good apprehended moves its feet. Well I perceive how is already shining into thine intellect the eternal light, that only seen enkindles always love. And if some other thing your love seduce, 'tis nothing but a vestige of the same, ill understood, which there is shining through. Thou fain wouldst know, if with another service her broken vow such return be made as to secure the soul from further claim.
Just gave out from
This canto thus did Beatrice begin.
she was too fragile.
That's
As a man
Dad
who
was a
breaks
dick.
not
I'm
off
glad we
his
killed him.
Continued thus
In a boss
holy
battle,
life.
that is.
The greatest
Oh,
gift
that's-
in his largesse God creating made, and unto his own goodness nearest
Eh,
and that which he doth prize most highly is the freedom of the will, wherewith the creatures of intelligence, both all and only, were and are endowed. Now wilt thou see, if thence thou reasonest, the high worth of a vow, if it he made so that when thou consentest, God consents. For closing between God and man the compact, the sacrifice is of this treasure made, such as I say, and made by its own act.
Mother, why did I lose everything?
What can be rendered then as compensation? Thinkest thou to make good use of what thou hast offered? With gains ill-gotten thou wouldst do good deed. Now art thou certain of the greater point. But because Holy Church
I don't
in this
know. Why did you
dispenses, which seems against the truth which I have shown thee, behooves thee still to sit a while at table, because the solid food which thou hast taken requireth further aid for thy digestion. Open thy mind to that which I reveal, and fix it there within, for 'tis not knowledge, the having heard without retaining it. In the essence of this sacrifice, two things convene together.
Okay,
The
another
one
trauma
is that
defeated.
of which 'tis made, the other is the agreement. This
Okay,
last
suicide
forevermore is
fruit.
cancelled
Alright.
not, unless complied with, and concerning this with such precision as above been spoken. Therefore it was enjoined upon the Hebrews to offer still, though sometimes what was offered might be commuted as thou hast done. The other, known to be his madness, may well indeed
What a very tasteful video game.
Let not shift the burden on his shoulder. Without the turning both the white and of the yellow. Never temptation as a substitute. Lord says, be not content. Therefore, whatever fits so great weight and value that it tracks down every balance, cannot be satisfied with other spending. But mortals never.
Alrighty.
Faithful, not blind to do it. Just
Bye bye. Go to the good boy zone.
more to seem to say, I have done wrong. And to be worse by keeping
Good boy zone for you as well.
Thou, the great leader of the Greeks, will find, whence wept Iphigenia her fair face, and made for her both wise and simple weep.
Oh, my back
Heard
is
such
killing
kind of
me from
worship
sitting down for so
spoken.
long. I gotta admit.
Christians,
Like,
be ye more serious in your movements. Be ye not like a feather at each wind, and think not every water washes you.
a lower back. Come on.
Ye have the Old and the New Testament, and the pastor of the church, who guideth you. Let this suffice you unto your salvation.
Violence may be
If
done
evil
against
appetite
the
cry aught
deity
else to you,
by denying
be ye
him
as
in the
men,
heart.
and not as silly sheep, so that
Okay.
the true among you may not mock you.
Hey, Ian.
Be ye not as the lamb that doth abandon its mother's milk, and frolicsome and simple, combats at its own pleasure with itself.
Dominable sands. Oh,
Thus
heavens.
pages to me, even as I write it. Then all desireful turned herself again to that part where the world is most alive. Her silence and her change of countenance, silence opposed by remark, had already asked questions. And as an arrow that upon the mark strikes, ere the bowstring quiet hath become, so did we speak of sacrifice. My lady there so joyful.
There's still a chance for us,
Into
folks.
the
There's
brightness
still a
of that
chance.
heaven she entered. So luminous thereat, the planet grew. And if the star itself was changed and smiled, what became I? Who by my nature
we got
was
here?
so immutable in every
Philosopher and scholar, early mentor.
paths in a fish pond, which is
For
pure
the
and
sin. Oh, he was
tranquil. Fishes
gay.
draw to that which from
Yeah, we're gonna get
without
you out of
comes
here.
in such fashion that their food they deem it. So I beheld more
We
than a
we
thousand
we don't
splendors,
let gay people
grind
go to
towards
hell
us, and in each
for
was
being
heard,
gay. That's not cool.
This is she who shall increase our love. And as each one was coming unto us, full of beatitude the shade was seen, by the effulgence clear that issued from it. Think, reader,
All right.
if what here is just beginning, no farther should proceed, how
7.
thou wouldst have an agonizing need of knowing more. And of thyself, thou see how
36.
I, from these, was in desire of hearing their conditions, as they unto mine eyes were manifest. O thou well-born, to whom grace concedes to see the thrones of the eternal
Alrighty.
triumph, or ever yet the warfare be abandoned, with light the whole of heaven is spread on the golden tree, and hence without desire to be lost, and night of pleasure. Thus, by some one of the angelic spirits spoken, and by Beatrice, speaks of your
What a mean guy.
though I perceive how thou dost invest thyself in thine own light, and drawest it from thine eyes.
This is violence. We're in the violence level right now, as you can see by the Jorker and Mendoza dying.
Spirit of dust.
Mendoza!
That veils is not the But said I direct to the light.
Although we're almost at the end of violence, I am pretty sure that's what they're telling us here. At least we better be.
My greater rapture, thus to see itself in its own radiance, the figure saintly,
I might need to take an Advil.
close to golden fashion, as the following canto sings. End of Paradiso, cantos 1 to 5.
Oh, gotta give another point for books. Books, finish another section here. 98. Now that was 14, I believe. Okay, so now we are on Book 3 of Paradiso, Canto 6 through 11. And...
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Another gay
Recording
guy.
by
We're gonna
Jennifer
get him out of
Crispin,
there.
Jefferson City, Missouri. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Paradiso, Canto 6 to Canto 11. Paradiso, Canto 6. After that, Constantine the Eagle turned against the course of heaven, which it had followed behind the ancient who
Alrighty.
Lavinia took. 200 years and more the bird of God into the extreme of Europe held itself.
We're gonna make
near to
heaven
the
a lot
mountains
gayer,
whence it issued
everyone.
First. And under shadow of the sacred plumes, it governed there the world from hand to hand, and changing thus
We're gonna
upon
make all the
mine own
popes
alighted.
scared as shit.
Caesar I was, and am Justinian, who by the will of primal love I feel, took from the laws
Heaven
the
is
useless
gayer
and
now.
redundant.
Yeah!
And ere unto the work I was attent, one nature to exist in Christ, not more, believed, and with such faith was I contented. But blessed Agapetus, he who was the supreme pastor to the faiths sincere, pointed me out the way by words of his. Him I believed, and what was his assertion I now see clearly, even as thou seest, each contradiction to be false and true. As soon as with the church I moved
Alright,
my
we're
feet,
getting another
God in his
flashback.
grace it pleased with this high task to
Alright, what
inspire me,
now?
and I gave me wholly to it. And to my Belisarius I commended the arms to which was heaven's right hand so joined. It was a signal that I should propose. Now here to the first question terminates my answer, but the character thereof constrains me to continue with a sequel, in order that thou see with how great reason men move against the sacred sacrosanct, both who appropriate and who oppose it. Behold how great a power has made it worthy of reverence, beginning from the hour when Pallas died to give it sovereignty.
Oh no.
Thou knowest it made in Alba its abode, 300 years and upward.
We gotta fight
till at
Crusaders
last the
now.
3 to 3
All right.
fought for it yet again. Thou knowest what it achieved from Sabine wrong, down to Lucretia's sorrow in 7 kings, o'ercoming round about the neighboring nations. Thou knowest what it achieved, borne by the Romans, illustrious against Brennus, against Pyrrhus, against the other princes and confederates. Torquatus thence, and Quinctius, who from locks unkempt was named Decci and Fabi, received the fame I willingly embalm. It struck to earth the pride of the Arabians, who following Hannibal had passed across the Alpine ridges, Po, from which thou glidest. Beneath it triumphed while they yet were young,
Giantees, go!
Pompeii and Scipio, and to the hill, beneath which thou wast born, it bitter seemed. Then near unto the time when heaven had willed to bring the whole world to its mood serene, did Caesar by the will of Rome assume it. What it achieved from Var unto the Rhine, Isere beheld, and Seone beheld the same, and every valley whence the Rhone is filled. What it achieved when it had left Ravenna, and left the Rubicon,
Alright.
was such a flight that neither tongue nor pen could follow it. Round towards Spain it wheeled its legions, then toward Durazzo and Pharsalia smote, that to the Khalid Nile was felt the pain. Antandros and the Simios, whence it started, it saw again, and there where
we
Hector
go.
lies, and ill for Ptolemy, then roused itself. From thence it came like lightning upon Juba, then wheeled itself again to your west, where the Pompeian Clarion occurred. From what it wrought with the next standard-bearer, Brutus and Cassius howl in hell together, and Modena and Perugia dolent were. Still doth the
Alrighty.
mournful
Come
Cleopatra
on.
weep, because thereof who fleeing from before it, took from the adder sudden and black death. With him it ran even to the Red Sea shore. With him it placed the world in so great peace that unto Janus was his temple closed. But what the standard that has made me speak, achieved before and after should achieve, throughout the mortal realm that lies beneath it, becometh in appearance mean and dim, if in the hand of the third Caesar seen with eye unclouded and affection
Alright,
pure,
go.
because the living justice that inspires me granted it, in the hand of him I speak of, the glory of doing vengeance for its wrath. Now here attend to what I answer thee. Later it ran with Titus to do vengeance upon the vengeance of the ancient sin. And when the tooth of Lombardy had bitten
Here
the
we go.
holy church,
Almost
then underneath
there.
its wings did
Maybe.
Charlemagne victorious succor her. Now hast thou power to judge of such as those whom I accuse above and of their crimes, which are the cause of all your miseries. To the public standard one the yellow lilies opposes, the other claims it for a party, so that 'tis hard to see which sins the most. Let the Ghibellines ply their handicraft beneath some other standard, for this ever ill follows he who it and justice parts. And let not this new Charles e'er strike it down, he and his gulfs, but let him fear the talons that from a nobler lion stripped the fell. Already oftentimes the sons have wept the father's crime, and let him not believe that God will change his switching for the lilies. This little planet doth adorn itself with the good spirits that have active been, that fame and honor might come after them. And whensoever the desires mount thither, thus deviating must perforce the rays of the true love less vividly mount upward. But in commensuration of our wages, with our desert is portion of our joy, because we see them neither less nor greater. Herein doth living justice sweeten so affection in us that forevermore it cannot warp to any iniquity. Voices diverse make up sweet melodies, so in this life of ours the seats diverse render sweet harmony among these spheres. And in the compass of this present pearl shineth the sheen of Romeo, of whom the grand and beauteous work was ill rewarded. But the Provencals who against him wrought, they have not laughed, and therefore ill goes he, who makes his hurt of the good deeds of others. 4 daughters, and each one of them a queen, had Raymond Berenger, and this for him did Romeo, a poor man and a pilgrim. And then the malicious words incited him to summon to a reckoning this just man, who rendered to him 7 and 5 for 10. And he departed poor and stricken in years, and if the world could know the heart he had, in begging bit by bit his livelihood, though much it laud him, it would laud him more. End of Canto 6.
Hi there.
Paradiso, Canto 7. Hosanna
brother.
Sabaoth, super lustrans clauditate tua felices ignis horum malahoth. In this wise to his melody returning, this substance upon which a double light doubles itself was seen by me to sing. And to their dance this and the others moved, and in the manner of swift hurrying sparks veiled themselves from me with a sudden distance.
Oh no,
Doubting was I, and
Francesco,
saying,
why'd
tell
you
her,
become
tell
Monster
her.
Mash?
Within me, tell her, saying, tell my lady, who slakes my thirst with her sweet effluences, and yet that reverence which doth lord it over the whole of me, only by B and ICE, bowed me again like unto one who drowses. Short while did Beatrice endure me thus, and she began, lighting me with a smile, such as would make one happy in the fire. According to infallible advisement, after what manner a just vengeance justly could be avenged has put thee upon thinking. But I will speedily thy mind unloose, and do thou listen, for these words of mine of a great doctrine will a present make thee. By not enduring on the power that wills, purged for his good, that man who ne'er was born, damning himself, damned all his progeny. Whereby the human species down below lay sick for many centuries in great error, till to descend it pleased the word of God, to where the nature from which its own maker estranged itself was joined to him person by the sole act of his eternal love.
I'm gonna try not to focus on the Crusaders.
Now unto so direct thy sight.
They seem like a
this nature
distraction,
when
but
united
maybe
to its
that's just
maker,
me.
such as created was sincere and good, but by itself alone was banished forth from paradise, because it turned aside out of the way of truth and of its life. Therefore the penalty the cross held out, if measured by the nature thus assumed, none ever yet with so great justice stung, and none was ever of so great injustice, considering who the person was that suffered, within whom such a nature was contracted. From one act therefore issued things diverse. To God and to the Jews one death was pleasing. Earth trembled at it, and the heaven was opened. It should no longer now seem difficult to thee, when it is said that a just vengeance by a just court was afterward avenged.
Alright, there we go.
But now do I behold thy mind entangled, from thought to thought within a knot, from which with great desire it waits to free itself. Thou sayest, well, discern I what I hear, but it is hidden from me why God willed for our redemption only this one mode. Buried remaineth, brother, this decree unto the eyes of everyone whose nature is in the flame of love not yet adult. Verily, insomuch as at this mark one gazes long and little is discerned, wherefore this mode was worthiest, I will say. Goodness divine, from which itself doth scorn all envy, burning in itself so sparkles that the eternal beauties it unfolds. Whate'er from this immediately distills has afterwards no end, for ne'er removed is its impression when it sets its seal. Whate'er from this immediately rains down is wholly free, because it is not subject unto the influences of novel things. The more conformed thereto, the more it pleases, for the blessed ardor that irradiates all things, in that most like itself is most vivacious. With all of these things has advantaged been the human creature, and if one be wanting from his nobility, he needs must fall. 'Tis sin alone which doth disfranchise him, and render him unlike the good supreme, so that he little with its light is blanched.
I did it.
And to
I
his dignity
unbackstabbed
no more
you.
returns, unless he fill up where transgression empties, with righteous pains for criminal
Francesco's
delights.
forgiveness. What does this
Your
do?
nature, when it sinned so utterly in
Dante's
its own
prevented
seed
from
out of
enemy
these
damage.
dignities,
Ooh.
even as out of paradise was driven, nor could itself recover if thou notest with nicest subtlety by any way, except by
actually, never
passing
mind.
one of these two fords.
Not this late
Either
in the
that
game.
God through clemency alone had pardon granted, or that man himself had satisfaction for his folly made. Fix now thine eye deep into the abyss of the eternal counsel, to my speech, as far as it may be fastened steadfastly. Man in his limitations had not power to satisfy, not having power to sink in his humility, obeying them. Far as he disobeying
All right, time
thought
to power
rise,
up.
and for this reason man has been from power of satisfying by himself excluded. Therefore it God behooved in his own ways man to restore unto his perfect life, I say in one or else in both of them. But
Monster
since the
Mash,
action
you are
of the
mine.
doer is so much more grateful, as it more presents the goodness of the heart from which it issues, goodness divine, that doth imprint the world, has been contented to proceed by each, and all its ways lift you up again. Nor twixt the first day and the final night, such high and such magnificent proceeding,
Let's
by
see.
one or by the other was or shall be. For God more bounteous was himself to give, to make man able to uplift himself, than if he only of himself had pardoned. And all the other modes were insufficient for justice, were it not the Son of God himself had humbled to become incarnate. Now to fill fully each desire of thine, return I to elucidate one place, in order that
Holy
thou
light,
there
holy
mayest
light.
see as I do.
Big tease.
Thou sayest, I see
Tease
the
for
air,
everyone.
I see the fire, the water and the earth and all their mixtures come to corruption, and short while endure. And these things notwithstanding were created. Therefore, if that which I have said were true, they should have been secure against corruption. The angels, brother, and the land sincere in which thou art, created may be called just as they are in their entire existence. But all the elements which thou hast named, and all those things which out of them are made, by a created virtue
All right,
are
here we go.
informed.
Come on.
Created was the matter which they had. Created was the informing influence within these stars that round about them go. The soul of every brute and of the plants by its potential temperament tracks the ray and motion of the holy lights. But your own life immediately inspires supreme beneficence, and enamors it, so with herself it evermore desires her. And thou from this mayest argue furthermore your resurrection, if thou think again how human flesh was fashioned at that time, when the first parents, both of them, were made. End of Canto 7. Paradiso, Canto 8. The world used in its peril to believe that the fair Cythrea delirious love rayed out in the third epicycle turning. Wherefore not only unto her paid honor of sacrifices and of votive pride the ancient nations in the ancient era, but both Ione honored they and Cupid, that as her mother and this one as her son, and said that he had sat in Dido's lap. And they took from her, whence I beginning take, took the denomination of the star that rules the sun, now following, now in front. I was not ware of our ascending to it, but of our being in it gave full faith, my lady whom I saw more beauteous grow. And as within a flame a spark is seen, and as within a voice discerned, when one is steadfast and one comes and goes, within that light beheld I other lamps move in a circle, speeding more and less, methinks in measure of their inward vision.
Stab,
From
come
a
on.
cold
You
cloud
gotta get her.
descended never
Get her
winds,
violence
or
on.
visible or not so rapidly, they would not laggard and heated seem. To anyone who had those
Come
lights
on.
divine seen come towards us, leaving the gyration begin at first in the high seraphim, and behind those that most in front appeared, sounded Hosanna, so that never since to hear again was I without desire. Then unto us more
There
nearly
we
one
go.
approached, and it alone began, we all are ready unto thy pleasure, that thou joy in us. We turn around with the celestial princes, one gyre and
I am
one
definitely
gyration
taking
and one
Advil after
thirst, in
this.
whom thou from the world of old didst say, Ye who intelligent the third heaven are moving, and are so full of love to pleasure thee, a little quiet will not be less sweet. After these eyes of mine themselves had offered unto my lady reverently, and she, content and certain of herself, had made them, back to the light they turned, which so great promise made of itself, and say, who art thou? Was my voice, imprinted with a great affection.
Alrighty.
Oh, how and how much I beheld it grow, with the new joy that superadded was unto its joys, as soon as I had spoken. Thus changed, it said to me, the world possessed me short time below, and if it had been more, much evil will be, which would not have been. My gladness keepeth me concealed from thee, which rayeth round about me, and doth hide me, like as a creature swathed in its own silk. Much didst thou love me, and thou hadst good reason. For had I been below, I should have shown thee somewhat beyond the foliage of my love. That left-hand margin which doth bathe itself in Rhone, when it is mingled with the Sorgue, me for its lord awaited in due time. And that horn of Ausonio, which is towned with body, with Gaeta and Catona, whence Tronto and Verde in the sea disgorge. Already flashed upon my brow the crown of that dominion which the Danube waters after the German borders it abandons. And beautiful Trinacria that is murky, twixt Pratino and Peloro, on the gulf which greatest scathe from Eurus doth receive. Not through Typhoeus, but through nascent sulphur, would have awaited her own monarch still, through me from Charles descended and from Rudolph. If evil lordship that exasperates ever the subject populations had not moved Palermo to the outcry of death, death, and if my brother could but this foresee, the greedy poverty of Catalonia, straight would he flee that it might not molest him. For verily 'tis needful to provide, through him or other, so that on his bark already freighted no more freight be placed. His nature, which from liberal covetous descended, such a soldiery would need as should not care for hoarding in a chest. Because I do believe the lofty joy thy speech infuses into me, my lord, where every good thing doth begin and end. Thou seest as I see it, the more grateful is it to me, and this too hold I dear, that gazing upon God thou dost discern it. Glad hast thou made me, so make clear to me, since speaking thou hast stirred me up to doubt, how from sweet seed can bitter issue forth. This I to him, and he to me, if I can show to thee a truth, to what thou askest, thy face thou'lt hold as thou dost hold thy back. The good which all the realm thou art ascending, turns and contents, maketh its providence to be a power unto these bodies vast. And not alone the natures are foreseen, within the mind that in itself is perfect, but they together with their preservation. For whatsoever thing this bow shoots forth, falls foreordained unto an end foreseen, even as a shaft directed to its mark. If that were not, the heaven which thou dost walk would in such manner its effects produce, that they no longer would be arts, but ruins. This cannot be if the intelligences that keep these stars in motion are not named, and named the first that has not made them perfect. Wilt thou this truth have clearer made it to thee? And I, not so, for 'tis impossible that nature tire, I see, in what is needful. Whence he again, now say, would it be worse for men on earth were they not citizens? Yes, I replied, and here I ask no reason. And can they be so if below they live not diversely unto offices diverse? No, if your master writeth well for you. So came he with deductions to this point, then he concluded, therefore it behooves the roots of your effects to be diverse.
Hopefully I can see the screen.
Hence one is Solon-born, another Cerses, another Melchizedek, and another he who flying through the air his son did lose. Revolving nature, which a signet is to mortal wax, doth practice well her art, but not one in distinguished from another. Thence happens it that Esau differeth in seed from Jacob, and Quirinius comes from sire so vile that he is given to Mars. A generated nature its own way would always make like its progenitors, if Providence divine were not triumphant. Now that which was behind thee is before thee, but that thou know that I with thee am pleased, with a corollary will I mantle thee. Evermore nature, if it fortune find discordant to it, like each other seed out of its region maketh evil thrift. And if the world below would fix its mind on the foundation which is laid by nature, pursuing that, would have the people good. But you unto religion wrench aside him who was born to gird him with the sword, and make a king of him who is for sermons. Therefore your footsteps wander from the road. End of Canto 8.
I hope
Paradiso,
Beatrice
Canto 9.
fucks the devil
Beautiful Clemens, after that thy Charles had me enlightened,
on her
he
own
narrated
terms.
to me the treacheries his seed should undergo, but said, Be still, and let the years roll round. So I can only say that lamentation legitimate shall follow on your wrongs. And of that holy light the life already had to the sun which fills it turned again, as to that good for which each thing sufficeth.
Alright, spin
Ah,
that
souls
wheel.
deceived and creatures impious, who from such good do turn away your hearts, directing upon vanity your foreheads. And now, behold, another of those splendors approached me, and its will to pleasure me it signified by brightening outwardly. The eyes of Beatrice that fastened were upon me as before, of dear assent to my desire assurance gave to me. Ah, bring swift compensation to my wish, thou blessed spirit, I said, and give me proof that what I think in thee I can reflect. Whereat the light, that still was new to me, out of its depths, whence it before was singing, as one
Am I gonna
delighted
have
to
to
do
fight,
good, continued.
like, the girl that seduced
Within
me?
that
Is
region of the
gonna
land
be a
depraved
thing?
of Italy that lies between
I
Rialto and
sincerely
fountainheads
hope
of
not, but I
Brenta
fully
and of
expect that
Piava,
to be a thing.
rises a hill and mounts not very high, wherefrom descended formerly a torch that made upon that region
With
great
infinite
assault.
mana.
Out of one root were born
Alright.
both I and it. Punitza was I called, and here I shine, because the splendor of this star o'ercame me. But gladly to myself the cause I pardoned my allotment, and it does not grieve me, which would perhaps seem strong unto your vulgar. Of this so opulent and precious jewel, which of our heaven is nearest unto me, great fame remained, and ere it die away, this 100th year shall yet quintupled be. See if man ought to make him excellent, so that another life the first may lead. And thus thinks not the present multitude, shut in by Adige and Tagliamento, nor yet for being scourged as penitent.
Has it?
But soon 'twill be that Padua and the marsh will change the water that Picenza bathes, because the folk are stubborn against duty. And where the Sile and Cagnano join, one lordeth it, and goes with lofty head, for catching him e'en now the net is making. Feltro moreover of her impious pastor shall weep the crime which shall so monstrous be, that for the like none ever entered Malta. Ample exceedingly would be the that of the Fedorese could hold the blood, and weary who should weigh it ounce by ounce, of which this courteous priest shall make a gift, to show himself a partisan, and such gifts will to the living of the land conform. Above us there are mirrors, thrones you call them, from which shines out on us God judicant, so that this utterance seems good to us. Here it was silent, and it had the semblance of being turned elsewhither, by the wheel on which it had entered as it was before. The other joy, already known to me, became a thing transplendent in my sight, as a fine ruby smitten by the sun. Through joy effulgence is acquired above, as here a smile, but down below the shade outwardly darkens, as the mind is sad. God seeth all things, and in him, blessed spirit, thy sight is, said I, so that never will of his can possibly from thee be hidden. Thy voice, then, that forever makes the heavens glad, with the singing of those holy fires which of their 6 wings make themselves a cowl. Wherefore does it not satisfy my longings? Indeed,
is my mind
I would not
not,
wait thy questioning if I and thee were as thou art in me. The greatest of the valleys where the water expands itself, forthwith its words began, that sea accepted which the earth engarlands. Between discordant shores against the sun extends so far that it meridian makes where it was wont before to make the horizon.
Let me turn down
I was
the
a dweller
gain.
on that
might
valley's
be an
shore,
issue.
twixt Ebro and Magra,
Alright.
that with the journey short doth from the
you
Tuscan
hear me a
part
bit
the
better now?
Genoese. With the same sunset and the same sunrise nearly sit Bugia and the city whence
The
I
game
was,
is very loud
that with
right
its
now.
blood once made the harbor hot. Folko that people called me, unto whom my name was known, and now with me this heaven imprints itself, as I did once with it.
Challenge
For more the
success.
daughter of Belus never burned, offending both Sycius and Creusa, than I, so long as it became my locks. Nor yet that Rodophian, who deluded was by Demophon, nor yet Alcides, when Aeoli he in his heart had locked. Yet here is no repenting, but we smile, not at the fault, which comes not back to mind, but at the power which ordered and foresaw. Here we behold the art that doth adorn with such affection, and the good discover, whereby the world above turns that below. But that thou wholly satisfied mayst bear thy wishes hence, which in this sphere are born, still further to proceed behoveth me. Thou fain wouldst know who is within this light, that here beside me thus is scintillating, even as a sunbeam in the limpid water.
All right, let's get.
Then
my-
know thou
my-
that within there
my
is
nice
at rest
green
Rahab,
juice.
and being to our order joined, with her in its supremest grade 'tis sealed. Into this heaven where ends the shadowy cone, cast by your world before all other souls, first of Christ's triumph was she taken up. Full meet it was to leave her in some heaven, even
guess
as a
we had
palm
another
of the high
challenge.
victory, which he acquired with one palm and the other. Because she favored the first glorious deed of Joshua upon the Holy Land,
They flirted.
that little stirs
How
the memory
dare
of the Pope.
they? Oh.
Thy city, which an offshoot is of him, who first upon his Maker turned his back,
Get a
and whose
100-hit
ambition is so
combo.
sorely wept, brings
Okay.
forth and scatters the accursed flower, which both the sheep and lambs hath led astray, since it has turned the shepherd to a wolf. For this the evangel and the mighty doctors are derelict, and only the decretals so steady that it shows upon their margins. On this are Pope and Cardinals intent. Their meditations reach not Nazareth, there where his pinions Gabriel unfolded, but Vatican and the other parts elect of Rome, which have a cemetery been unto the soldiery that followed Peter, shall soon be free from this adultery. End of Canto 9. Paradiso, Canto 10.
I did it.
Looking into his
In
Son
your
with all
face,
the love which
Beatrice,
each of them
I'm
eternally
cool.
breathes forth, the
Except
primal
not really,
and
but my
unutterable
character
power,
sucks.
whate'er before the mind or eye revolves with so much order made, there can be none who this beholds without enjoying him. Lift up then, reader, to the lofty wheels, with me thy vision straight unto that part, where the one
Although it'd be
motion on
funny
the
if
other
she was just like, well,
strikes,
shit!
and there begin to contemplate with joy that master's art,
that was
who
her
in
final
himself so
trick.
loves it that never doth his eye depart therefrom. Behold how from that point goes branching off the oblique circle, which conveys the planets to satisfy the world that calls upon them. And if their pathway were not thus inflected, much virtue in the heavens would be in vain, and almost every power below here dead.
Oh.
If
I'm
from the
supposed to-
straight line
okay.
distant more or less were the departure,
I was like, was
much
there
would
a thing
wanting
supposed to
be
climb
above and
on? No,
underneath
there's
of
just a
mundane
last
order.
minute platform. All
Remain
right.
now, reader, still upon thy bench, in thought pursuing that which is foretasted, if thou wouldst jocund be instead of weary. I've set before thee, henceforth feed thyself, for to itself diverteth all my care, that theme whereof I had been made the scribe. The greatest of the ministers of nature, who with the power of heaven the world imprints and measures with his light the time for us, with that part which above is called to mind, conjoined along the spirals was revolving, where each time
Alrighty.
earlier he presents himself. And I was with him, but of the ascending I was not conscious, saving as a man of a first thought is conscious ere it come. And Beatrice, she who hath seen to pass from good to better, and so suddenly that not by time her action is expressed, how lucent in herself must she have been? And what is in the sun wherein I entered, apparent not by color
And
but
I
by
jumped
light?
down so politely
I,
as well.
though I call on genius, art, and practice, cannot so tell it could be imagined. Believe one can, and let him long to see it. And if our fantasies too lowly are for altitude so great, it is no marvel, since o'er the sun was never eye could go. Such in this place was the fourth family of the High Father, who forever sates it, showing how he breathes forth and how begets. And Beatrice began, give thanks unto the Son of Angels, who to the sensible one has raised thee by his grace. Never was heart of mortal so disposed
Alright,
to
what's the
worship,
challenge?
nor
Kill
to give
5
itself to
enemies while
God
they
with all
are
its gratitude
airborne.
was it so ready. As at
Okay.
those words did I myself become, and all my love was so absorbed in him that in oblivion Beatrice was eclipsed. Nor this displeased her, but she smiled at it, so that the splendor of her laughing eyes my single mind on many things divided. Lights many saw I, vivid and triumphant, make us a center and themselves a circle, more sweet in voice than luminous in aspect. Thus girt about the daughter of Latona we sometimes see, when pregnant is the air, so that it holds the thread which makes her zone. Within the court of heaven, whence I return, are many jewels found, so fair and precious they cannot be
Alright,
transported
come
from the
on.
realm. And of them was the singing of those lights, who takes not wings that he may fly up thither, the tidings thence may from the dumb await. As soon as singing thus those burning suns had round about us whirled themselves 3 times, like unto stars neighboring the steadfast poles, ladies they seemed, not from the dance released, but who stopped short, in silence, listening till they had gathered the new melody. And within one I heard beginning, when the radiance of grace by which is kindled true love, and which thereafter grows by loving, within thee multiplied is so resplendent that it conducts thee
Well,
upward
I've
by
got
that stair,
one.
where without reascending none descends. Who should deny the wine out of his vial, unto thy thirst in liberty were not except as water which descends not seaward? Fain wouldst thou know with what plants is enflowered this garland that encircles with delight the lady fair who makes thee strong for heaven. Of the lambs was I of the holy flock, which Dominic conducteth by a road, where well one fattens if he strayeth not. He who is nearest me on the right, my brother and master was, and he, Albertus, is of Cologne, I, Thomas of Aquinium. If thou of all the others wouldst be certain, follow behind my speaking with thy sight, upward along the blessed garland turning. That next effulgence issues from the smile of Gratian, who assisted both the courts in such wise that it pleased in paradise. The other, which nearby adorns our choir, that Peter was, who, even as the poor widow, offered his treasure unto holy church. The fifth light, that among us is the fairest, breathes forth from such a love that all the world below is greedy to learn tidings of it.
Even though I'm pretty
Within
sure
it
I
is the
fucked
lofty
that up,
mind,
okay.
where knowledge so deep was put, that if the true be true, to see so much
Seems
there
like
never
a weird
rose a
challenge to
second.
have,
Thou seest next the luster of that
this late
taper,
in, but okay.
which in the flesh below looked most within the angelic nature and its ministry. Within that other little light is smiling, the advocate of the Christian centuries, out of whose rhetoric Augustine was furnished. Now if thou trainest thy mind's eye along with light to light pursuant of my praise, with thirst already of the eighth thou waitest. By seeing every good therein exalts the sainted soul, which the fallacious world makes manifest to him who listeneth well. The body whence 'twas hunted forth is lying down in Childaro, and from martyrdom and banishment it came unto this peace. See farther onward flame the burning breath of Isidore, of Beda, and of Richard,
Again,
who was in
2010.
contemplation more than man.
This is a game I'm
This whence
once
to me
again
returneth
thankful
thy
I did not
regard.
pay for.
The light is of a spirit, unto whom in his grave meditations death seemed slow. It is the light eternal of Siggeir, who, reading lectures in the street of straw, did syllogize invidious verities. Then as a
We're gonna
horologe
get
that
you to
called
heaven,
us,
though.
what
Don't
time the
worry.
bride of God is
We're getting
rising
you to
up,
heaven.
with matins to her
didn't
spouse
do
that he
anything
may
wrong.
love her. Wherein one part the other draws and urges, ting, ting, resounding with so sweet a note, that swells with love the spirit well disposed. Thus I beheld the glorious wheel move round, and render voice to voice in modulation, and sweetness that cannot be comprehended, excepting there where joy is made eternal. End of Canto 10. Paradiso, Canto 11.
Canto 11.
O thou insensate care of mortal men, how inclusive are the syllogisms that make thee beat thy wings in downward flight! One after laws and one to aphorisms was going, and one following the priesthood, and one to reign by force or sophistry, and one in theft, and one in state affairs,
Oops.
one in the pleasures of the flesh
Oopsie.
involved wearied himself, one
Oopsie.
gave himself to ease. When I from all these things emancipate with Beatrice above there in the heavens, with such exceeding glory was received. When each one had returned unto that point, within the circle where it was before, it stood as in a candlestick a candle. And from within the
Thank you.
effulgence which at first
Thank
had
you,
spoken
yeah,
unto me,
I don't know if you
I
saw
heard
the,
begin, smiling while it more luminous
treachery
became.
one. I did have
Even as I
the,
am kindled in its
the
ray, so
alternative
looking into the
medicine,
eternal
that
light,
Tim had.
the occasion of thy thoughts I apprehend. Thou doubtest, and wouldst
I might
have
go
me to
through all the,
resift in language
once we're
so
done
extended
here,
and
I'll
so
probably go
open
through all the
my
filters
speech
one
that
more
to thy
time.
sense it may be plain. Where just before I said, where well one fattens, and where I said, there never rose a second,
Alright.
and here 'tis needful we distinguish
a
well,
moment so I
the
can see
providence
this.
which governeth the world with counsel, wherein all created vision
my
is
back's
vanquished
feeling
ere
a
it
little
reach
better
unto the
now.
bottom, so that towards her own beloved might go the bride of him, who uttering a loud cry espoused her
Alright.
with his consecrated blood,
Stay in the air for 8
self-confident,
seconds.
and unto him more
okay.
faithful. 2 princes did ordain in her behoof, which on this side and that might be her guide. The one was all seraphical in ardor, the other by his wisdom upon earth a splendor was of light cherubical. One will I speak
Alright.
of, for both is spoken. In praising one, whichever may be taken, because unto one end their labors were. Between
Okay.
Tupino and the stream that
Come on.
falls, down from the hill elect of the blessed Ubald, a fertile slope of lofty mountain hangs, from which Perugia feels the cold and heat,
Ah,
through
okay,
Porta
come
Sole,
on.
and behind it weep Gualdo and Nocera their grievous yoke. From out that slope, there where it breaketh most its steepness, rose upon the world a sun, as this one does sometimes from out of the Ganges. Therefore let him who speaketh of that place say not Ashesi, for he will say little, but orient, if he properly would speak.
Okay.
He was not yet far distant from his rising, before he had begun to make the earth some comfort from his mighty virtue feel. For he in youth his father's wrath incurred, for certain dame to whom, as unto death, the gate of pleasure no one doth unlock, and was before his spiritual court, et coram patre, unto her united. Then day by day more fervently he loved her. She, reft of her first husband, scorned, obscure, 1,100 years and more, waited without suitor till he came. Naught it availed to hear that with Amyclas, found her unmoved at sounding of his voice, he who struck terror into all the world. Naught it availed being constant and undaunted, so that when Mary still remained below, she mounted up with Christ upon the cross. But that too darkly I may not proceed, Francis and Poverty, for these two lovers, take thou henceforward in my speech diffuse. Their concord and their joyous semblances, the love, the wonder, and the sweet regard they made to be the cause of holy thoughts. So much so that the venerable Bernard first bared his feet, and after so great peace, ran, and in running thought himself too slow. O wealth unknown,
this
O
is
veritable
the,
good.
I have found a
Giles
public
bears
domain
his feet
reading
and
of
bears
the
his feet
entire
Sylvester,
Divine Comedy.
behind the bridegroom,
At
so
which
doth
point it
please
is
the bride.
almost done.
Then goes his way that father and that master, he and his lady and that family, which now was girding on the humble cord. Nor cowardice of heart weighed down his brow, at being son of Peter Bernardone,
I'm gonna need to look up and see
nor for appearing
how to
marvelously
stay in the air
scorned,
for this
but
fucking
regally
game.
his hard determination to innocent he opened, and from him received the primal seal upon his order. After the people mendicant increased, behind this man whose admirable life, better in glory of the heavens were sung, incoronated with the second crown, was through Honorius by the eternal spirit the holy purpose of this archimandrite. And when he had, through thirst of martyrdom, in the proud presence of the Sultan preached Christ and the others who came after him, and finding for conversion too unripe the folk, and not to tarry there in vain, returned to fruit of the Italic grass. On the rude rock twixt Tiber and the Arno, from Christ did he receive the final seal, which during 2 whole years his members bore, when he, who chose unto him so much good, was pleased to draw him up to the reward that he had merited by being lowly. Unto his friars as to the rightful heirs, his most dear lady did he recommend, and bade that they should love her faithfully. And from her bosom the illustrious soul wished to depart, returning to its realm, and for its body wished no other bier. Think now what man was he, who was a fit companion over the high seas, to keep the bark of Peter to its proper bearings? And this man was our patriarch, hence whoever doth follow him as he commands can see that he is laden with good merchandise. But for new pasturage his flock has grown so greedy that it is impossible they be not scattered over fields diverse. And in proportion as his sheep remote and vagabond go farther off from him, more void of milk return they to the fold. Verily some there are that fear a hurt, and keep close to the shepherd, but so few that little cloth doth furnish forth their hoods. Now if my utterance be not indistinct, if thine own hearing hath attentive been,
on every
if thou
hand an
recall
apple
to mind
plain
what I
full
have
of distress
said,
and torment
in part
terrible.
contented shall thy wishes be, for thou shalt see the plant that's
Call of
chipped
Duty
away,
bullshit.
and the rebuke that lieth in the words, where well one fattens, if he strayeth not. End of Canto 11. End of Paradiso, Canto 6 to Canto 11.
Alrighty, let's give books another
This
point.
is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to
105.
volunteer, please visit
105
LibriVox.org.
points for books.
Recording by Jennifer Crispin, Jefferson City, Missouri.
Wow. Oh, shit.
The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Yes, I know. Alright, we're now to Book 3, Paradiso, Canto 12 through 16.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For
Let
more
us
information
continue.
or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosalind Wills of Silver Spring, Maryland, on September 22, 2006. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri.
Did we not already
translated
give
by
points for
Henry
fraud?
Wadsworth Longfellow.
I thought we did.
Paradiso, Canto 12 to Canto
on.
16.
Lem-
Canto 12.
Let me wait. My brain's doing a
Soon as the
a
blessed
big-
flame
wait
had
a
taken
minute.
up the final word to give it utterance, began the holy millstone to revolve, and in its gyre had not turned wholly round before
Oh, you're
another
right, I
and
have
obeying
it.
enclosed
Wow,
it,
you're
and
right.
motion joined to motion, song to song.
I didn't
Song that
realize
is greatly doth transcend our muses, our sirens in those dulcet clarions,
All right,
as
point for
primal
games.
splendor that which is reflected. And as our span athwart a tender cloud two rainbows parallel and like in color, when Juno to her handmaid gives command, the one without born of the one within, like to the speaking
Thank
of
you
that
very much,
vagrant
Ian.
one whom love consumed as doth the sun the vapors. And make the people here through covenant God set with Noah presageful of the world that shall no more be covered with a flood.
No, the
In
worst
such
of the
wise
liars,
of those
Joe
sempiternal
Biden.
roses the garlands twain encompassed us about, and thus the outer to the inner answered. After the dance and other grand rejoicings, both of the singing and the flaming forth, effulgence with effulgence, blithe and tender, together at once with one accord had stopped, even as the eyes, that as volition moves them, must needs together shut and lift
Alright,
themselves.
what do we gotta do?
Out of the heart of one of the new lights there came a voice,
Alright.
that needle to the star made me appear in turning thitherward. And it began, "The love that makes me fair draws me to speak about the other leader, by whom so well is spoken here of mine. 'Tis right where one is to bring in the other, that as they were united in their warfare, together likewise may their glory shine. The soldiery of Christ, which it had cost so dear to arm again behind the standard, moved slow and doubtful and in numbers few, when the Emperor who reigneth evermore provided for the host that was in peril.
I'm trying
through
as
grace
best as I
alone,
can.
and not that it was worthy. And as was said, he to his bride brought succor, with champions
Oops,
twain,
challenge,
at whose deed,
fail.
at whose word, the straggling people were together drawn. Within that region where the sweet west wind rises to open the new leaves, wherewith
Challenge,
Europe is
fail.
seen to clothe herself afresh, not far off from the beating of the waves behind which in his long career the sun sometimes conceals himself from every man, is situate the fortunate Calahorra, under protection of the mighty shield in which the lion subject is and sovereign. Therein was born
Well,
the amorous
shit.
paramour of Christian faith, the athlete consecrate, kind to his own and cruel to his foes.
Why did I
And when
throw
was
it at the
created, was his
guy?
mind
No!
replete with such a living energy that in his mother her it made prophetic. As soon as the espousals were complete, between him and the faith at holy font, where they with mutual safety dowered each other, the woman who for him had given assent saw in a dream the admirable fruit that issue would from him and from his heirs, and that he might be construed as he was,
Alright.
a spirit from this place went forth to name him, with his possessive whose he wholly was. Dominic was he called, and him I speak of, even as of the husbandman whom Christ
Let's try
elected to
this.
his garden to assist him. Envoy and servant sooth he seemed of Christ, for the first love made manifest in him was the first counsel that was given by Christ. Silent and wakeful many a time was he, discovered by his nurse upon the ground, as if he would have said, "For this I came." O thou his father, Felix verily, O thou his mother, verily Joanna, if this interpreted means as is said. Not for the world which people toil for now, in following Ostiense and Taddeo, but through his longing after the true manna. He in short time became so great a teacher that he began to go about the vineyard, which fadeth soon if faithless be the dresser, and of the sea that once was more benignant unto the righteous poor, not through itself, but him who sits there and degenerates, not to dispense or 2 or 3 for 6, not any fortune of first vacancy, non
Alright.
decimas quae sunt pauperum Dei. He asked for, but against the errant world, permission to do battle for the seed, of which these 24 plants surround thee. Then with the doctrine and the will together, with office apostolical he moved like torrent, which some lofty vein outpresses, and in among
Please
the
let this
shoots
be the last
heretical
one.
his impetus with
No,
greater fury
come on!
smote, wherever the resistance
Stop
was the
it!
greatest.
I hate these
Of
fuckers.
him were made thereafter divers runnels, whereby the garden
We made it through
Catholic
almost
is
this
watered,
whole game
so
without a
that more
fucking,
living its
like,
plantations stand.
escort mission.
Of such the one wheel of the
essentially.
Vigo
No.
was, in which the Holy Church itself defended, and in the field its civic battle won. Truly full manifest should be to thee the excellence of the other, unto whom Thomas so courteous was before my coming. But still the orbit which the highest part of its circumference made is derelict, so that the mould is where was once the crust. His family that had straightforward moved with feet upon his footprints are turned round so that they set the point upon the heel. And soon aware they will be of the harvest of this bad husbandry, when shall the tares complain the granary is taken from them. Yet say
Why
I,
is
he
this
who
so
searcheth leaf by
long?
leaf, our volume
God!
through would still some page discover where he could read, I am as I am
Thank
wont.
you.
'Twill not be from Casal nor Aquasparta, from whence come such unto the written word
should
that one
just kill you
avoids it
right
and the other
now.
narrows. Bonaventura of Bagnoregio's life am I, who always in great offices postponed considerations sinister. Here are Illuminato and Agostino, who of the
Illuminato?
first barefooted beggars were, that with the cord the friends of God became. Hugh of St. Victor is among them here, and Peter Mangiador, and Peter of Spain, who down below in volumes 12 is shining. Nathan the Seer,
Yep, I have
and
to remember, we're in
Metropolitan
Inferno.
Chrysostom, and Anselmus, and Donatus, who deigned to lay his hand to the first art. Here is Rabanus, and beside me here shines the Calabrian abbot Joachim, he with the spirit of prophecy endowed. To celebrate so great a paladin have moved me the impassioned courtesy, and the discreet discourses of Friar Thomas, and with me they have moved
In
this
the
company.
sixth ditch.
Canto 13.
Canto
Let him imagine who would
13.
well conceive what now I saw, and let him while I speak retain the image as a steadfast rock. The 15 stars that in their diverse regions the
magic,
sky
okay.
enliven with a light so
Okie
great
dokie.
that it transcends
I can
all
do that.
clusters of the air. Let him the wain imagine unto which our vault of heaven sufficeth night and day, so that in turning of its pole it fails not. Let him the mouth imagine of the horn, that in the point
Does
beginneth
holy
of the
count as
axis
magic?
round about which the primal wheel
It does it.
revolves, to have fashioned of
Ha-ha,
themselves
yeah,
two
that's
signs
great.
in heaven, like unto that which Minos's daughter made, the moment
not
when she
magic,
felt
it's
the frost
holy.
of death. And one to have its rays within the other, and both to whirl themselves in such a manner that one should forward go, the other backward. And he will have some shadowing forth of that true constellation and the double dance that circled round the point at which I was. Because it is as much beyond our wont as swifter than the motion of the Chiana moveth the heaven that all the rest outspeeds. There sang they neither Bacchus nor Apollo, but in the divine nature persons three, and in one person divine and human. The singing and the dance fulfilled their measure, and unto us those holy lights gave need, growing in happiness from care to care. Then broke the silence of those saints concordant, the light in which the admirable life of God's own mendicant was told to me, and said, Now that one straw is trodden on, now that its seed is garnered up already, sweet love invites me to thresh out the other. Into that bosom thou believest whence was drawn the rib to form the beauteous cheek, whose taste to all the world is costing dear.
This guy sucks.
And into
I
that
hate
which
this
by the
guy.
lance transfixed before and since such satisfaction made
hate you,
that
evil
it weighs
Archbishop.
down the balance of all
Alright.
sin. Whate'er of light it has to human nature been lawful to possess was all infused by the same power that both of them created. And hence at
This
what
is
I
not
said
magic,
above
by
dost
the way.
wonder,
This is the
when
power
I
of
narrated
tea.
that no second had the good which in the fifth light is enclosed.
Oh,
Now ope thine eyes to
brother.
what I
Fuck
answer
this
thee,
guy.
and thou shalt see thy creed and my discourse fit in the truth as centre in a circle. That which can die, and that which dieth not, are nothing but the splendor of the idea, which by his love our Lord brings into being. Because that living light, which from its fount effulgent flows, so that it disunites not from him, nor from the love in them entwined, though its own goodness reunites its rays in 9 subsistences, as in a mirror, itself eternally remaining one.
Come on.
Thence it descends to the last potencies, downward from act to act, becoming such that only brief
Fuck
contingencies
this
it makes.
stupid dinosaur.
And these contingencies I hold to be things generated, which the heaven produces by its own motion, with seed and
I
without.
know it looks nothing like a
Neither the
dinosaur,
wax
whatever.
nor that which tempers it remains immutable, and hence beneath the
Alright.
ideal signet more
It's
and
our
less shines
favorite
through.
QT, everyone.
Therefore it
Say
happens
with
that
me.
the self-same
X,
tree, after its kind, bears worse and better
Y,
fruit,
and
and ye are born with characters diverse.
B.
If imperfection tempered were the wax, and
It's
were
the
the
same
heaven in
one
its
for
supremest
every
virtue,
time you do
the
this.
brilliance of the seal would all appear. But nature gives it ever more deficient, in the like manner working as the artist who has the skill of art and hand that trembles. If then the fervent love, the vision clear, of primal virtue do dispose and seal, perfection absolute is there acquired. Thus was of old the earth created worthy of all and every animal perfection, and thus the Virgin was impregnate made. So that thine own opinion I commend, that human nature never yet has been nor will be what it was in those two persons. Now if no farther forth I should proceed, then in what way was he without a peer, would be the first beginning
Alrighty.
of thy words. But that may well appear what now appears not. Think who he was, and what occasion moved him to make request, when it was told him, ask. I've not so spoken that thou canst not see clearly he was a king who asked for wisdom, that he might be sufficiently a king. 'Twas not to know the number in which are the motors here above, or if necesse with a contingent ere necesse make, non si est dare primo motum esse, or if in semicircle can be made triangle so that it have no right angle. Whence if thou notice this in what I said, a regal prudence is that peerless seeing in which the shaft of my intention strikes. And if on rose thou turnest thy clear eyes, thou'lt see that it has reference alone to kings who are many, and the good are rare. With this distinction take thou what I said, and thus it can consist with thy belief of the first father and of our delight. And led shall this be always to thy feet, to make thee like a weary man move slowly, both to the yes and no thou seest not. For very low among the fools is he, who affirms without distinction, or denies as well in one as in the other case, because it happens that full often bends current opinion in the false direction, and then the feelings bind the intellect. Far more than uselessly he leaves the shore, since he returneth not the same he went, who fishes for the truth and has no skill. And in the world proofs manifest thereof, Parmenides, Melissus, Brissus are, and many who went on and knew not whither. Thus did Sibelius, Arius, and those fools who have been even as swords unto the Scriptures, in rendering distorted their straight faces. Nor yet shall people be too confident in judging, even as he is who doth count the corn in field or ever it be ripe. For I have seen all winter long the thorn first show itself intractable and fierce, and after bear the rose upon its top. And I have seen a ship direct and swift run o'er the sea throughout its course entire, to perish at the harbour's mouth at last. Let not Dame Bertha nor Sir Martin think, seeing one steal another offering make, to see them in the arbitrament divine. For one may rise and fall, the other may. Canto 14.
Canto 14.
From centre unto rim, from rim to centre, in a round vase the water moves itself, as from without 'tis struck or from within. Into my mind upon a sudden dropped what I am saying at the moment when silent became the glorious life of Thomas, because of the resemblance that was born of his discourse and that of Beatrice, whom after him it pleased thus to begin. This man has need, and does not tell you so, nor with the voice, nor even in his thought, of going to the root of one truth more. Declare unto him if the light wherewith blossoms your substance shall remain with you eternally the same that it is now. And if it do remain, say in what manner, after ye are again made visible, it can be that it injure not your sight. As by a greater gladness urged and drawn, they who are dancing in a ring sometimes uplift their voices, and their motions quicken, so at that orison devout and prompt, the holy circles a new joy displayed in their revolving and their wondrous song. Whoso lamenteth him that here we die that we may live above, has never there seen the refreshment of the eternal reign. The 1 and 2 and 3 whoever liveth, and reigneth ever in 3 and 2 and 1, not circumscribed, in all things circumscribing. 3 several times was chanted by each one among those spirits, with such melody that for all merit it were just reward. And in the lustre most divine of all, the lesser ring, I heard a modest voice, such as perhaps the angel's was to Mary, answer, As long as the festivity of paradise shall be, so long our love shall radiate round about us such a vesture. Its brightness is proportioned to the ardor to the vision, and the vision equals what grace it has above its worth. When glorious and sanctified our flesh is reassumed, then shall our persons be more pleasing by their being all complete. For will increase whate'er bestows on us of light gratuitous the good supreme, light which enables us to look on him. Therefore the vision must perforce increase the ardor which from that is kindled, increase the radiance which from this proceeds.
This doesn't even apply
But even
to
as a
me.
coal that sends forth flame, and by its vivid whiteness overpowers it, so that its own appearance it maintains, thus the effulgence that surrounds us now shall be o'erpowered in aspect by the flesh, which still today the earth doth cover up. Nor can so great a splendor weary us, for strong will be the organs of the body to everything which hath the power to please us. So sudden and alert appeared to me both one and the other choir to say Amen, that well they showed desire for their dead bodies, nor soul for them perhaps, but for the mothers, the fathers, and the rest who had been dear or ever they became eternal flames. And lo, all round about of equal brightness arose a lustre over what was there, like a horizon that is clearing up. and as at rise of early eve begins along the welkin new appearances, so that the sight seems real and unreal, it seemed to me that new subsistences began there to be seen,
Bye-bye.
and make a circle outside the other two circumferences. O very sparkling of the Holy Spirit, how sudden and incandescent it became unto mine eyes that vanquished bore it not.
I'm gonna vanquish
But
these
Beatrice,
foes,
so
alright.
beautiful and smiling, appeared to me, that with the other sights that followed not my memory I must leave her. Then to uplift themselves mine eyes resumed the power, and I beheld myself translated to higher salvation with my lady only. Well was I aware that I was more uplifted by the enkindled smiling of the star, that seemed to me more ruddy than its wont. With all my heart, and in that dialect which is the same in all, such holocaust to God I made as the new grace beseemed.
I guess 2 more.
And not
really.
yet from my bosom was exhausted the ardor of sacrifice,
8,
before I knew this offering was accepted and auspicious. For with so great a lustre and so red splendors appeared to me in twofold rays. I said, O Helios, who dost so adorn them! Even as distinct with less and greater lights glimmers between the two poles of the world, the galaxy that maketh wise men doubt. Thus constellated in the depths of Mars those rays describe the venerable sign, that quadrants joining in a circle make. Here doth my memory overcome my genius, for on that cross as leaven gleamed forth Christ, so that I cannot find ensample worthy. But he who takes his cross and follows Christ again will pardon me what I omit, seeing in that aurora lighten Christ. From horn to horn, and twixt the top and base, lights were in motion, brightly scintillating as they together met and passed each other. Thus level and aslant and swift and slow, we here behold, renewing still the sight, the particles of bodies long and short. Across the sunbeam move, wherewith is listed sometimes the shade, which for their own defence people with cunning and with art contrive. And as a lute and harp, a cord strung with many strings, a dulcet tinkling make, to him by whom the notes are not distinguished. So from the lights that there to me appeared, upgathered through the cross a melody, which wrapped me, not distinguishing the hymn.
It's all the evil.
Well was I aware it
Discord
was of
mods,
lofty laud, because there came to me, Arise and conquer, as unto him who hears and comprehends not. So much enamored I became therewith, that until then there was not anything that e'er had fettered me with such sweet bonds. Perhaps my word appears somewhat too bold, postponing the delight of those fair eyes into which gazing my desire has rest.
Okay.
But who bethinks him that the living seals of every beauty grow in power ascending, and that I there had not turned round to those, can me excuse if I myself accuse to excuse myself, and see that I speak truly, for here the holy joy is not disclosed, because ascending it becomes more pure. Canto 15.
Oops.
A will benign in which
Alright,
reveals
this is gonna
itself
be
ever the
very
love
annoying.
that righteously inspires, as in the iniquitous cupidity. Silence imposed upon that dulcet lyre, and quieted the consecrated chords, that heaven's right hand doth tighten and relax. How unto just entreaty shall be deaf those substances, which, to give me desire of praying them with one accord, grew silent? 'Tis well that
This
without
is some
end he should
bullshit,
lament, who for the love of thing that doth not last, eternally despoils him of that love. As through the pure and tranquil evening air there shoots from time to time a sudden fire, moving the eyes that steadfast were before, and
I
seems to
understand
be a
why this
star
counts
that
as a
changeth
single
place,
combo, but okay.
except that in the part where it is kindled nothing is missed, and this endureth little. So from the horn that to the right extends unto that cross's foot there ran a star, out of the constellation shining there, nor was the gem dissevered from its ribbon, but down the radiant fillet ran along, so that fire seemed it behind alabaster. Thus piteous did Anchises' shade reach forward, if any faith our greatest muse deserve, when in Elysium he his
I
son
have been live for
perceived.
10 hours and 49
O sanguis
minutes.
meus, o super infusa gratia Dei, sicut
Let's see
tibi
here.
qui bis unquam coeli janua reclusa. Thus that effulgence whence I gave it heed, then round unto my lady turned my sight,
Coin
and on
of
this side and that
Venus.
was stupefied, for in her eyes was burning such a smile, that with mine own methought I touched the bottom both of my grace and of my paradise. Then pleasant to the hearing and the sight, the spirit joined to its beginning things I understood not, so profound it spake. Nor did
How
it
do I not
hide
lose
itself
it?
from me by choice, but by necessity, for its conception above the mark of mortal
I'm
set
just
itself.
very lucky.
And when the bow of burning sympathy was so far slackened, that its speech descended, towards the mark of our intelligence, the first thing that was understood by me was, Benedight be thou, O trine and one, who hast unto my seed so courteous been. And it continued, Hunger long and grateful, drawn from the reading of the mighty volume wherein is never changed the white nor dark. Thou hast appeased my son within this light, in which I speak to thee, by grace of her who to this lofty flight with plumage clothed thee. Thou thinkest that to me thy thought doth pass from him who is the first, as from the unit, if that be known, ray out the 5 and 6. And therefore, who I am thou askest not, and why I seem more joyous unto thee than any other of this gladsome crowd. Thou think'st the truth, because the small and great of this existence look into the mirror, wherein before thou think'st, thy thought thou showest. But that the sacred love in which I watch with sight perpetual, and which makes me thirst with sweet desire, may better be fulfilled. Now let thy voice secure and frank and glad proclaim the wishes, the desire proclaim, to which my answer is decreed already. To Beatrice I turned me, and she heard before I spake, and smiled to me a sign that made the wings of my desire increase. Then in this wise began I, love and knowledge, when on you dawned the first equality, of the same weight for each of you became. For in the sun which lighted you and burned with heat and radiance, they so equal are that all similitudes are insufficient. But among mortals will and argument, for reason that to you is manifest, diversely feathered in their pinions are.
Okay.
Whence I, who mortal am, feel in myself this inequality, so give not thanks save in my heart for this paternal welcome. Truly do I entreat thee, living topaz, set in this precious jewel as a gem, that thou wilt satisfy me with thy name.
Here.
O leaf of mine, in whom I pleasure took, e'en while awaiting I was thine own root. Such a beginning he in answer made me. Then said to me, that one from whom is named thy race, and who 100 years and more has circled round the mount on the first cornice, a son of mine and thy great-grandsire was. Well it behoves thee that the long fatigue thou shouldst for him make shorter with thy works.
Let's get you
Florence, within the ancient boundary, from which she taketh still her tierce and nuns, abode in quiet, temperate, and chaste. No golden chain she had, nor coronal, nor lady shod with sandal shoon, nor girdle that caught the eye more than the person did. Not yet the daughter at her birth struck fear into the father, for the time and dower did not o'errun this side or that the measure. No houses had she void of families, nor yet had thither come Sardanapalus, to show what in a chamber can be done. Not yet surpassed had Montemalo been by your Uselitojo, which surpassed shall in its downfall be as in its rise. Belincion Berti saw I go begirt with leather and with bone, and from the mirror his dame depart without a painted face. And him of Nerli saw, and him of Vecchio, contented with their simple suits of buff, and with the spindle and the flax their dames. O fortunate women! And each one was certain of her own burial place, and none as yet for sake of France was in her bed deserted. One o'er the cradle kept her studious watch, and in her lullaby the language used that first delights the fathers and the mothers. Another, drawing tresses from her distaff, told o'er among her family the tales of Trojans and of Thessaly and Rome. As great a marvel then would have been held a Lapo Saltarello, a Cianhela, as Cincinnatus or Cornelia now. To such a quiet, such a beautiful life of the citizen, to such a safe community, and to so sweet an inn, did Mary give me, with loud cries invoked, and in your ancient baptistry at once, Christian and Casiaguida I became. Moronto was my brother, and Eliseo, from Val di Pado came to me my wife, and from that place thy surname was derived. I followed afterward the Emperor Conrad, and he begirt me of his chivalry, so much I pleased him with my noble deeds. I followed in his train against that law's iniquity, whose people doth usurp your just possession through your pastor's fault. Thereby that execrable race was I released from bonds of the fallacious world, the love of which defileth many souls, and came from martyrdom unto this place. Canto 16.
Canto 16.
O thou our poor nobility of blood, if thou dost make the people glory in thee down here where our affection languishes, a marvellous thing it ne'er will be to me, for there where appetite is not perverted, I say in heaven, of thee I made a boast.
For the demon babies.
Truly thou art a cloak that quickly shortens, so that unless we piece thee day by
Maestro
day,
Games, eat
time
your
goeth
heart out, I
round about
guess.
thee with his shears. With you, which Rome was first to tolerate, wherein her family less perseveres, yet once again my words beginning made, whence Beatrice, who stood somewhat apart, smiling, appeared like unto her who coughed at the first failing writ of Guinevere. And I began, You are my ancestor, you give to me all hardihood to speak, you lift me so that I am more than I. So many rivulets with gladness fill my mind, that of itself it makes a joy, because it can endure this and not burst. Then tell me, my beloved root ancestral, who were your ancestors, and what the years that in your boyhood chronicled themselves. Tell me about the sheepfold of St. John, how large it was, and who the people were within it worthy of the highest seats. As at the blowing of the winds a coal quickens to flame, so I beheld that light become resplendent at my blandishments. And as unto mine eyes it grew more fair, with voice more sweet and tender, but not in this modern dialect, it said to me, From uttering of the Ave till the birth in which my mother, who is now a saint, of me was lightened who had been her burden, unto the lion had this fire returned,
All right.
550 times and 30
all
more,
right, yeah.
to re-inflame itself beneath his paw. My ancestors and I our birthplace had, where first is found the last ward of the city, by him who runneth in your annual game. Suffice it of my elders to hear
I'm
this,
already doing an
but who they
endurance
were
test.
and
This
whence
is
they
not
thither came,
special.
silence is more considerate than speech.
I'm doing an
All
endurance
those who
race.
at that time were there between Mars and the Baptist,
Dante, you
fit
don't
for
got-
bearing arms,
Beatrice,
were a
you don't know
fifth
shit.
part of those who now are living. But the community that now is mixed, with Campi and Certaldo and Ficine, pure in the lowest artisan was seen. Oh, how much better 'twere to have as neighbors the folk of whom I speak, and at Galuzzo, and at Trespiano have your boundary, than have them in the town, and bear the stench of Aguglione's churl, and him of Signa, who has sharp eyes for trickery already. Had not the folk which most of all the world degenerates been a stepdame unto Caesar, but as a mother to her son benignant? Some who turned Florentines, and trade and discount, would have gone back again to Simefonte, there where their grandsires went about as beggars. At Montemurlo still would be the counts, the Cerci in the parish of Acone, perhaps in Valdegrive, the Buendelmonte. Ever the intermingling of the people has been the source of malady in cities, as in the body food it surfeits on. And a blind bull more headlong plunges down than a blind lamb, and very often cuts better and more a single sword than 5. If Luni thou regard, and Orbisaglia, how they have passed away, and how are passing Chiusi and Sinigaglia after them, to hear how races waste themselves away will seem to thee no novel thing nor hard, seeing that even cities have an end. All things of yours have their mortality, even as yourselves, but it is hidden in some, that a long while endure and lives are short. And as the turning of the lunar heaven covers and bears the shores without a pause, in the like manner fortune does with Florence. Therefore should not appear a marvelous thing what I shall say of the great Florentines, of whom the fame is hidden in the past.
Alright,
I saw the Uki, saw the Catalini, Philippi, Greci, Ormani, and Alberici, even in their fall illustrious citizens, and saw as mighty as they ancient were, with him of La Sanella, him of Arca, and Soldanier, and Ardeghi, and Bostici. Near to the gate that is at present laden with a new felony of so much weight that soon it shall be jetsam from the bark. The Ravignani were from whom descended the County Guido, and whoe'er the name of the great Bellincione since hath taken. He of La Presa knew the art of ruling already, and already Galligaggio had hilt and pommel gilded in his house. Mighty already was the column there, Sacchetti, Giuochi, Fifant, and Barucci, and Galli, and they who for the bushel blush. The stock from which were the Calfucci born was great already, and already chosen
I do attack with a lot of rigid
and
there.
Araguchi.
I said rigid.
Oh, how
religion,
beheld I those
yes.
who are undone by their own pride, and how the balls of gold Florence enflowered in all their mighty deeds. So likewise did the ancestors of those who evermore, when vacant is your church, fatten by staying in consistory. The insolent race that like a dragon follows whoever flees, and unto him that shows his teeth or purse is gentle as a lamb, already rising was, but from low people, so that it pleased not Ubertin Donato that his wife's father should make him their kin. Already had Caponsacco to the market.
All right, in a couple seconds
descended,
we'll reach
and
hour
already
11.
Giuda and Infangato were good burghers. I'll tell a thing incredible but true. One entered the small circuit by a gate, which from the Della Pera took its name. Each one that bears the beautiful escutcheon of the great baron whose renown and name the festival of Thomas keepeth fresh. Knighthood and privilege from him received, though with the populace unites himself, today the man who binds it with a border. Already were Gualterotti and Importuni, and still more quiet would the Borgo be, if with new neighbors it remained unfed. The house from which is born your lamentation, through just the stain that death among you brought, and put an end unto your joyous life, was honored in itself and its companions. O Buondelmonte, how in evil hour thou fledst the bridle at another's promptings. Many would be rejoicing who are sad if God had thee surrendered to the Ima the first time that thou camest to the city. But it behoved the mutilated stone which guards the bridge that Florence should provide a victim in her latest hour of peace. With all these families and others with them, Florence beheld I in so great repose that no occasion had she whence to weep. With all these families beheld so just and glorious her people, that the lily never upon the sphere was placed reversed, nor by division was vermilion made. End of The Divine Comedy, Paradiso, Cantos 12 to 16, by Dante Alighieri, and translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Gets another point. 1, 1, 2. No, that's too high. 1, 1, 2. Okay. Let's give you that, and let's proceed with, that was number 16. Number 17. They have 3 more to go. Paradiso, Canto 16 through 20, or 17 through 21.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blight. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Paradiso, Canto 17 to 21. Paradiso, Canto 17. As came to Clymene, to be made certain of that which he had heard against himself, he who makes fathers chary still to children.
Where are you?
Even such was I, and such was I perceived by Beatrice, and by the holy light, that first on my account had changed its place. Therefore my lady said to me, send forth the flame of thy desire, so that it issue imprinted well with the internal stamp. Not that our knowledge may be greater made by speech of thine, but to accustom me to tell thy thirst, that we may give thee drink. O my beloved tree, that so doth lift thee, that even as minds terrestrial perceive no triangle containeth two obtuse. So thou beholdest the contingent things ere in themselves they are, fixing thine eyes upon the point in which all times are present. While I was with Virgilus conjoined upon the mountain that the souls doth heal, and when descending into the dead world was spoken to me of my future life some grievous words, although I feel myself in sooth foursquare against the blows of chance. On this account, my wish would be content to hear what fortune is approaching me, because foreseen an arrow comes more slowly. Thus did I say unto that selfsame light, that unto me had spoken before, and even as Beatrice willed, was my own will confessed, not in vague phrase in which the foolish folk ensnared themselves of old, ere yet was slain the Lamb of God, who taketh sins away, but with clear words.
You're gonna become a good Scourge boy.
Eternal love, hidden, revealed by its own smile. Contingency that outside of the volume of your materiality extends not, is all depicted in the eternal aspect. Necessity, however, thence it takes not, except as from the eye in which does know a ship that with the current down descends. From thence, e'en as there cometh to the ear sweet harmony from an organ, comes in sight to me the time that is preparing for thee. As forth from Athens went Hippolytus, by reason of his stepdame false and cruel, so thou from Florence must perforce depart. Already this is willed, and this
Is she gonna
sought
push
for,
him off?
And
That'd
soon
be
it
really
shall
funny.
be done by him who thinks it, for every day the Christ is bought and sold. The blame shall follow the offended party, and outcry as is
What do we got
usual.
here?
But the vengeance shall witness to the truth that doth dispense it. Thou shalt abandon everything beloved most tenderly, and miss the arrows which first the bow of banishment shoots forth. Thou shalt have proof how savoureth of salt the bread of others, and how hard a road the going down and up another's stairs. And that which most shall weigh upon thy shoulders will be the bad and foolish company with which into this valley thou shalt fall. For all ingrate, all mad and impious will they become against thee. But soon after they, and not thou,
What is your
shall
answer,
have the
dude?
forehead scarlet. Of their bestiality their own proceedings shall furnish proof. So 'twill be well for thee a party to have made thee by thyself. Thine earliest refuge and thine earliest inn shall be the mighty Lombard's courtesy, who on the ladder bears the holy bird, who such benign regard shall have for thee that twixt you twain in doing and in asking, that shall be first which is with others last. Within
And
shalt
thus,
thou
with
see
the
one
cross,
that
we
is
have.
worth,
Oh, do I
whose
have
by
to
the stars
activate?
strength and
Hold
so
on.
impressed, that notable shall his achievements be. Not yet the people are aware of him through his young age, since only 9
Where's
years yet around
Googler?
about him have these wheels revolved. But ere the Gascon cheat the noble Henry, some sparkles of his virtue shall appear, in caring not for silver nor for toil. So recognized shall his magnificence become hereafter, that his enemies will not have power to keep mute tongues about it. On him rely, and on his benefits. By him shall many people be transformed, changing condition rich and mendicant, and written in thy mind.
no, it's
thou
not
hence
over.
shalt bear of him, but shalt not say it. And things said he incredible to those who shall be
The
present.
final circle?
Then added, Son, these are the commentaries on which was said to thee, behold the snares that are concealed behind few revolutions. Yet should I not thy neighbours thou shouldst envy, because thy life into the future reaches beyond the punishment of their perfidies. When by silence showed that sainted soul that it had finished putting in the woof into that web which I had given it warped, began I, even as he who yearneth after, being in doubt, some counsel from a person who seeth and uprightly wills and loves. Well see I, Father mine, how spurreth on the time towards me such a blow to deal me, as heaviest is to him who most gives way.
Stop breathing, dude.
Therefore with foresight
Thank you.
it is well I arm me, that if the dearest place
I switched
be
the
taken
readers.
from me, I may not lose the others
They do
by my
they do
song.
different readers for every couple
Down
chapters.
through the world of infinite bitterness, and o'er the mountains from which future summit the eyes of my own lady lifted me, and afterward through heaven from light to light I have learned that which, if I tell again, will be a savior of strong herbs to many, and if I am a timid friend to truth, I fear lest I may lose my life with those who will hereafter call this time the olden, the light in which was smiling my own treasure, which there I had discovered, flashed
No!
golden mirror.
Ah,
And made
sir,
me
we can
glad,
only so far
a
punish that
conscience
without hope we live in
overcast, or
desire.
with its own or with another's shame, will taste forsooth the tautness of thy word, but nevertheless, all falsehood laid aside, make manifest thy vision utterly, and let them scratch wherever is the itch.
There's
First
always
thine
some new
utterance
bullshit.
shall offend
There's
thee
always some
at
new
the first
bullshit that
taste.
happens here.
A vital nutriment twill leave thereafter when it is digested. This cry of thine shall do as doth the wind, which smiteth most the most exalted summit, and that is no slight argument of honor. Therefore are shown to thee within these wheels, upon the mount and in the dolorous valley, only the souls that unto fame
Come
are
on.
known, because the spirit of the hero rests not, nor doth confirm its faith by an
I know he's
example,
gonna breathe in a
which has
moment.
the root of it unknown and
That's
hidden,
right.
or other reason that is not
Oh, they made 2 of them.
Paradiso.
Splendid.
Canto 18. Now was alone rejoicing in its word, its soul beatified, and I was tasting my own the bitter tempering with the sweet, and the lady who to God was leading me said, change thy thought, consider that I am near unto him who every wrong disburdens. Unto the loving accents of my comfort I turned me round, and then what love I saw within those holy eyes I here relinquish. Not only that my language I distrust.
Alright, now I can take you to the good boy zone. Very quickly, very quickly.
Unless another guide it. Thus much upon that point can I repeat, that her again beholding my affection from every other longing would release.
There we go.
While the eternal pleasure which direct raid upon Beatrice from her fair face contented me with its reflected aspect, conquering me with the radiance of a smile, she said to me, turn thee about and listen, not in my eyes alone.
Woo! Woo! Close
Even
one,
as
close
sometimes
one!
here do we behold the affection in the look, if it be such that all the soul
No, you don't get to go.
by it. So by the flaming of the effulgence holy to which I turned, I recognized therein which was speaking to me somewhat farther, and it began. In this 5th resting place, upon the tree that liveth by its summit, and bears fruit and never loses leaf, are blessed spirits that below, ere yet they came to heaven, were of such renown that every muse therewith would affluent be. Therefore look thou upon the cross's horns. He whom I now shall name will there enact what doth within a cloud its own swift fire. I saw athwart the cross a splendor drawn by naming Joshua, even as he did it. Nor noted I the
Please
word before
don't
the
make me
deed.
do that combat
And
again.
at the
Please, please,
name
please,
of the great
please,
Maccabee,
please.
I saw another
Thank
move
you.
itself
Oof.
revolving,
Thank you,
and
Dante.
gladness was
Thank
the
you,
whip
Dante.
unto that top. Likewise for Charlemagne and for Orlando, 2 of them my regard attentive followed, as followeth the eye its falcon flying. William thereafterward, and Renaud, and the Duke Godfrey did attract my sight upon that cross, and Robert Guiscard. Then, moved and mingled with the other lights, the soul that had addressed me showed how great an artist was among the heavenly singers. To my right side I turned myself around, my duty to behold in Beatrice, either by words or gesture signified, and so translucent I beheld her eyes, so full of pleasure, that her countenance surpassed its other and its latest want, and as by feeling greater delectation,
Treachery!
a man in doing good from day to day,
the
becomes
final
aware
one!
that virtue is
Finally!
increasing. So I became aware that my gyration with heaven together had increased its arc, that miracle beholding more adorned.
Treachery
and
is
such as
here!
the change in little lapse of time, in a pale woman, when her face is from the load of bashfulness unladen.
Which means
such was
we
it
can
in
finally
mine
give another
eyes
point
when
for
I had
games.
turned, caused by the whiteness of the temperate star, the 6th which to itself had gathered me. Within that jovial torch,
We are very
I
close.
behold the sparkling of the
Everyone, we
light,
are very close to
which was
potentially
therein
beating
building
books!
our language to mine eyes.
If we finish this video game,
even as
books
birds
is
uprisen from the
counts
shore,
as not being able
as
to
in
finish, and their
congratulation
scores
o'er
forfeit.
their food, make squadrons of themselves, now round, now long. So from within those lights the holy creatures sang flying to and fro, and in their figures made of themselves, now D, now I, now L. First singing they
I don't
came,
understand why I
to their
can't
own
run,
music
but-
moved, then one becoming of these characters. A little while they rested.
Now I am
and were
come there
silent.
with much lamentation strikes
O
upon
divine
me.
Pegasus, thou who genius doth glorious make and render it long lived, and this through thee the cities and the kingdoms, illume me with thyself, that I may bring their figures out as I have them conceived, apparent by thy power in these brief verses. Themselves then they displayed in
Alright, this is a
5
vibration
1,000
puzzle.
consonants, and I observed parts as they seemed spoken unto me.
I love your classic vibration controller
Diligent,
puzzles.
Justium. These were first verb and noun of all that was depicted.
This is like an edgier version of
get on
That one mini
with the
game from
last.
Fall Guys.
Thereafter, in the M of the fifth word, remained they so
Let's
arranged
see.
that Jupiter seemed to be silver there with gold inlaid. And other lights I saw descend where was the summit of the M, and pause there singing the good, I think, that draws themselves to itself. Then, as
no,
they
no, no, no,
striking
no, no.
upon burning logs, upward there fly innumerable sparks, whence fools are wont to look for
Why can't I
auguries.
just, you know,
More than 1,000 lights
hook line
seem
on some
thence to
stalactites
rise
or
and
something?
to ascend, some more,
Oh,
and
well.
others less, even as the sun that lights them had allotted, and
alright.
each one being quiet in its place, the head and neck beheld I of an eagle, delineated by that inlaid fire. He who there paints has none to be his guide, but himself guides, and is from him remembered that
Okay,
virtue which is
okay.
form unto the nest. The other beatitude.
We're
that
not done until
contented
we're done.
seemed at first to bloom a lily on the M. By a slight motion followed out the imprint. O gentle star, what and how many gems did demonstrate to me that all our justice effect is of that heaven which thou ingemnest. Wherefore I pray the mind, in
With
which
a lost soul
begins thy
dead ahead.
motion and thy virtue, to regard whence comes the smoke that vitiates thy rays, so that a second time is now be wroth with buying and with selling in the temple, whose walls were built with signs and martyrdoms. O soldiery of
greedy.
heaven whom I contemplate, implore for those who are upon the earth, all gone astray after the bad example. Once 'twas the custom to make war with swords, but now 'tis made by taking here and there the bread the pitying Father shuts from none. Yet thou, who writest but to cancel, think that Peter and that Paul,
Alright.
before this vineyard which thou art spoiling died, are still alive. Well canst thou say, so steadfast my desire is unto him who will to live alone, and for Adam was led to martyrdom, that I know not the fisherman, nor Paul.
Who is this?
Paradiso,
Who are you?
Canto 19.
Count
Appeared before me with its
Ugolino,
wings
Italian
outspread,
nobleman, naval commander,
the
aligning
beautiful
himself
image
with,
that in
like,
sweet
he switched,
fruition made jubilant the interwoven souls.
he switched
Appeared a
allegiances
little
often
ruby
until
each,
his ultimate
wherein
imprisonment
ray
and
of
death
the
by
sun was
starvation.
burning so enkindled that each into mine eyes
F
reflected
you.
it. And what it now behooves me to retrace, nor voice has e'er reported,
Warmonger.
nor ink written, nor was by fantasy e'er comprehended. For speak I saw,
Warmonger go in
and
the
likewise
hole.
heard, the beak, and utter with its voice both I and my, when in conception it was we and our, and it began, being just and merciful, am I exalted here unto that glory which cannot be exceeded by desire. And upon earth I left my memory, such that the evil-minded people there commend it, but continue not the story. So doth a single heat from many embers make itself felt, even as from many loves issued a single sound from out that image. Whence I thereafter, all perpetual flowers of the eternal joy,
I wonder whose sign that
that
is.
only one make me perceive your odors manifold, exhaling, break within me the great fast, which a long season has in hunger held me, not finding for it any food on earth. Well do I know
Ow.
that if in heaven its mirror justice divine another realm doth make, yours apprehends it not through any veil. You know how I attentively address me to listen, and you know what is the doubt that is in me so very old a fast. Even as a falcon, issuing from his hood, doth move his head, and with his wings applaud him, showing desire, and making himself fine, saw I become that standard, which of lauds was interwoven of the grace divine, with such songs as he knows who there rejoices. Then it began. He who a compass turned on the world's outer verge, and who within it devised
I'm just
so
gonna
much
keep
a
shooting the
cult
T's
and
at this
manifest,
dude.
could not the impress of his powers so make on all the universe,
Go,
as that his
T's,
word
go!
should not remain in infinite excess. And this makes certain that the first proud being, who was the paragon of every creature, by not awaiting light, fell immature, and hence appears it that each minor nature is scant receptacle unto that good which has no end and by itself is measured. In consequence, our vision, which perforce must be some ray of that intelligence with which all things whatever are replete, cannot in its own nature be so
Thou
potent
shalt hear the desperate
that it shall not its origin
lamentations.
discern, far beyond that which is apparent to it. Therefore into the justice, sempiternal, the bower of vision that your world receives, as I into the ocean penetrate, which though it see the bottom near the shore, upon the deep perceives it not, and yet 'tis there, but it is hidden by the depth. There is no light but comes from the serene that never is o'ercast. Nay, it is darkness, or shadow of the flesh, or else its poison.
Press the A button.
Amply to thee is open now the cavern, which has concealed from thee the living justice, of which thou mapst such frequent questioning. For saidst thou, born a man is on the shore of Indus, and is
keep
none
this up,
who there can
Dante.
speak of
Shoot
Christ,
them T's.
nor who can read, nor who can write. And all his inclinations and his actions are good, so far as human reason sees, without a sin in life or in discourse. He dieth unbaptized and without faith.
Go, go, go.
Where
Shoot
is
them
this
T's.
justice that condemneth him?
Shoot
Where is
that
his
belly.
fault, if he do not believe? Now who art thou that on the bench would sit in judgment at 1,000 miles away, with the short vision of a single span? Truly to him who with me subtilizes, if so the scripture were not over you, for doubting there were
Shoot
marvelous occasion. O animals terrene, O stolid minds, the primal will, that in itself is good, ne'er from itself the good supreme has moved. So much is just as in accordant with it, no good created draws it to itself, but it by raying forth occasions that. Even as above her nest goes circling round the stork, when she has fed her little ones, and he who has been fed looks up at her. So lifted I my brows, and even such became the blessed image, which its wings were moving, by so many counsels urged. Circling around it sang, and said,
third the way there.
as
Let's
are
see
my
what you
notes
got.
to thee, who dost not comprehend
I'm assuming
them,
this is
such is the
Lucifer.
eternal
He was in a
judgment
very
to you
different,
mortals.
attire.
Those
when we
lucent
last saw
splendors
him.
of the Holy Spirit grew quiet then, but
Is this
still
just
within
him
the
when he
standard
turns into Monster
that made
Mash?
the Romans reverend to the
Oh,
world.
I didn't
It
realize I was low on
recommends,
health. Okay.
Unto this kingdom never ascended one who had not faith in Christ, before or since he to the tree was nailed. But look thou, many crying, Christ, Christ, who at the judgment shall be far less near to him than some shall be who knew not Christ. Such Christians shall the Ethiop condemn, when the two companies shall be divided, the one forever rich, the other
Shoot
poor.
that belly! Shoot that
What
belly!
to your kings may not the Persians say, when they that volume opened shall behold, in which are written down all their dispraises? There shall be seen among the deeds of Albert that which ere long shall set the pen in motion, for which the realm of Prague shall be deserted.
I gotta try not getting
There
hit
shall be
by his
seen the
fists.
woe that on the sin he brings by falsifying of the coin, who by the blow of a wild boar shall die. There shall be seen the pride that causes thirst, which makes the Scot and Englishmen so mad that they within their boundaries cannot rest. Be seen the luxury and effeminate life of him of Spain and the Bohemian, who valor never knew and never wished. Be seen the cripple of Jerusalem, his goodness represented by an eye, while the reverse an M shall represent. Be seen the avarice and poltroonery of him who guards the island of the fire, wherein Anchises finished his long life. And to declare how pitiful he is, shall be his record in contracted letters, which shall make note of much in little space, and shall appear to each one the foul deeds of uncle and of brother, who in nations so famous have dishonored, and 2 crowns. And he of Portugal and he of Norway shall there be known. And he of Rosca
Satan's
too,
big dong is
who
probably
saw
in
in
this
evil
game.
hour the coin of Venice. Oh, happy Hungary, if she let herself be wronged no farther. And Navarre, the happy, if with the hills that gird her she be armed. And each one may believe that now, as Hansel thereof, do Nicosia and Famagosta lament and rage because of their own beast, who from the other's flank departeth not.
So far, there's been no dong. Like, no dong. No wiener. Very, very noticeable.
When he who all the world illuminates out of our hemisphere so far
11
descends,
hours, there's been no
that on
dong.
all sides the daylight is consumed. The heaven, that erst by him alone was kindled, doth suddenly reveal itself again by many lights, wherein in one
I
is
die.
dependent. And came into my mind this act of heaven, when the ensign of the world and of its leaders had silent in the blessed beak become.
I die.
Because those living luminaries all, so far more luminous,
Let's
did
see.
songs begin lapsing and falling from my memory. O gentle love, that with a smile doth cloak thee, how ardent in those sparks didst thou appear, that had the breath alone of the holy thoughts. After the precious and pellucid crystals, with which begemmed the six lights,
Yeah, if there, you know, I agree.
beheld silence imposed on the angelic bells. I seemed to hear the murmuring
If there
of a
ain't no
river
wiener, you
that
know.
clear descendeth down from rock to
What
rock,
are we doing here?
showing the affluence of its mountain top, and as the sound upon the cithern's neck, taken its form, and as upon the vent of rustic pipe the wind that enters it, even thus, relieved from the delay of waiting, that murmuring of the eagle mounted up along its neck,
Alright.
as if it had been hollow. There it became a voice, and issued thence from out its beak, in such a form of words, as art waited for wherein I wrote them. The pardon
throw it
me
away.
which sees, and bears the sun in mortal eagles, it began to me. Now fixedly must needs be looked upon. For of the fires of which I make my figure, those whence the eye doth sparkle in my head, of all their orders, the supremest are. He who is shining in the midst of people was once the singer of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, this guy's a
who
real
bore
hell
the ark
dick,
from city
you know.
unto city.
This guy's a real hell
Now
dick.
knoweth he the merit of his song, in so far as effect of his own counsel, by the reward which is commensurate. Of five that make a circle for my brow, he that approacheth nearest to my beak, to the poor widow for her son console.
I wonder if there is
Now
a
knoweth he how
relic
dearly it doth
for-
cost, not following Christ, by the experience of this sweet life and of its opposite. He who comes next in the circumference of which I
Alright,
speak,
I like that one.
upon its highest arc, did death postpone by penitence sincere. Now knoweth he that the eternal judgment suffers no change, albeit worthy prayer maketh below tomorrow of today. The next who follows, with the laws and me, under the good intent that bore bad fruit, became a Greek by ceding to the pastor. Now knoweth he how all the ill deduced from his good action is not harmful to him, although the world thereby may be destroyed, and he, who in the downward arc thou seest, Guglielmo was, from the own same land of lords that weepeth Charles and Frederick yet alive. Now knoweth he how heaven enamored is with a just king, and in the outward show of his effulgence,
Alright, go, 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 go,
he
go.
reveals it still. Who would believe down in the errant world that ere the Trojan
Go, 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 go.
in this round could be the fifth one of the holy lights? Now knoweth
We
he
are
not
one
that
third of the
world
way.
has not the power to see of grace divine, although his sight may not discern the bottom, like as a lark that in the air expatiates, first singing and then silent with content of the last sweetness that doth satisfy her.
Almost halfway there.
Such seemed to me the image of the imprint of the eternal pleasure, by whose will doth everything become the thing it is. And notwithstanding, to my doubt, I was as glass
And dead.
is to the color that invests it, to wait the time in silence it endured not. But forth from my mouth, what things are these, extorted from the force of its own weight? Whereas I saw great joy of coruscation. Thereafterward, with eyes still more enkindled, the blessed standard made to me reply, to keep me not in wonderment suspended. I see that thou believest in these things, because I say them, but thou seest not how, so that, although believed in, they are hidden.
This time I'm gonna
Thou
wait
doest
for these
as he
lights
doth,
to come around.
who a thing by name well apprehendeth, but its quiddity cannot perceive unless another show it.
There we go.
Regnum colorum suffereth violence, from fervent love and from that living hope that overcometh the divine volition. Not in the guise that man
There we go.
overcometh man, but conquers
There we go,
it,
there we go.
because it will be conquered, and conquered conquers by benignity. The first life of the eyebrow and the fifth caused thee astonishment, because with them thou seest the region of the angels painted. They pass not from their bodies, as thou thinkest, Gentiles, but Christians in the steadfast faith of feet, that were to suffer, and had suffered. For one from hell, where no one e'er turns back unto goodwill, returned upon his bones, and that of living hope was the reward. Of living hope that placed its efficacy in prayers to God, made to resuscitate him, so that 'twere possible to move his will. The glorious soul concerning which I speak, returning to the flesh,
There we
where
go.
brief its stay, believed in him who had the power to aid it, and in believing, kindled to such fire of genuine love, that at the second death worthy it was to come unto this joy. The other one,
Well,
to
we're
embrace,
halfway there.
that from so deep
Now,
a
that's
fountain
good.
wells that never hath the eye of any creature reached its primal wave, set all his love below on righteousness. Wherefore from grace to grace did God unclose his eye to our redemption yet to be, whence he believed therein,
Let's
and
descend
suffered
now
not
into
from that
greater
day forth
woe.
the stench of paganism, and he reproved therefore the folk perverse, those maidens three, whom at the
Come
right
on.
hand wheel thou didst behold, were unto him for baptism more than 1,000 years before baptizing. O thou predestination, how remote thy root is from the aspect of all those who the first cause did not behold entire. And you, old mortals, hold yourselves restrained in judging. For ourselves who look on God, we do not know as yet all the elect.
Alright, come on,
And
come on.
sweet to us is such deprivation, because our good in this good is made perfect, that whatsoever God wills, we also will. After this manner, by that shape divine, to make clear in me my short-sightedness, was given to me a pleasant medicine. And as a good singer, a good lutenist accompanies with vibrations of the chords, whereby more pleasantness the song acquires. So while it spake,
Alright,
do I
1/3.
remember me that I
Kinda.
beheld both of those blessed lights, even as the winking of the eyes concord, moving unto the words, their little flames. Paradiso, Canto 21. Already on my lady's face mine eyes again were fastened,
Really,
and with
it
these
really
my
is a
mind,
break here.
and from all other purpose was withdrawn, and she smiled not. But
Come
if I
on.
were to smile, she unto me began. Thou wouldst become like Semele, where she was turned to ashes.
Ah, I
Because my
fucked that
beauty
up.
hath
I
along
am
the
so dead.
stairs
Ah,
of the eternal palace,
I'm
more
so
in
dead here.
kindles, as thou hast seen, the farther we ascend. If it were tempered not, is so resplendent, that all thy mortal power in its effulgence would seem a leaflet, like the thunder crushes.
Let's
We
see
are
here.
uplifted to the seventh splendor, that underneath the burning lion's breast now radiates downward, mingled with its power. Fix in direction of
So
thine
eventually
eyes
there will
the
always
mind,
be
and make of them a
ray
mirror
of light,
for the
so
figure
sometimes I
that in
just have
this
to
mirror shall appear to thee.
figure out the pattern
He who
to
could know
this,
what were the
um,
pasturage
it's really
my
after
sight
this
had in that
stage here.
blessed countenance, when I transferred me to another care. would recognize how grateful was to me obedience unto my celestial escort.
My celestial support of giant teas!
Within the crystal which, around the world revolving, bears the name of its dear leader, under whom every wickedness lay dead. Colored like gold on which the sunshine gleams, the stairway I beheld to such a height uplifted that mine eyes pursued it not. Likewise beheld I down the steps descending so many
I think I might have an idea.
that I
if I
thought
could
each
just make
light
it work.
that in the
that was
heaven
the,
appears was there diffused,
question.
and as accordant with their natural custom,
Well,
the
that didn't
rooks
work.
together at the break of day bestir themselves to warm their feathers cold.
Okay, that didn't work.
Then some of them fly off without return.
Come on.
Others come back.
I wish
where
there
they
was
thought
like,
of
and,
fun, and others
this is
reeling
one of the few
and
times
still
where
keep it home.
shit.
Such fashion it
Where I wish
appeared
there
to
were, like,
me
enemies
was
I
there
could steal
within the
health from.
sparkling that together came, as soon as on a certain step it struck, and that which nearest unto us remained, came so clear that in my thought I said, "Will I perceive the love thou showest me?"
Hold on.
But she, from whom I wait the how and when of speech and silence, standeth still, whence I against desire do well if I ask not.
Let's see.
She thereupon, who saw my silentness, in the sight of him who seeth everything, said unto me, "Let loose thy warm desire." And I began. No merit of my own renders me worthy of response from thee, and for her sake who granteth me the asking. Thou blessed light, that doth remain concealed in thy beatitude, make known to me the cause which draweth thee so near my side, and tell me why is silent in this wheel the dulcet symphony of paradise,
About the
that
halfway
through the
point.
rest below sounds so devotedly. Thou hast thy hearing mortal as thy sight. If answer made to me, they sing not here for
Alright,
the
come
same
on.
cause that Beatrice has not smiled. Thus far adown the holy stairway steps have I descended, but to give thee welcome with words and with the light that mantles
Alright.
me.
He's on his
Nor
last
did
third
more
of health.
love cause me to be more ready. For love is much and more up there is
I say that
burning,
more like his last
as doth
four.
the flaming manifest to thee. But the high charity that makes us servants prompts to the counsel which controls the world, allotteth here, even as thou doth
What a
observe.
betrayal.
I
Oh,
see full
treachery.
well, said I, O sacred lamp, how love unfettered in this court sufficeth to follow the eternal providence. But this is what seems odd for me to see. Wherefore, predestinate, wast thou alone unto this office from among thy consorts?
That's right. Get these
No
teas in
sooner
your
had I
gut.
come to the last word, than of its middle made a light of center, whirling itself about like a swift millstone. When answer made the love that was therein on me directed is the light divine, piercing through this in which I am bosomed, of which the virtue with my sight conjoined lifts me above myself so far I see the supreme essence from which this is drawn. Hence comes the joyfulness with which I flame, for to my sight, as far as it is clear, the clearness of the flame I equal make. But that soul in the heaven which is most pure, that seraph, which his eye on God most fixes, with this demand of thine not satisfy, because so deeply sinks in the abyss of the eternal statute what thou askest. From all created sight it is cut off, and to the mortal world,
Why did that do
when
that
thou
didn't do
returnest,
shit? Come on.
this carry back,
I only
that it
got
may
a
not
fourth out of
presume
him.
longer toward such a goal to move its feet. The mind that shineth here on earth does smoke. From this observe, how can it do below that which it cannot through the heaven assume it? Such limit did its words prescribe.
Man, this is killing me
I
here.
relinquished
Come on.
and restricted myself to ask
Come on.
it humbly who it was. Between two shores of Italy rise cliffs, but not far distant from thy
That's right, come
native
on.
place.
That's right.
So high the thunders far below them sound, and from a ridge that Catria is called, 'neath which
11
is
hours and
constant
40 minutes,
Ramadan,
y'all.
want to be dedicated to worship only. Thus unto me the third speech commenced.
Halfway point.
And then
Come on.
continuing, it said, unto God's service I become so steadfast
Alright.
that feeding only on the juice of olives, lightly I passed away the heats and frosts, contented in my thoughts, contemplative. That cloister used to render to these heavens abundantly, and now is empty grown. So that
Alright, Bailey time.
scene must be revealed. I in that place with Peter Damiano, and Peter the sinner was I in the house of Our Lady on the Adriatic shore. Little of mortal life remained to me when I was called and dragged forth to the half which shifteth evermore from bad to worse. Came Cephas, and the mighty vessel came of the Holy Spirit, meager and barefooted, taking the food of any hostelry. Now some one to support them on each side, the modern shepherds need, and some
Come on,
to lead
get
them.
dizzy.
So heavy are they, and to hold their trains, they cover up their palfreys with their cloaks, so that two beasts go underneath one skin. O patience that doth tolerate so much.
Alright. That's almost
Saw
halfway.
I many little flames from step to step, descending and revolving, and every revolution made them fairer. Round about this, one came they and stood still, and a cry uttered of so loud a sound it here could find no parallel.
Okay.
Nor I
Alright.
distinguished it. The thunder so overcame me. End of Paradiso, Canto 17 to 21. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
Whew. Okay, get it closer, get closer, get closer, get closer. Alright, well, halfway point is not too bad, but I wish I had a little bit more health at this rate, you know, from where we are. Alright, that's fine. With that little health we had against a halfway point, you know. Okay. Come on. There we go. Oof. Come on, Lucy. Far. Ooh. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, shit. Shit, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good. Bad, 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 bad. I'm way too low of health. I'm not gonna beat him at you know, this is not the run, I should say. Not the run here. Yep, see, one tornado that kills me. That's We need to, like, not get hit once before his first, like, there we go. That's how we should be doing the first bit here. Should not be getting hit during that when it's just one fist to worry about. There we go. Oh, okay, that was too... Okay, so when I get too low, even when I'm doing that, it's gonna hurt. Alright, I'm noticing that now. Okay, come on, come on. There we go. There we go. If we can get you down to halfway point, it'd be super duper. Maybe that counts? I don't know. God damn it. Fuck! Okay. Alright, that works. Now that's definitely halfway. Alright, we're tied at where we were, like, at the last time we got this close, you know. Yeah, feeble indeed. Oof. And also, I just realized, let's pause here. Books get another point. 119. And let's get the next audiobook out. That was number 17. Books have 2 more to go. 2 more to go.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That's LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristi Nowak. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Paradiso, Canto 22 to 27.
At least I didn't get hit more than once. That might be okay.
Paradiso, Canto 22. Oppressed with stupor, I unto my guide turned like a little child who always runs for refuge, like there where he confideth most.
Health, maybe.
And she, even as a mother who straightway gives comfort to her pale and breathless boy with voice whose wont it is to reassure him, said to me, Knowest thou not thou art in heaven? And knowest thou not that heaven is holy all, and what is done here cometh from good zeal? After what wise the singing would have changed thee, and I by smiling, thou canst now imagine, since that the cry has startled thee so much, in which, if thou hadst understood its prayers, already would be known to thee the vengeance which thou shalt look upon before thou diest. The sword above here smiteth not in haste, nor tardily, howe'er it seem to him who fearing or desiring waits for it. But turn thee round towards the others now, for very illustrious spirits shalt thou see if thou thy sight directest as I say. As it seemed good to her, mine eyes I turned, and saw 100 spherules that together with mutual rays each other more embellished. I stood as one who in himself represses the point of his desire, and ventures not to question, he so feareth the too much. And now the largest and most luculent among those pearls came forward, that it might make my desire concerning it content. Within it then I heard, If thou wouldst see, even as myself, the charity that burns among us, thy conceits would be expressed, so hard for some reason. That by waiting thou mayst not come late to the high end, I will make answer even unto the thought of which thou art so chary. That mountain on whose slope Casino stands was frequented of old upon its summit by a deluded folk and ill-disposed. And I am he who first up thither bore the name of him who brought us upon the earth, the truth that so much sublimateth us.
Alright, you know,
and such abundant grace upon me shone that all the neighboring towns I drew away from the impious worship that seduced the world. These other fires, each one of them were men contemplative, enkindling by that heat which maketh holy flowers and fruits spring up.
Alright, come on.
Here is Macarius, here is Romualdus. Here are my brethren who within the cloisters their footsteps stayed and kept a steadfast heart. And I to him, the affection which thou showest speaking with me, and the good countenance which I behold and note in all your ardors, in me have so my confidence dilated as the sun doth the rose when it becomes as far unfolded as it hath the power. Therefore I pray, and thou assure me, Father, if I may so much grace receive that I may thee behold with countenance unveiled. He thereupon, Brother, thy high desire in the remotest fear shall be fulfilled, where are fulfilled all others, and my own. There perfect is, and ripened, and complete every desire. Within that one alone is every part where it has always been.
Thank you,
it
Mike,
is not in space,
for staying
nor
so long. I
turns on
appreciate
poles,
it.
and unto it our stairway reaches up, whence thus from out thy sight it steals away. Up to that height the
thought I could
patriarch
dodge
Jacob
roll
saw it,
through those.
extending its supernal part, what time so thronged
I really
with
thought I
angels
could
it
dodge
appeared
roll
to him.
through those. I don't
But
know.
to ascend it now, no one uplifts his feet from off the earth, and now my rule below remaineth for mere waste of
I'm
paper.
like at a point where I might need
The
to
walls
consider
that used
like
of
looking
old to
up
be
a
an
doc-
abbey
like,
are
not
changed to
like
dens
a,
of
like a
robbers,
visual
and the cowls are
Let's play
sacks
of, like,
filled
how
full
this
of
is done.
miserable flour. But heavy usury is not taken up so much against God's pleasure as that fruit which maketh so insane the heart of monks. For whatsoever hath the church in keeping is for the folk that ask it in God's name, not for one's kindred or for something worse. The flesh of mortals is so very soft that good beginnings down below suffice not from springing of the oak to bearing acorns. Peter began with neither gold nor silver, and I with orison and abstinence, and Francis with humility his convent. If thou lookest at each one's beginning, and then regardest whither he has run, thou shalt behold the white changed into brown.
Okay.
In verity the Jordan backward turned, and the sea fleeing when
Jordan
God willed
backwards
were
turned
more a
indeed.
wonder to behold than succor here. Thus unto me he said, and then withdrew to his own band, and the band closed together. Then, like a whirlwind, all was upward wrapped. The gentle
Okay,
lady urged
he's
me on
gotta
behind them
almost
up
summon
o'er
the
that
light
stairway
now.
by a single sign, so did her virtue overcome
There
my
we go.
nature. Nor here below, where one goes up and down by natural law, was motion e'er so swift that it could be compared unto my wing. Reader, as I may unto that devout triumph
Alright.
return, on whose account I often for my transgressions weep and beat my breast, thou hadst not thrust thy finger in the fire and drawn
Alright,
it out
that's
again before
almost
I
the
saw the
halfway
sign
point.
that follows
Almost
Taurus,
there.
and
Almost
was
there.
in it.
I'm so
O
happy.
glorious stars, O light impregnated with mighty virtue, from which I acknowledge all my genius, whatsoe'er it may be. With you was born, and hid himself with you, he who is father of all mortal life, when first I tasted of the Tuscan air. And then, when grace was freely given to me to enter the high wheel which turns around you, your region was allotted unto me. To you, devoutly, at this hour, my soul is sighing, that it virtue may acquire for the stern pass that draws it to itself. Thou art so near unto the last salvation. Thus Beatrice began. Thou oughtest now to have thine eyes unclouded and acute. And
It should only take 2 more
ere thou
times
enter
for this,
farther in, look down
you
once
know,
more, and see
or
how
at this
vast
point,
a world thou hast already
we can
put
make it
beneath
2
thy
more
feet,
times, that is.
so that thy heart, as jocund as it may, present itself to the triumphant throng that comes rejoicing through this rounded ether.
Damn
I
it!
with my sight returned through one and all the sevenfold spheres, and I beheld this globe such that I smiled at its noble semblance, and that opinion I approve
is
as
as
best
far as
which
we
doth
get
account
every
at least,
time.
and he who thinks of something else may truly be called just. I saw the daughter of Latona shining without that shadow which to me was cause that once I
So
had
we can
believed her
definitely-
rare and dense. The aspect of thy son Hyperion, here I sustained, and saw how moved themselves around and near him Maia and Dione. Thence there appeared the temperateness of Jove, twixt son and father, and to me was clear the change that of their whereabout they make. And all the 7 made manifest to me how great they are, and eke how swift they are, and how they are in distant habitations. The threshing floor that maketh us so proud, to me revolving with the eternal twins, was all apparent made from hill to harbor. Then to the beauteous eyes mine eyes I turned. End of Canto 22.
Let's see.
Canto 23. Even as a bird
Damn it.
mid the beloved leaves, quiet upon the nest of her sweet brood throughout the night that hideth all things from us, who, that she may behold their longed-for looks, and find the food wherewith to nourish them, in which, to her, grave labors grateful are, anticipates the time on open spray, and with an ardent longing waits the sun, gazing intent as soon as breaks the dawn. Even thus my lady standing was, erect and vigilant, turned round towards the zone underneath which the sun displays less haste. so that, beholding her, distraught and wistful, such I became as he is, who, desiring for something, yearns, and hoping is appeased.
I gotta remember, like, when am I allowed to dodge roll,
from one
and
went
when
to
am
the
I
other
not
of my
allowed
waiting,
to?
say I, and the seeing, the welkin grow resplendent more and more.
It's like first one I was able
And
to.
Beatrice exclaimed, Behold the hosts of Christ's triumphal march, and all the fruit harvested by the rolling of these spheres.
I'm not gonna make it through this one
Face
again.
was all aflame, and eyes
I
she
might
had
just
so
have to
full
just,
of
you
ecstasy
know-
that I must needs pass on without describing. As
You know what I'm
waning
gonna
nights
do?
serene of the full moon smiles Trivia among the nymphs eternal who paint the firmament through all its gulfs, saw I, above the myriads
No
of
shame.
lamps,
You know what? We're
a
doing no
sun
shame.
that one and all of them
No
enkindled,
shame.
e'en as our own doth the supernal sights. And through the living
Easy
light
mode
transparent shone the lucid
You're going down.
substance so
You're going down,
intensely
sucker. Easy
clear
mode
into my
time. I'm
sight
sick
that
of
I
you.
sustained it not. O Beatrice, thou gentle guide
I'm
and
sick
dear,
of you.
to me, she said, what overmasters thee a virtue is, from which naught
Look at that. We've
shines
already
itself.
knocked out so much of
There
his
are the
health.
wisdom and the omnipotence that oped the thoroughfares twixt heaven and earth, for which there erst had been so long a yearning. As fire from out a cloud unlocks itself, dilating so it finds not room therein, and down against its nature falls to earth, so did my mind among those elements become larger, issue from itself, and that which it became cannot remember. Open thine eyes and look at what I am. Thou hast beheld such things that strong enough hast thou become to tolerate my smile. I was as one who still retains the feeling of a forgotten vision and endeavors in vain to bring it back into his mind when I this invitation heard, deserving of so much gratitude.
Alright, we're getting a
it
second
never
form.
fades out of the
Okay.
book that
Second
chronicles
phase
the
time.
past.
Alright.
If at this moment sounded all the tongues that Polyhymnia and her sisters made most
I was just
lyrical with their
piloting
delicious
him the
milk
whole
to aid
time.
me to 1,000th of the truth it would not reach, singing the holy smile and how the holy aspect it illumed. And therefore, representing paradise, the sacred poem must perforce leap over, even as a man who finds his way cut off. But whoso thinketh of the ponderous theme, and of
You'll
the
fail
mortal
your
shoulder
destiny!
laden with it, should blame it not, if under this it tremble. It is no passage for a little boat, this which goes cleaving the audacious prow, nor for a pilot who would spare himself. Why doth my face so much enamour thee, that to the garden fair thou turnest not, which under the rays of Christ is blossoming? There is the rose in which the Word divine became incarnate. There the lilies are, by
does
whose
he
perfume
have a
the
big
good
wiener?
way was discovered.
Oh my
Thus
god!
Beatrice.
Oh no!
And I,
I'm gonna have to
who
block
the
that.
counsels was
Uh-oh.
wholly read, once
Just
again
imagine that
betook
says
me
Dick
unto the
Alert.
battle of the feeble brows. As in
Just
the
imagine
sunshine,
that says Dick Alert. We
unsullied
can't-
streams through fractured cloud, ere now a meadow of flowers mine eyes with shadow covered o'er have
We
seen.
can't have any
So
wieners
troops
here.
of splendors manifold I saw, illumed from above with burning rays.
Yeah, that is a
beholding not
wiener.
The source of
God.
their effulgence.
Imagine
O
if
power
I showed
benignant
that on a
dost
Twitch
so
stream.
imprint
I'd get
them,
in
thou
trouble.
didst exalt thyself to give more scope there to mine eyes that were not strong enough. The name of that fair flower I e'er invoke morning and evening, utterly enthralled my soul to gaze upon the greater fire. And when, in both mine eyes depicted were the glory and greatness of the living star which there excelleth, as it here excelled, athwart the heavens a little
Dick and
torch
ball alert,
descended,
indeed.
formed in a circle like a coronal, and cinctured it, and whirled itself about it. Whatever melody most sweet soundeth on earth, and to itself most draws the soul, would seem a cloud that, rent asunder, thunders. Compared unto the sounding of that lyre wherewith was crowned the sapphire beautiful, which gives the clearest heaven its sapphire hue. I am angelic, love, that circle round the joy sublime which
He's gotta do
breathes
a
from
big
out the
conversation
womb that
about
was
how
the
we're not so
hostelry of our
different, you and I
desire.
now,
And I
okay.
shall circle, Lady of Heaven, while thou followest thy Son, and makest diviner the sphere supreme, because thou enterest there. Thus did the circulated melody seal itself up, and all the other lights were making to resound the name of Mary. The regal mantle of the volumes, all of that world which most fervid is, and living with breath of God, and with his works and ways, extended over us its inner border, so very distant, that the semblance of it there, where I was not yet, appeared to me. Therefore mine eyes did not possess the power of following the incoronated flame which mounted upward near to its own seed. And as a little child that toward its mother stretches its arms when the milk has taken.
Yep, we've
through
done it.
impulse
12
kindled
hours.
Into outward flame, each of those gleams of whiteness
12
upward
hours.
reached, so with its summit
I
that
kept
the
my
deep
promise.
affection
I
they
did
had
stream for at
Mary
least
was
12
revealed to
hours.
me.
I was worried we'd go under.
Thereafter, they remained there.
Imagine
in my
if we
sight,
went under.
Regina Coeli singing with such sweetness that ne'er from me has the delight departed. Oh, what exuberance is garnered up within those richest coffers which had been good husbandmen for sowing here below. There they enjoy and live upon the treasure which was acquired while weeping in the exile of Babylon wherein the gold was left. There triumpheth beneath the exalted Son of God and Mary.
Is this
in
to
his
remember the
victory,
Alamo
both
of
with the
demons?
ancient council and the new, he who doth keep the keys of such a glory. End of Canto 23.
But you
Paradiso,
lost!
Canto 24. O company elect to the great supper of the Lamb Benedict, who feedeth you so that forever full is your desire, if, by the grace of God,
Okay,
this man
hold on.
foretaste something of that which falleth from your table, or ever doth prescribe to him the time, direct your mind to his immense desire, and him somewhat be due. Ye drinking are forever at the font whence comes his thought. Thus Beatrice. And those souls beatified transform themselves to spheres on steadfast poles, flaming intensely in the guise of comets. And as the wheels in works of horologies revolve
right.
so that the first to the beholder motionless seems, and the last one to fly, so
Oops.
in like manner did those carols, dancing in different measure,
Imagine
of
if
their
we saw his
affluence give
wiener.
me the gauge as they were swift or slow. From that one which I noted of most beauty beheld I issue forth a fire so happy that none it left there
There's
of
a
a greater brightness.
dumbass quick
And
time
around
event that
Beatrice
we're
three
thankfully
several
missing out
times
on.
it whirled itself with so divine a song, my fantasy repeats it not to me. Therefore the pen skips, and I write it not, since our imagination for such folds, much more our speech, is of a tint too glaring. O holy sister mine, who is implorest with such devotion, by thine ardent love thou dost unbind me from that beautiful sphere. Thereafter, having
okay,
stopped,
is it-
the blessed fire unto my lady
Is
did
his
direct
honker
its breath,
still there?
which spake in fashion as I here have said. And she, O light eterna of the great man to whom our Lord delivered up the keys, he carried down of this miraculous joy. This one examine on points light and grave, as good beseemeth thee, about the faith by means of which thou on the sea didst walk.
What's
If
the
he
final
love well,
detail?
and hope well, and believe, from thee 'tis hid not, for thou hast thy
Is
sight
it the fact
there
that I'm
where
supposed to be
depicted
dead?
everything is seen.
And I killed death for
But
some
since
stupid
this
reason?
kingdom has made citizens by means of the true faith, to glorify it, 'tis well he hath
Wow,
a chance
what
to
a
speak
twist!
thereof. As baccalaureate arms himself, and speaks not until the master doth propose the question, to argue
But
it,
if-
and not to terminate it, so did I arm myself with every reason, while she was speaking, that I might be ready for such a questioner and such profession.
But how did I get Death's
Say,
sight?
thou
Did
good
you give
Christian,
it to me?
manifest thyself. What is the faith? Whereat I raised my brow unto that light wherefrom was this breathed forth. Then turned I round to Beatrice, and she prompt signals made to me that I should pour the water forth from my internal fountain. May grace that suffers me to make confession, began I, to the great centurion my cause conceptions all to be explicit. And I continued, as the truthful pen, father, of thy dear brother wrote of it, who put with thee Rome into the good way, faith is the substance of the things we hope for, and evidence of those that are not seen, and this appears to me quiddity. Then heard I, very rightly thou perceivest, if well thou understandest why he placed it with
Is this some
substances
anime
and
bullshit
then
he's
with
gonna pull out of his
evidences?
ass?
And I thereafterward, the things profound that here vouchsafe me their apparition unto all eyes below are so concealed, that they exist there only in belief,
Forgive
upon
me!
which is founded the high hope, and hence it takes the nature of a substance.
I'm
And
so
it behoveth us
weak!
from this belief to reason
This
without
is the
having
equivalent of
other
a Care
sight,
Bear
and
stare.
hence it has
An
the nature
edgelord's
of
Care Bear
evidence.
stare.
Then heard I, if whatever is acquired below by doctrine were thus understood, no sophist's subtlety would there find place. Thus was breathed forth from that enkindled love. Then added, "Very well has been gone over already of this coin, the alloy and weight. But tell me if thou hast it in thy purse." And I, "Yes,
I guess by
it is
Satan,
so shining
by
and so
Lucifer."
round that in its stamp there is no peradventure. Thereafter issued from the light profound that there resplendent was, this precious jewel, upon the which is every virtue founded. Whence hast thou it?
Oh no,
And
my
I,
oh no,
the
not my
large
giant
outpouring of
robot.
Holy Spirit,
me.
which has been diffused upon the ancient parchments and the new, a syllogism is, which proved it to me with such acuteness that, compared therewith, all demonstrations seems to me obtuse. And then I heard,
I guess
the
he's just
ancient and the
frozen
new
solid.
postulates
He's got
that to thee are
frostbite.
so conclusive, why dost thou take them for the
Which
word
is funny
divine?
because this game does not run on
And
frostbite,
I,
to my knowledge.
the proofs, which show the truth to me, are the works subsequent, whereunto nature ne'er heated iron yet, nor anvil
Wait,
beat.
is this Death Stranding now?
'Twas answered me.
What's going on?
Say, who assureth thee that those works ever were? The thing itself that must be proved, naught else to thee affirms it.
Ah,
Were the world to Christianity converted, I said, withouten miracles, this one is such, the rest are not its 100th part. Because that poor and fasting thou didst enter into the field to sow there, the good plant which was a vine has become a thorn. This being finished, the high holy court resounded through the spheres, "One God we praise!"
Is it over?
In melody that there above is chanted. And then that baron, who from branch to branch examining had thus
Seeing a
conducted me
man-ass
till
is
the
fine,
extremest
according
eves we
to
were
Twitch,
approaching,
apparently,
again
so
began.
we're still good
The
for
grace that dallying plays with thine intellect, thy mouth has opened, up to this point, as it should opened be, so that I do approve what forth
Finally,
emerged.
rock!
But now, thou must express what thou believest, and whence to thy belief it was presented. O Holy Father, Spirit who beholdest what thou believedst, so that thou o'ercamest towards the sepulchre more youthful feet, began I, thou dost wish me in this place the form to manifest of my prompt belief, and likewise thou the cause thereof demandest. And I respond,
to be continued!
In one God I believe, sole and eternal, who moveth
Let's
all the
mute
heavens
this
with love
fucking
and
shoot
with
right
desire.
now.
Him
Everyone, it happened. Everyone, it happened. I can't believe it. We fucking beat them. Books didn't finish. That means because they didn't finish, they lose automatically. And with the final score, let's get the final score here. 56, we beat a boss. We were in the last area. I count that as a separate thing, so with 63 points. 12 hours and 5 to 7 minutes, depending on how you feel. We beat the books. We beat the books. We beat the books. Ba 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 da. We beat the books. Beat the books. Ba 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 ba. Yeah! All right. Whew. I would like to thank all the people who told me this was a stupid idea, because this encouraged me to ensure this was the best stream I've ever done, and I think it was the best stream I've ever done. I could say for certain that no one has done a stream like this before. No one has done a stream where you play Dante's Inferno and try to beat an audiobook reading of the entire Divine Trilogy. If you can tell me if someone's done that, I can tell you're a liar, because the answer should be that it's me, and I did it. So I officially call this the Dante's Inferno Challenge. The door is open for others out there. Door's open now. If you want to attempt this, this is up. You're on your court. It's on your court. I highly encourage people to beat my score, do adjustments, do edits, things of that nature. That's what I recommend. I've been wearing these fucking headphones for hours and hours. Gonna take them the fuck off right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ugh.